August 29th meeting of the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors to order. Deputy Clerk, would you please do roll for us?
Supervisor Hashek?
Here.
Supervisor Mohan?
Here.
Chair McGordy?
Here.
Supervisor Williams?
Good morning.
Supervisor Judy?
Here.
Okay, Councilor Curtis, would you like to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
John.
Yeah, Chair, due to some medical issues, I might have to take some of the meeting in my office, and so I'll be on Zoom from there if I need to leave.
Okay, we'll call a recess and reposition ourselves when that happens.
Thank you.
All right, with that, the next item on the agenda is public expression, and these are for items that are not on the agenda. So I invite members of the public to provide comment. Members of the public shall line up at the podium with 6 feet of distance between them. Members of the public joining via Zoom shall utilize the raised hand feature by clicking the raise hand button on the bottom of their screen, or by pressing *9 if they're calling into the Zoom meeting via telephone. There is a 3-minute limit, which we will vigorously enforce. Please step to the podium and give your name.
Good morning. My name is Jacqueline Williams. I'm the Executive Director of Ford Street Project. I've written comments I'd like to share today, and I've left copies for you. Good morning again, members of the board and Darcy, CEO Antle. I've been looking forward to the last week in August for months, with the anticipation that we would finally hear if our Measure B funding proposal to expand the Ukiah Recovery Center would be approved. But that's not happening today, and it's not happening anytime soon. Last Wednesday, August 23rd, I learned at the Measure B Oversight Committee there were issues with the request for proposal process that had resulted in suspending the evaluation until County Council reviewed the concerns that had been brought forward. I was unable to determine what the issues were that brought the process to a standstill. I also asked who presented the issues that had created the need to stop the process, and Dr. Miller explained she was unable to answer those questions, and she further explained it's not really stopped, it's just suspended or in temporary review with County Council. I don't need to remind you of the current overdose death rates in our county. Our last several months, the URC stakeholders from Adventist hospitals and federally qualified clinics have come before you to ask you to support the expansion effort at the URC. Our local healthcare systems are overburdened with the overdose crisis, and Mendocino County folks in public safety are struggling. The URC expansion is the only solution I'm aware of that could significantly help those struggling with addiction that's on the table to be reviewed in our county right now. Our need to serve more clients at the Recovery Center is very visible, as we are frequently full now. I'm coming to you as members of the Board of Supervisors because you are the decision makers. The Oversight Committee does not meet again until late October. I've run out of time. Our project plan has been adjusted by delays from the county multiple times, but this last delay is something we can't work around. Here's why. It's imperative that we begin construction in early October to meet the state project timeline. This week, the subcontractors bidding on our project are submitting their bids. We are nearly completion of final plan check and expect to attain our building permit in 2 to 3 weeks, and we can apply for our grading permit after the holiday weekend. I anticipated if awarded Measure B funds, it would likely take the county 3 to 4 months to create the contract, and with that in mind, I had applied or have planned to apply for bridge funding. Doesn't look like I'm going to make it. I have 2 questions for you. I appreciate most support, but the rest of you have not provided your support. Are there really only one person that's going to support this project? And will Ford Street be the only agency expected to go through a request for proposal project? This project is at risk now.
Thank you.
Chair?
Yes.
Yeah, through the chair, how many proposals do we have?
My understanding is that there are at least two. They're in the scoring process at the moment. There was a legal question that was brought up by the team. We've discussed it with them. They have a plan, and I expect the scoring to resume shortly.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Marvin Trotter. I'm the Medical Director for the Adventist Utilization Committee. And I'm here to request that 10% of the Measure B funds is for substance abuse and should fund the Ford Street expansion project. This would increase the detox beds we have from 6 to 16, and it would additionally give us 24 sober apartment beds. I was one of the first people to support and start McAven in the 80s after having some 40 patients die of AIDS. I think they have a great organization. I've donated lots of money myself, and I would ask you to please support McAven with your opiate dollar money every year. Dr. Barish and their staff do a great job at prevention. For treatment, I would fund the Ford expansion project. And I don't want you to believe anything that Jackie and I have to say, but I would like you to call Sheriff Kendall and ask him what he would do. 2/3 of the people in the jail are there because of drugs and alcohol, and 2/3 of them return in 5 years. Can't we do something different? Call and ask Judson Howe, the head of the CEO of the 3 hospitals in Mendocino County. We receive about $75 million from the state to take care of hospitalizations for the 55,000 Medi-Cal patients in Lake Mendocino County. $50 million of that 75 goes to hospitalizations for drug and alcohol patients. 50 million of the 75. This money could be used for other purposes. Call Rod Granger, CEO of MCHC, who graciously is now seeing Ford Street patients every Wednesday. Call Consolidated or Round Valley Indian Health Clinic. Ask Yuki Trails what they need. Call AA. Call Erica Valvadinos, the ER physician that's on the state board for substance abuse. All of them will say we need more beds. 100 people a year could have 6 months of sober therapy living at Ford Street, save 100 lives and their families. 50% of detox patients ask to stay. This is not catch and release. It changes lives. We can increase direct admissions from the jail and the hospitals and the clinics to Ford Street with these extra beds. And that is the dream. This is an enormous problem. Being number one in the state for OD deaths is tragic, but change is possible. We can do better. Please meet, discuss, and decide on a plan, because every week someone is dying. Thank you.
Dr. Trotter, thank you for your comments. You've talked about this repeatedly about how this can divert people from the jail and also from the emergency room. Do you happen to know if Adventist is contributing any money towards the Ford Street project?
Not that I know of. What the Adventists have done have put their dollars into substance abuse counselors at all 3 hospitals. So when you come to the hospital in the ER, they try to intervene right there. And actually they call me, and on the utilization management committee, I will be seeing 3 patients in the hospital, actually calling about 1 in Willits and seeing 2 in utilization at UVMC. I'm happy to ask them for money. And I'll be happy to. Okay. Any other questions?
Ms. Williams, do you have something to add?
But I think it's important to understand that many people in the continuum have hired staff and pay staff, because my staff can't be in every ER. And so to do the handoffs from the jail to my team at the recovery center and from the ERs, both in Willits and in Ukiah, takes staff. And Adventist is paying for those substance use navigators. That's a significant commitment.
Thank you. Supervisor Haschak.
So this might be for county council or for Dr. Miller, but what is the timeline for this RFP and getting it back to the board?
I might have to defer to Dr. Miller and the scoring team in terms of the timeline. We just assisted with the legal question that they had.
So if Dr. Miller is available, that would be nice.
Noah, maybe you could just bring her into the meeting, Janine Miller. Thank you.
Okay, shall we go on to our next speaker, please?
Good morning, Kevin Evans, Walla, California. I'd like to offer congratulations to the Board of Supervisors and the county for being awarded a Prepare California Jumpstart grant by the California Governor's Office of Emergency Services to address resiliency in our county. The grant provides funds to build resiliency in census-tract Mendocino County designated areas, as demonstrated for high hazard exposure and social vulnerability. The county announced that a series of public meetings in the identified census tracts will offer the public an opportunity to communicate their resilience goals to the county. The primary list of identified meeting locations did not include a single coastal community. After further review of the recommended sites, Casper was added to the list to provide a location on the coast. Unfortunately, the Mendocino South Coast is not identified as a viable location to conduct public resilience meetings. The fact is, Walla is not qualified for the grant program because it is not a census tract. A census tract is defined as a statistical subdivision of the county with a population of around 4,000 people. To date, Walla lists 1,200 people on their voting rolls, but we do not, because we're not part of the census, we do not have a number of accurate residents. Walla is defined as a census block group and is a subdivision of a census tract. A census block usually contains 259 to 500 housing units. And if you've been to Walla, you know there's more than that. Every decade, the review and revision process of identifying tracts is conducted collaboratively with the census agency and the local planning agency. In the 2000 census, Walla was identified as part of the Point Arena Census Division. A census county division is a subdivision of a county used by the United States Census Bureau. In 2010, Walla was identified as a census block as part of the Anchor Bay Census Tract. In 2020, Walla was still identified as a part of the Anchor Bay Census Tract. As a result of the supervisors not properly identifying Walla as a census tract unincorporated area, the community is tagged with the census block status till 2030. With this classification, the community is ineligible for some state, county, and federal grants, including the California Resiliency Challenge Grant. Supervisor Williams is coordinating with county staff and the Walla Municipal Advisory Council to host a public resiliency outreach program.
Okay, 3 minutes are up, so if you want to have one last summary statement. that'd be fine.
Yes, my question to the Board of Supervisors is why Walla is not classified a census tract.
Okay, thank you.
Chair,
Yes.
can we send that somewhere for an answer? Not now, but I think it is important to follow up.
So who would answer that question?
And the question is there anything the county can do to change the designation, or is it outside of county authority?
Councilor Curtis?
I might suggest my office could confer with planning and building, and we could take a look at that.
Okay, thank you.
Morning.
Well, let's see, hold on, before we go to the next speaker, I understand that Dr. Miller is on the line.
I am. Good morning, Dr. Janine Miller. And I think the question was regarding the Measure B SUDT RFP. The status right now is that the team is working with county council on a concern that was expressed during that team. The team is ready to meet again as soon as that concern is addressed. I believe that there is going to potentially be a meeting on Thursday with county council, and then the team will schedule a next meeting. I believe they only have one meeting left to be able to get the evaluations finalized and bring a recommendation forward.
Okay, so when will that happen?
If everything goes smoothly with Thursdays, hopefully they can meet the following week.
Okay. And when will we have an official announcement from the county on this?
It will have to come back to the board, so it'll either come at the September 12th meeting or the following meeting of September 26th.
Okay. All right, thank you. Go ahead, speaker.
Good morning to everybody and to everyone who's attending our meeting this morning.
I'm sorry, we're having a little trouble hearing you. Can you bend the microphone towards you?
Can you hear?
Yes.
Thank you. I am Alwyn Falkenberg from Adult Protective Services, Social Worker 5. And good morning to everyone. I come here to speak to all of you this morning because I sense that there are a lot of misconception and misunderstanding about adult protective services. Most of our focus of the county services and funds seems to be focused mainly to child protective services. In our society, children and elderly are the most vulnerable, oppressed, and marginalized members of our society. Mendocino County covers from Gualala, that borders from Sonoma County, to Percy, that borders from Humboldt County, to Yorkville, that borders Cloverdale to Covelo, and there are only 3 full-time Adult Protective Services social workers and 1 extra help social worker, and that is me, and the 3 social worker assistants. From January 1st to 2003 to present, August 29, APS received 947 calls from the public concerning our seniors. Adult Protective Services provide services from 60 years old and to the dependent adults from 18 years old. We receive reports from neglect, financial, hoarding, physical, emotional and psychological abuse, homelessness, substance abuse, domestic violence. But what I am here to tell you this morning are what are the types of works that we do that the public do not know or have no idea how difficult, challenging, and heart-wrenching our elderly populations are. What people do not understand that most of our cases are harrowing, disturbing, emotionally wrenching, and sometimes involves death. The large category of our reports come under the category of self-neglect or cognitive impairments or memory loss. In short, we call it dementia under the umbrella of Alzheimer's. I am just going to give you one prime example how Adult Protective Services provides our seniors, especially the ones who are unfortunate to have dementia or Alzheimer's and has no family who takes care of them.
I'm sorry, your 3 minutes are up. Can you give us a one-sentence final summation?
I am advocating for all social workers in Adult Protective Services to have comparable wages to Child Protective Services, because the services that we provide are as much as comparable and as more difficult compared or comparable to the services that we provide to our elderly.
Okay, thank you.
Because of the services that we do not have in our counties.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Julie Beardsley. I'm president of SEIU Local 1021. I work for public health. I'm your senior public health analyst. I do a lot of the epidemiological data for the county, and I see how bad things are. I see what our suicides rate is. I see what our mental health problems are. I see how many people are going to the hospitals for overdose, for how many people are dying from drug poisoning. And I'm here to say that it's these people who are on the front lines, who are protecting our citizens. These are the people who respond to these calls. These are the people who go into the homes to take children when they've been maltreated, who go in to help elderly people when they have mental health issues or they're suffering from dementia. These people deserve a fair living wage. We understand that there's about $28 million in reserves, and this is, more. This is like twice, 3 times more than most other counties have. I'm asking you to pull down some of those reserves to provide a cost of living adjustment for our members, and then go out and collect the taxes, do the assessments that you need to do to bring in the money, so that we can hire people. What you're offering us now is basically it's a wage cut, and it's not okay. And I'd like to state publicly here right now that if we do go on strike and people are told that they can telework, they are crossing the picket line, and that is not okay. So I just would like to say to you, please, we're going to negotiations tomorrow. Please tell your negotiating committee, give us an offer, something we can work with. These are the people on the front lines who are keeping people safe, and they deserve a fair cost of living adjustment to keep up with inflation. Thank you.
Chair, I'd like everybody in the room to know the county budget situation. I'd please invite them to look at the county budget. We have general county expenses of $357 million. We have general fund reserves of just under $10 million. That's less than 3% of our operating expenses in reserves. This last year, we just spent $7 million of one-time revenue to pay for ongoing expenses such as salaries and benefits. That's the first time in 11 years that this county has been required to use one-time revenues to pay for ongoing expenses. So we have a structural deficit of $7 million. Everybody in this room needs to know that, and that we have another $3 million in added pension contribution costs next year. So that's a $10 million structural deficit the county is looking at going into next year, unless we find cuts. I know we all want to increase revenues, but let's be realistic about the revenues. The assessor's office is understaffed. We have pushed harder than anybody to raise the salaries of the assessors so that they can be more fully staffed. But how many buildings would have to come on the tax rolls to bring in, let's say, even $3 million a year? Remember, the county only keeps 30% of the property tax. So you'd have to have $1 billion in assessed valuations of buildings added to the tax rolls to generate $3 million a year in county revenues. What does that look like? Well, it's about 3,000 houses, 1,400 square feet each, would have to get added to the tax rolls that are not currently on the tax rolls. That might be possible to do. Does anybody in this room think that that's going to occur within the next 12 months, within the next 24 months, within the next 36 months? The assessor's office has not had the staffing to even begin the process of adding buildings to the tax rolls that were built without building permits. It could take 3 or 4 years to add if those houses exist, to add those 3,000 houses to the tax rolls. But even if they accomplish that mission, that's only $3 million in a structural deficit that is already $10 million looking at next year. So where is the money going to come from? Let's be realistic. Where will it come from? It will have to come from a combination of cuts and new revenue. But the new revenue will come in 2-3 years down the road. The cuts will have to come in first in order for the county to have the money to even contemplate salary increases.
Patrick Hickey, field representative with SEIU 1021. I disagree with everything Supervisor Jordy just said. The county has provided no background information on any of that. The executive director of MCSO would disagree with him on the $3 million in terms of pension costs. I spoke with her last week. She says that's not true. The $7 million, and now I think Supervisor Williams says $11 million. Every week the number changes. You all don't provide the most basic financial information, but then you just make stuff up and say, we're in a crisis. The only crisis is the incompetence that we see on this board. There have been some misinformation floating around that I'd like to clear up. Some of the board has made claims that if you include benefits, Mendocino County is at a market rate with other rural government jurisdictions the county and the union have identified as comparable counties. This is false. I saw that Supervisor Williams claimed that Sonoma County doesn't pay Social Security on its employees. This is not true. In fact, the majority of the comps that the county uses pay Social Security. The majority of the jurisdictions on the comp list, including Sonoma, Humboldt, Lake, Nevada, Sutter, and Yolo, all pay Social Security. So start with getting your facts straight before you make comments and tell the employees that they can't afford the pay that they need to live here. 6 years ago, the county considered using a total compensation approach to determine if the county's position were at market rate, but the board recognized that it's nearly impossible to do an apples-to-apples comparison of the wide range of benefits the various counties provide, which is why in the cost study, the county reverted to a strict wage comparison. The board at that time realized that it's exceedingly difficult to compare one health plan to another when the benefits and costs are so different. How do you account for a COLA on retirement, retiree medical benefits? I'm providing you with a report that we prepared at that time, identifying all the pitfalls of trying to do a total compensation study. Next, I'd like to address the amorphous and ever-changing structural deficit that county administration has been trying to use as a boogeyman to scare residents about the state of the county's finances. The county has provided no basis for these claims. In fact, we mostly hear that they don't know how much they have. If they do have some secret information, they should share it with the public. In negotiations, we have asked for months for the most basic financial information, and the county continues to say that they can't get it. And yet, they claim there's now information and that the county that there's an $11 million shortfall that they need to make up. This is, in our view, a fiction. Just as the budget is a ballpark idea of what will happen, if you look at the county's history, they've always overestimated expenses and underestimated revenues. This will certainly happen again this fiscal year. One component of this mythical structural deficit is a potential increase in pension costs for the county next year. Yet, when I spoke with MCSO Executive Director Doris Rentschler last week, she stated there's no guarantee the county's costs will go up. In fact, this year they went down.
Patrick, your 3 minutes are up. Conclusion statement, please.
Just to conclude, this board needs to get creative. This board needs to look at the funding that's available. If the board provides the county employees with a reasonable offer, things will move forward. If they stick to their guns and offer what they're currently offering, the county will continue to suffer, and county residents will suffer as well. Thank you.
I'd like to correct Mr. Hickey. Mr. Hickey, it is true that 3 of the comparable agencies that the county compares salaries with do not contribute to Social Security. It's true that Sonoma is not one of those. It's Napa, and the city of Ukiah, I know, are 2 of the 3 that do not include Social Security. So they're not paying towards Social Security. Those county and city employees in Ukiah and in the county of Napa will never get Social Security, at least for their time of service at those agencies.
That's certainly a benefit, but if you just look at the wages, trying to claim that somehow Sonoma and Mendocino are comparable is absurd. They pay, in some cases, $10 or $12 more per hour for the positions that people are working here less than an hour's drive away. It makes no sense.
Good morning, supervisors. I'm Mary Sandberg. I am a member with SEIU 1021, and I'm the elected vice president for the North Coast region. I am here today again. We're talking about the same issues of treating the workers of Mendocino County in a way that they are able to continue to do the work that they need to do, which is to take care of the community, to provide the mandated services that this county needs to provide. We just heard folks come up and talk about alcohol and drug abuse services. We're you've said yourself, we're understaffed in the assessor's office, we're understaffed in behavioral health, public health. Eligibility specialists are carrying twice the workload that they should be carrying. I mean, we can talk about structural deficits and numbers, but the bottom line is that we're already under market value here in Mendocino County. It's a huge drain down to all the other counties. You're understaffed, you're not able to recruit. And now in negotiations, we're talking about a pay cut with unsubstantiated financial information. I have sent a letter to the state controller asking them to come in and perform another audit because we are not getting the audits that we need from the county. And that is impacting our negotiations, and that is impacting your ability to do your jobs here. She has responded that they are conducting, they've had 3 audits underway, which are the normal ones, but they are doing a 4th internal processes audit, and we eagerly await the results on that. But, you know, the bottom line is we need to hear you speaking in a way that supports the workers in this county and the community in this county. And what I am hearing this morning does not support that, does not in any way lead us to believe that you're looking for solutions to support the workers and to enable them to fill the positions, the vacancies, and to do the work that they need to do. And that is your job. And I turn to every one of my members in here this morning, and I say, line up and tell them what you're experiencing. Because clearly, they're not hearing it, and they needed to hear it from each of you today. So take a minute, come up here to this podium, and tell them what it's like to work in your jobs every day. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Carrie Shattuck, candidate for 1st District Supervisor. I'd like to start by saying I support the Ford Street project. If you are not aware, no one can enter a treatment program until they go through detox. If our county's detox services are full, they have to seek detox out of county before they can enter a rehab, which, you know, if you're going to ship someone off, the likelihood that they're going to follow through is very, very low. I'd also like to talk about the way that the department heads and elected officials communicate with the board and the public by not having a section on the agenda for regular updates and how public officials are speaking in public comment. It's very unprofessional. How are we supposed to stay up to date on with any of these departments, their projects, their budgets, their personnel, if they never have a standing agenda, you know, with you guys on the board for updates? You know, even if it's only every month, not every meeting. I feel it's very unprofessional that Shamice has to come up here during public comment, or Katrina, to give an update on their budgets or what's happening in their departments. And that should change. That should be a top priority for this board, that it's put on the agenda to deal with that. Something that's never talked about here on the board is the fact that the retirement is over $260 million unfunded. It's just over 70% funded. How are we making this up besides just waiting for our investment returns? Also, this board has not mentioned taking 1 penny of a cut to their salaries. This union has been in here for months, and not one of you offered to take not even a dime, a percentage, nothing off of your salaries. I think it's really shameful. Thank you.
So I'd like to comment a little bit on what Carrie just said. So we have a CEO report where department heads are asked to give updates. Is that correct, CEO Antle? And just want to comment on that a little bit about how that works so that Carrie can understand better.
Typically, on a monthly basis in the CEO report, we ask the departments to report their statistics of what they're working on and what they're doing. Does every department follow through every month? No, but the majority of them do it on a regular basis. It's not every month, it's every other month.
No offense, but that CEO report is very lacking. It gives us no figures, no totals. I mean, mostly what I see in it is animal control and like basic stuff, not huge items that affect, our budget and how our functioning of our county.
So, as I understand it, the department heads are not required to report to your CEO
We've
report?
asked that, and you put that in the evaluations that we just did on the department heads in February.
And I wonder too, Carrie, are you saying that if you win, you're going to give your salary to help the workers?
I've already offered a 50% reduction if I'm elected in my salary to immediately help with the county's budget. Absolutely.
Okay. Just for the record, I don't take any benefits with my salary, so the county is not covering the 70% that goes for benefits for most of our workers.
Okay, but you're still getting retirement and...
No, I'm not. That's what I just said. I give up all of my benefits I do not take because I'm already retired from another system. So the county saves 70% overhead on my position.
Mr. Chair, if I might suggest resuming public comment, and it also may be better to steer away from campaign statements, keep it a little bit more in terms of what's in the jurisdiction of the board at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Supervisors, CEO Antle, County Council Curtis, Chair Jurdy. So let's talk a little bit about healthcare and access to healthcare. My name is Akesh Aidi. I'm Public Health Emergency Preparedness Coordinator. I'm also the at-large member for the Executive Board for SEIU 1021. So the county's proposing to increase employee costs for health insurance up to 65% a year. An employee with a family coverage would pay an additional $3,000 a year for the same coverage. $3,000. That's not chump change, especially if you're making ostensibly minimum wage. In the health plan proposal, the county's health plan costs would drop nearly $700,000. Employee health plan costs would increase by $1 million. That might sound like good fiscal planning for the board, but it is exceptionally short-sighted. National Institute of Health examined factors that affect healthcare utilization, released a report in 2016. In a literature review provision of healthcare and access in rural areas of the United States, it found a reluctance to seek healthcare because of cultural and financial constraints, which are often compounded by a scarcity of services, a lack of trained physicians, insufficient public transportation, and poor availability of broadband internet services. Rural residents were found to have poorer health than urban residents, and rural areas had more difficulty in attracting and retaining physicians than their urban counterparts. That might have been just a description of the challenges that we face in this county. We already know we have trouble with access to healthcare resources. It's been suggested by this board that in order to reduce our county's healthcare costs, that we, the employees, should reduce our utilization of healthcare services. That committee's report says that our county is already at risk because we are rural. So why are we proposing to increase risk to its employees by increasing the financial burden? If you can't afford to go to the doctor, you don't go. And let's talk downstream capitalism. Our healthcare system is for profit. If we intentionally decrease utilization of services in an ill-advised attempt to reduce costs to this county, how will our healthcare system that looks at utilization rates and deciding whether or not they're going to recruit for new physicians and nurses, how are they going to be able to recruit new physicians and nurses? Because the utilization isn't there. They're looking at a scenario where the county is actively saying, let's reduce our utilization. Let's increase our financial burden on our staff.
Okay, so your time is up. Can you give a closing statement very quickly?
So the summary is, why would we risk decreasing access to all of our residents by increasing our financial burden on our staff, who then reduce their utilization of services? We're the largest employer in the county.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jana Blunt. I am staff at SEIU 10 to 1 and the former chapter president for the Sonoma County chapter at SEIU up until May. I just wanted to remind you that this is public expression, and this is a time, sometimes the only substantive opportunity for your staff to speak to you, but there's an awful lot of oppositional stance being taken on your part, argumentative stance, talking about things that are not necessarily appropriate, and not thinking proactively or even acting proactively. The first step has to be taken by you to invest in your workforce. That's what will make the auditor, controller, tax collector, assessor's offices staffed properly in order for them to be able to take in that additional revenue. You've got to take the first step and make that investment. It will pay you back. It will come back. It's what the other counties around you are doing. So that first step is up to you. If it doesn't happen, then this is going to be a cyclical process that never ends. Strikes will never end, and the county is just going to continue to crumble more and more into the dust. So the arguments, as opposed to determining how can we help, what can we do, what could we possibly think about when it comes to being creative, none of that seems to be happening here. It's all arguments. It's all talking about whether or not a county, pays into Social Security. These arguments are irrelevant at the end of the day, when all that's required at this point is to just take some money, put it forward, pay for the staffing, and the money will come. That's how it works. The step has to start with you, and then everything else will follow. You are the leaders, so you can lead, and everyone will follow in your path.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Tamara Newell, and I'm a social worker with In-Home Support Services, Adult Services, and Social Services. And, I've been working for the county for 15 years. I've seen a lot of this stuff come and go. I've been in this room many times with you guys. And this time feels very, very defeating to me. I'm going to kind of pick up where Alwyn left off and let you guys kind of know what happens over in adult services. So just last week, I was in someone's home who has hoarded himself into a corner. He's got trash and stuff piled all around him. The grime is this thick on his counter. And I got rats running across my feet as I stand in one spot for an hour and a half to meet with this man to try and figure out how to get him the things he needs. I have a conversation with a coworker last week who tells me that she had to tell a man who had dementia that he was going to a home and he was never coming back. That he had to leave his dog, his apartment, everything he knew. Can you imagine how that must feel? We go through these things every day. I come home, I have to wash off the smell that sticks on me all day long from these places where we're trying to help these people that have no mental health services, no drug and alcohol services, or very little. We have nobody to call to send these people to get them help because everybody is so overloaded. So to hear you guys say, well, we just don't have the money, doesn't compute for me. It doesn't compute for me at all. I'm very, very distraught and ready to leave, and I'm definitely ready to walk. So I really encourage you guys to get it together and figure it out. Thanks.
Good morning, Chair, Board, CEO Antle. I appreciate you having this time available to us. My name is Veronica Wilson, and I'm a program administrator in Social Services, Adult and Aging Services, along with Tamara and Alwyn. I have a different type of work in which I administer homeless services grants. And I train the workers in our community on how to work with people who are destitute. I was born in Howard Hospital in Willits. I've lived my entire life in Willits, save for the short times when I had to leave to go to school. I got a master's in social work, and I came back. I came back to give to this community, and I came back because I thought I would be respected. But sitting here today, listening to the way that some of you have spoken to us is hurtful and disrespectful. And the person who said those things won't even look at me. I am tired of the disrespect, the lack of willingness to negotiate with us. Give your folks authority to make some decisions. Listen, we don't have a contract and this is unacceptable. You have to negotiate in good faith. I don't want to leave the county. I don't want to strike. It's going to financially hurt me. I'm having to postpone payments next month so that I can afford to strike. I will. And you have to take us seriously. If you want to respect us, if you want to respect me, if you want people like me to work for the county, you have to compensate us. And you can't leave us months without a contract while you go on vacation for a month. This is unacceptable, disrespectful, and we demand better.
Good morning, Board. I go by Gizmo. Most of you know that. I think I just wanted to say that there are a lot of creative ideas that are in this room here now that have not been followed through or even looked at. One of the things that we can do, I think, is to look at saving things. And also, you've asked several times for turnkey projects. We've spoken about a public transit mall, which also creates economic resilience, allows older folks to get to their doctor's appointments, grocery stores. We've spoken about, please create a space for non-idling between temperatures of 66 degrees and 72, which is going to save the county fuel costs, which I constantly hear is so hard to budget because fuel goes up and down. So these are all creative ideas that have come from behind me in this room and me personally, myself, and they just are like laughed at. We get laughed out of the room, and then I see 2 and 1.5 million, 2 million, spent on outside contractors that have come here in suits. They don't live here. They don't understand the distances that we cover as folks who are service workers in this area. Personally, I'm a plumber, and I do a lot of service work in this area, and I hear from a lot of community members, and there are a lot of creative ideas. We've worked to clean up Redwood Valley in our area, which was one of the things that McGordy talked about a lot when he came to this board. I don't see why we can't start giving out the $500 fines that are required when people litter around our rivers and around our streams and in our parks. And that's part of that money should go directly to the budget. So we're asking simple things that are probably going to create a lot of savings in the future, which then can be spent on getting better personnel here. Now, this should not be a circle idea. I create a 5-year plan for myself in my life and a 10-year plan for myself. We're just asking you to please lead, create a 5-year plan or a 10-year plan so that we can get on board. Like most of us here, we all have core values that we want to share with this community, and that is what is going to bring the type of businesses and the type of people that we want to have here. And the rest of the world will look at us and say, look at what they're doing in Mendocino County. Thank you.
Supervisor Hashtrak.
Yeah, I like that idea about, efficiencies and, in the last month that some employees brought some efficiencies to me that I'll be bringing at the next meeting to the board. And I think that if we could have a way that employees feel free of bringing efficiencies to the CEO or the board, then we can start hearing those issues and try to create those things. We have the Golden Gate Initiative, but I think that there's a lot of ideas out there that the employees have that might help the county's bottom line. And so I guess my question for the CEO is, do we have a process in place that people can bring forth those ideas? Maybe it's anonymous, maybe it's just straightforward, but we need to start tapping into that resource.
Definitely, we could set that up a little more formally if you would like, if I may, through the chair, sorry.
Yes.
Yes, we already have a number of employees that are reaching out directly to the Golden Gate Initiative team with ideas and suggestions on how to make the county more efficient. So that is a process. The other process has been in all the departments, there's been a suggestion box, so we can make that formal so people can reach out that way. And again, I welcome anybody to call me or email directly as well.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors, Darcy. My name is Veronica. I work in Children's. I'd like to end with a good note, but it's kind of sad. I'd like to honor my friend Shirley, who is over-inundated with cases. She is an amazing worker, goes beyond the call of duty.
Veronica, please step to the microphone. We can't hear you.
Doesn't get enough credit. As a result, she's also taking the supervisor's position in training new people when she shouldn't. She doesn't get paid for it. She works long hours, weekends, too much. I feel bad because as a case reviewer, I then have to rate all of our social workers in what they do in their jobs. Because they're over-inundated, they don't get to complete all the requirements, state-mandated requirements, and I have to turn around and give them a bad grade. I feel horrible. They should not have to work as long as they do. All of my members, over-inundated, doing supervisor's job. We shouldn't have to do that. It's not fair. We're understaffed, underpaid, and not appreciated. And all this evaluation about the month, every month you get the employee of the month, that because this person did a good job, amazing, congratulations. But we have workers that do not get enough credit. Shirley is amazing, and she's just one example of many. We need to step it up. We need to acknowledge our workers, give the respect, pay them more, allow them to be able to live a comfortable life, not even a luxury life, but a comfortable life, to be able to do what we have to do. These long hours that they put in, traveling all over, Bay Area, Sacramento, San Diego, Los Angeles, just to take care of a child who went AWOL at all hours of the day. Please acknowledge what we do, what we all contribute, because this employee of the month is basically everyone, not one, everyone. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Lee Farr. I work in information services, and I'm the chief steward of the Mendocino County chapter of SEIU. I'm also on your negotiating team, the union's negotiating team. And I've been on that team for many years. And, I realize in a budget you have certain things that you have to pay. And I know part of that budget is more discretionary. you enter into projects. And I understand that, you know, every meeting you have people lined up here asking you to fund their project. So, you know, that's the reality of your job. But you do have some flexibility. You have a pile of money. You know, some years it's more, some years it's less. And you decide where that money goes. And what, you know, I just want to point out one example of my experience in negotiations. Many years before any of you were here, I sat here and listened to the board talk about a thing called the teeter plan. It was a mechanism by which the county was supposed to make money. Well, we lost millions of dollars. The teeter plan is basically, we pay the school and service district's share of the tax up front, even though people may be delinquent in paying those taxes. So the county was supposed to make money by the fact that we give those districts and school districts the money up front, but we collect any late fees from those payments. I've sat here in the board during budget sessions and heard you talk about funding the teeter plan reserve. So some of your money is going into a teeter plan reserve. Well, a couple years ago, I asked the executive department's negotiator, how much money did we make on the teeter plan? They said, we didn't make anything, it was a wash. Okay, so you mean that the amount of money to administer that fund was how much money it made? Yes. So we're back in negotiations 1 year later. I asked the same question. How much money did we make on the teeter plan? And they say, it was a wash. And I go, well, how much money is that? And they said $500,000. Okay, I'm taking them for their word. You know, we're all speaking truthfully. And we're looking at a negotiated contract for the next 3 years. That's $1.5 million if it continues that way. And you're not making any money off of it. So it's a pretty special deal for special districts and the school districts that the county gives them their money up front when they can't pay their employees. And you have flexibility on deciding where some of that money goes. And that's just one example of your choice. I just want you to think about that. Thank you.
Ms. Shattuck, it's a policy of the board that you only get to do public expression one time, so unless you're recalled, so
I understand that you've let that slip before, and I just want you to
No,
explain
I'm
what the
sorry,
Golden
you're
Gate
done for
initiative.
today, okay? That's it. Yeah. CEO Antle, what is the status of the teeter plan right now?
If I may, Chair, I would like to defer that to Auditor Controller. To my belief, there was no money in the teeter plan the last 2 years.
Thank you.
But if Shamice Cubison is on, or I don't see her in the room, she may be able to give you a more current update. I have not seen any money running the reports, what we're tracking. I see no money in that fund right now.
Okay, Supervisor Williams?
How do we get a full report?
I'm sorry.
I agree with Leaf's perspective. I don't want to tell employees that we don't have funds while we're subsidizing other entities, which I support. I want fire and schools to be funded, but I don't think the county's in a position to be fronting money that we may never collect. How do we get a full report on the status and the trend?
CEO Antle, can you answer that question?
If I may, through the chair, Supervisor, you want a full report of 10 years of the teeter plan? Is that what you're asking?
If we didn't have the teeter plan, where would we be on revenue?
I can't answer that. That would be
Yeah,
an
I think that's
auditor
what the
controller
board needs
question.
to analyze is,
Okay.
there's two options. And we know the current option, where it puts us. What's the alternative?
Okay.
Okay,
I'll
thank
work
you.
with the auditor controller.
Okay, Shamice is here. Shamice? Let's bring Shamice into the conversation.
Good morning, Chair, Supervisors. I'm not sure exactly what the specific question is. The teeter plan right now, the last couple of years has not been profitable. It's actually been costing money. Part of the issue is that during COVID, For instance, the governor made it so that we were not able to charge interest and penalties on late payments. So that was a portion of the issue. And then we have had a substantial increase in the direct assessments that the districts put on the roll that has resulted in the teeter plan actually paying out more than is coming in. And so it is something that I would support potentially looking at, but the board just needs to be aware that if we unteeter for everybody, and that includes the county. So that means that we would be only distributing based on actual receipts, which in many cases may seem like a good idea, but it also makes it a lot more difficult to anticipate revenue streams coming in. So it is a fairly involved process, and there are impacts, for instance, with running all of that CSE project, the correction, supplemental, and escapes as close to the end of the fiscal year as we did this last fiscal year, because there were 2 payments that were due, one in one fiscal year and another in another fiscal year. So there's definitely going to be some differences for this last year, but we are not done balancing and reconciling the taxes for the 22-23 year because of that CSE project. So we are still trying to work through, that project is not actually 100% complete. We've worked through the majority of the batches. Obviously, we sent out, 6,000 bills, but we have not worked through the entirety of that project. So I, do not oppose the idea of discussing it in the future, but I won't have firm numbers on where the teeter plan is probably for at least a month or so.
Well, thank you very much for joining our meeting and explaining.
Chair?
Yes.
So, Ms. Covison, so what is the number that we're in deficit for the teeter program?
I'm sorry, for 22-23, I don't have the answer to that question just yet. Like I said, there's a lot of moving pieces for 22-23, especially with that late push to push bills out that actually, we don't normally have sent out tax bills that span the fiscal years, that all the collections are generally within that fiscal year to be timely. And since we now have a split between what's timely and not timely, we had several different things going on. So like I said, I'm not going to have a firm number, and we're looking at it. There are some differences between also how the old property tax system did certain types of bills and corrections versus how the new system does them, and they're classified differently than they used to be. So unfortunately, it's not a seamless transition between the old way that we did it and the new way. But the reality is that at the moment, it is costing us money. Now, it is possible that I have put in a request for some additional staff, that we need to be able to be in the position to run an auction this year. And we didn't during COVID. That was also kind of a known pause on auctions. And so we will be looking to hopefully run an auction before the end of this new fiscal year, and then getting back on a regular cycle with the auctions. But that's not going to completely close the gap, I don't believe, initially.
Okay, so year 2021, 22, you don't have a number for that, and that might be skewed because of the COVID and those issues?
Yeah, I know it is. I know 21, 22 is somewhat skewed. I think 2021 and 21, 22 are definitely impacted by the COVID. But I'm sorry, I don't have that number for you right now. I'm working from home today. I'm out sick.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, is there anyone else who wishes to make a public comment?
I just had a question. Can someone please answer what the Golden Gate Initiative is?
CO Antle.
Thank you. I believe Tony Rakes and John Burks are in the room as well, so I'd encourage them to come up and provide input. The Golden Gate Initiative was an initiative created by myself and other stakeholders, following the direction of the board after budget. And that was June 6, 7, 8. And we met and we came together, a group of stakeholders, to look at how we could become more efficient and right-size the county. You heard those discussions at that each time during budget of what we need to do to become more efficient. Some of those have been to take a look at our telecom. Have we been managing our old expired data lines throughout the county? Have they been terminated? Is there any funding that we're losing by paying those bills versus terminating those? And I'll ask IT Director Tony Rakes to come up and provide more on this. This was a report we were going to do verbally in the CEO report, but if it's to the board's liking, we can do that now.
Yes, please.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board, CEO Antle, County Council Curtis. Tony Rakes, IT Division Manager and proud member of the Golden Gate Bridge Initiative. Again, as CEO Antle had stated, the purpose for the Golden Gate Initiative is really to take a finer look at county operations and to pursue greater efficiencies, greater opportunities for leveraging funds in the county. Darcy, CEO Antle had mentioned our telecom auditing. That's an example of some of the things we do in terms of the initiatives that we really try to spearhead. And so many of these things, recognizing that staff have their own responsibilities, job duties to take care of, we come in and we really try to help understand the things that in many cases they recognize themselves as needs and help remove any barriers in place or provide research. Joining me with John Burks and Trish Tracy, we kind of form a strike team, if you will, for research and investigation and brainstorming for just about anything at this point. If you haven't had an opportunity, or if anyone has not had an opportunity to look at our first Golden Gate Bridge Initiative report from a previous CEO report, I encourage you to do so. That lists out our mission, our purpose, as well as some of the projects that we've worked on. Another example I will give here is a department that we worked with. This is with regard to the Efficiencies Initiative. We worked very closely, and we started with Planning and Building Services, working with Director Krog, and we're able together to come up with a list of items that, whether they be small efficiency gains or larger efficiency gains, along with funding opportunities that maybe weren't considered to begin with or just needed some extra time and research and effort put into. Because of that, we've been able today to, we passed on those ideas and those initiatives to Julia, to Director Krog to carry forward, and she's done that. We have a large scanning and digitization initiative that is going to start very soon. We have their nuisance abatement fund. They've found different ways of offsetting staff time within the confines, within the requirements of that fund. I believe to the tune today, I think the last number I received was about $400,000. There's a lot of good that can come from this, particularly with regard to collaboration with our departments. So as we come in, we identify, we brainstorm ideas. As we identify these different initiatives and work with the department, let them carry those wins across the line, we'll all be the better for it. So it's a long way of kind of describing what the Golden Gate Initiative is, but it's something we're very proud of and hopeful that is going to be impactful in a positive way to the county.
Any questions? All right, well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, I'm not seeing anyone else stepping up to the podium, so with that, we're going to close public expression and move on to our agenda. Thank you all for coming and speaking. We really do appreciate it, even when you don't agree with us. Okay, agenda item number 3 is the consent calendar. So Deputy Clerk, has the proper notice been established?
Proper notice has been established.
Are there any items that board members would like to pull for separate consideration? Is there any public comment on the consent calendar? Okay,
Move approval of the consent calendar.
Second.
moved and seconded. Let's have a roll call, please.
Chair Hashak? I'm so sorry. Chair McGordy?
I was wondering who Chair Hirsch.
We did GGC yesterday.
Okay, hi. Yes, I'm here.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Dirty?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Chair, if I may, could we request a break? I think it's been a little bit over an hour and these next items may.
Well, yes, we can. Let's take a 10-minute break. We'll see you here at 20 after 10.
Thank you.
Don't worry.
When you're in baby world, you're just kind of flying by the seat of your pants and hoping that you're just supportive in the ways that you can be supportive.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía, cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia, sino más bien un programa de Estado programado para la ayuda solamente. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros, porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades. Siempre nos hemos podido apoyar en Gaby a través de su programa. Encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
My experience has been nothing but positive. Annette has been wonderful. She's on time. She lets me know if there's going to be any changes in the schedule.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I still feel the challenge of being a parent now in today's world is immense. I think that you need support.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help, because you might think that you know what you're doing, but it's always okay to have extra support, and don't do it alone.
Give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
What happened here? Where am I? I remember now. If only.
Could it be? Water?
If only he would have saved a bit of water, he wouldn't be stuck in this situation. Like fixing that leaky faucet you say you will get to but never do. or not taking that extra long shower because you want to go through your whole playlist, or not putting that single piece of clothing in the washer because it was definitely bothering you seeing it on the ground. The only way to prevent drought is if you help. For more information about your water, please visit www.rrwatershed.org.
Drought is a harsh reality for many communities across the country. While the recent rains have helped develop reservoirs, it's still important to save water and be more resilient to drought. Drought can negatively impact everything from agriculture to industry to household use. Conserving water in our homes is very important. Simple steps such as fixing leaks, taking shorter showers, and using low-flow fixtures can make a huge difference. Another way to prepare for drought is to replace lawns with drought-tolerant landscapes. Drought-tolerant landscapes are able to thrive with less water and can help lessen the amount of irrigation required. While water is all around us, we should not take it for granted. Working together as a community, we can make a real difference in our ability to withstand drought. By making small changes in our daily habits, we can conserve more water and be more drought resilient. For more information about your water, please visit www.rrwatershed.org.
Water is the most important thing in the world. In order for our planet to flourish, we need an abundance of water. Due to droughts throughout California, wildfires have occurred, scorching Sonoma County several times. The Russian River is 115 miles long, and the main stem begins at Lake Mendocino. It flows through Ukiah, down to Cloverdale, through Healdsburg, and out to the Pacific Ocean. The river is home to 63 species of fish and has 238 streams and creeks flowing out of it. The river is a place for fun and relaxation for locals and tourists alike, as well as a home and resource for many creatures. So how can you help to preserve this bit of natural beauty? Start by being aware of your water usage. Take shorter showers, fix leaking sinks, use recycled water to water your plants, or better yet, switch to a more drought-tolerant landscape. In order for people to enjoy our beautiful river, we need to keep it safe. Be sure to conserve water. For more information about your water, please visit www.rrwatershed.org.
bring our meeting back into session, and we're going to move on to agenda item 4A, which is discussion and possible action, including direction to staff regarding inland short-term rental ordinance. And we have Ms. Krog here today, so I will turn it over to her.
Good morning, supervisors. Thank you for this item today. And I'm actually going to turn it over to Planner Steven Schweitzer with our office, who's going to talk through his memorandum that was prepared for this item and some of the attachments.
Good morning, Chair McGordy, Board of Supervisors, county staff, and members of the public. Steven Schweitzer here, Planner 2 with the Department of Building and Planning Services. As mentioned, our department is requesting guidance for a short-term rental ordinance for the inland areas of the county. Before we jump into the details here, I just wanted to cover some basics. So online hosting services such as Airbnb, VRBO, Expedia, and others allow individuals to rent out real property on a short-term basis, known as short-term rentals. The short-term rentals throughout Mendocino County have implications for transient occupancy tax revenues, lodging options, housing stock, and neighborhood stability. Currently, the only regulations within the county are found in our coastal regions, which are Division 2 for the coastal zone and Division 3 for the town of Mendocino. There are no explicit regulations for short-term rentals for the inland areas of the county, captured by Division 1 of our zoning ordinance. So how exactly did we get here? To answer that question, let's go back over some previous board action and direction. So back in 2010, the previous Director of Planning and Building Services provided that short-term rentals were to be classified as an accessory residential use type, room and board. Room and board is the renting of no more than 2 rooms for compensation and profit, and there is a qualification that the property has to have street frontage or else a major use permit applies. In 2017, the board established a moratorium on short-term rentals that later expired 45 days later due to a lack of votes for its extension. In that same year, the board provided and directed our department to draft a short-term rental ordinance for review. Shortly thereafter, in 2018, the board further directed our department to incorporate policies for inclusionary housing as detailed in Attachment J of the memo, for Supervisor Jury's memo. Though it's been the directive of our department to draft a short-term rental ordinance for the inland areas of the county, this has subsequently been deferred with the agreement of the board. Most recently, the Planning Commission took action in 2021 to form an ad hoc committee for short-term rentals that led to an adoption of a resolution that ultimately reinterpreted the 2010 department determination for room and board. This resolution was appealed to the board with a 4-1 vote that effectively restored that 2010 determination. So since we've got that history lesson out of the way, let's dive into some of these impacts that short-term rentals may or may not have within the county. So short-term rentals undoubtedly play an important role in the county's economy. Transient occupancy providers such as hotels, motels, inns, and other short-term rentals are all subject to transient occupancy tax. In the fiscal year from 2021 to 2022, these tax collections totaled nearly $8.5 million. Beyond the monetary benefits, these short-term rentals have the potential to impact health, safety, and welfare of county residents. Though many of these rentals are well operated, within the county still receives complaints and nuisances regarding noise, garbage, parking issues, septic capabilities, and water usage. These impacts can vary across the communities where these rentals are located. Higher concentrations of these short-term rentals have the potential to negatively impact neighborhood stability and can potentially increase housing stock and contributing to higher housing costs for renters and buyers alike. So the county's general plan, namely the development element general plan goal DE4, provides in part that the county should maintain a functional, safe, and attractive communities compatible with the general plan and community objectives, infrastructure availability, environmental, safety, economic, and other opportunities and constraints. In line with this goal, the county itself should consider that short-term rental impacts on existing communities and how these land uses conform to the built environment. I can summarize some of these impacts that were discussed in greater detail in the memo, and those are noise. So noise can present as a problem for some of these unhosted rentals where owners or operators are unable to monitor activities. Though the county does not have a noise ordinance, there are in Division 1, Appendix C of our zoning code, noise standards that are associated for some land use activities. Parking. In certain neighborhoods where parking options are limited, high nightly turnover rates, and a varying number of guests can produce some problems. Our zoning code does have off-street parking guidelines for associated land uses. Water. So groundwater is, for the most part, a primary water source for most of the county residents, with the exception of a handful of water districts and other agencies that regulate our water resources. The Division of Environmental Health currently reviews and approves groundwater extraction permits for county residents. Septic. Many of our county residents utilize on-site septic disposal systems, which in a rural and rural-urban setting proves to be a pretty excellent choice for septic disposal. Just as with the groundwater extraction permit, the Division of Environmental Health has policies that regulate and approves these septic systems. So all of these items combined create a neighborhood stability. So as we briefly discussed here, they shape a collective sense of community. So maintaining our unique to Mendocino communities aligns with not only that general plan development goal, DE4, that we just briefly touched on, but also it should be pretty paramount when we are discussing the short-term rental regulations. Since the Planning Commission appeal to the board, our department has done a little bit of some homework on the short-term rental market within the county. We performed a internal review of the business license approvals from 2010 until July of this year that revealed 724 short-term rentals were approved by our department. So I would like to mention here that the temporary nature of short-term rentals and the use of multiple online hosting platforms for, say, a single rental can prove a little difficult at best to monitor the exact conditions of the market. For a better idea, we participated in a free consultation with a third-party compliance software program offered by Granicus. This was host compliance. They did provide an estimate of around 1,500 short-term rentals that were actively listed within the county. So I would like to stress that this is an estimate and that the listings analyzed by host compliance were not necessarily all within unincorporated areas of the county. Keeping this in mind, comparing the 724 internal review number with the 1,500 short-term rental active listings on the market, I think this reveals that there's some opportunities for permit compliance when we are further down the road with the actual ordinance, as well as some opportunities for unrealized transient occupancy tax revenues. So further coordination with the auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector department would be necessary to explore some of these third-party programs and better address some of the existing barriers that we have for these unrealized transient occupancy tax revenues. So what exactly is our regulatory framework here? As mentioned before, there's no direct regulations for short-term rentals within Division 1 of our zoning code, but there are some similar uses and structures that align closely with the renting of property on a short-term basis. So these are transient occupancy, room and board, detached bedrooms, and accessory dwelling units. As for the existing short-term rental regulations, attachments A and B provided in the memo provide the definitions for vacation home rentals from Division 2 and Division 3 of our coastal regions. When thinking of these regulations, I think a closely related topic is the enforcement of the said regulations. So zoning compliance in general is not monitored to the same level as some other provisions of our municipal code, Zoning violations, for the most part, are handled by code enforcement and are predominantly complaint-driven. The temporary nature of these short-term rentals and the limited amount of owner and operator information that's made available through online listings can prove difficult for code enforcement to address infractions. So beyond the zoning code, there are some other avenues that govern short-term rentals, namely tax collection and business license. Again, limited transaction data provided by online hosting services can create additional challenges for the verification of, say, accurate tax auditing and collection. With all that said, how are some of these other jurisdictions surrounding us and across California handling short-term rentals? So for today's discussion, I provided in the memo 3 jurisdiction case studies that vary in degree of practices and standards. So we're thinking, pretty low hanging fruit business license versus a high level of permitting process, administrative, public hearing, what have you. So I would classify our neighbor to the south, Sonoma County, as one of the higher level of regulation counties. So their code does provide a distinction between hosted and unhosted rentals. These rentals are prohibited in certain areas across their county. There are caps in these areas and in areas of higher concentration that, services and demands for those services might be strained. So earlier this year, Sonoma County did an overhaul of these regulations, and they approved some new caps as well as an exclusion district and created a mapping program that allows the public to view if their property is located in an exclusion zone. Santa Cruz County also provides a distinction between these hosted and unhosted rentals. There are only 3 areas within their county versus the multiple areas in Sonoma County that have caps. Their short-term rentals are prohibited in accessory dwelling units, and ultimately, Santa Cruz County has a higher level of permitting. It's an administrative permit. So they classify short-term rentals as an accessory residential use. And if we're talking about one of the least restrictive programs, we're looking at Sacramento County. So their county does not have any caps on any region for the number of rentals. Short-term rentals may occur year-round and are limited to 29 days for each rental party. The property owners must demonstrate that they live on site and have a proof of residency. So you're looking at a minimum of 6 months per year that a property owner lives on site to rent out their property. Junior accessory dwelling units and guest houses are prohibited from being rented out, but ADUs built prior to 2020 may be used for that. So, onto the part you guys have been waiting for. Let's talk about recommendations. Staff has provided 4 recommendations in the report to hone in on the guidance today, and of course is open to any other guidance that the board may provide. Number 1 would be to evaluate whether a distinction should be made between hosted and unhosted rentals. Number 2 would be to evaluate what minimum standards should be required for short-term rentals, including and not limited to the following, say noise limits, parking requirements, either a proof of water, proof of septic, establish yearly caps, and potentially prohibit the use of accessory dwelling units. Number 3 would be provide direction on potential avenues for enforcement of these regulations, including either coordinating with code enforcement, soliciting, say, a third-party compliance software, or incorporation of penalty fees for drumming up support and compliance. And the final 4th recommendation to hone in on all of this would be provide direction on the level of permitting that shall occur for these short-term rentals and whether or not a public hearing would be in play. So as we covered with these case studies, at minimum, these are requiring a business license to capture that transient occupancy tax. And there are some other jurisdictions that require a higher level of either a compliance program, a standard list of procedures, or elevating things up to an administrative permit that would potentially have a public hearing in play. I can entertain any questions that you may have. And
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, back, say, September 9th, 1850, imagine the process for planning new houses in Mendocino County. Somewhere between then and now, we've regulated ourselves to no growth. And so I support the dealing with noise and other nuisances. By all means, the people who live here have a right to enjoy their property as well. But I see that in the big picture, we keep going down a path of more and more regulation. And we wonder, why is there a housing shortage? Why are there homeless encampments in Ukiah? It's because we've made it so expensive to build. I mean, a shack now can cost $800,000 in this county. Some will say it's less. I suggest they try building one, build some houses, and see if there's a return on investment. We've regulated ourselves into no growth. And our answer is, let's further regulate. I have a different opinion. Let's try to pull some of this back and encourage the state to do the same. You have a building code that thank you, but the chair will tell you not to. You have a building code that this county gets to adopt, and if we don't choose to adopt it, then the state adopts it for us. It's an illusion of local control. And we've got to, at some point, get honest. Why don't we see housing in this county? Because we've made it too expensive and too difficult. There's no way to address that other than rolling back some of the onerous regulation. So I'm curious how, in terms of priorities, I don't disagree that we should address the nuisance and the noise, maybe the parking, but why don't we put more effort on fixing the housing problem so that people can add more units rather than focusing on regulating what's already here?
Supervisor Haschak.
Well, we're talking about short-term rentals, and I have an agenda item that's coming next meeting about increasing the TOT, transient occupancy tax, for short-term rentals. I think that is one way of garnering income for the county and kind of limiting the number of short-term rentals in a kind of an organic way, because if it doesn't work for people, then they would rent their houses out too in the long term, and so that would provide housing. As far as your questions and the recommendations, it certainly seems like we have an issue if we have 724 that are short-term rentals that are permitted, and we think that there are about 1,500 that are out there. And I talked to the auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector the other week about this issue, and she had been looking at some of these third-party compliance businesses that are out there. I certainly support that, because we have to be capturing that money, and making sure that people are in compliance with if they're doing this business, then they have to be paying the taxes. And so if we can increase that amount, and I certainly support going through a third party, because I think those people are the experts and they have the software and everything to really figure it out. Seems like one of the big issues with short-term rentals is whether it's hosted or not hosted. And I think that that's where we get the problems with the noise and everything else, because if a person's living on the property, they're not going to put up with too much. And so I think that should be a distinction that we really look at. And as far as the other issues, I think that if we put the regulations in for the non-hosted, for people who are absentee, who are just renting it out, then maybe we can look at some of those regulations for those to make sure that the communities are taken care of. So I guess that's my 2 cents on it is, let's look at whether it's hosted or not hosted. Let's get those a third-party compliance enterprise in there to start finding out who these people are, and if it's not hosted, then let's put some regulations on them, make sure that communities are protected. Thank you.
Okay. Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you for opening that door. I'm not in favor of discriminating between hosted or unhosted. I think that short-term rentals are, to some people's disappointment, a fad. You know, if you haven't actually stayed at a short-term rental, you might know that those property owners put more restrictions and rules on their guests than the government really probably could. If you think about how it works, you're inviting people, strangers, into your home and asking them to use your household items, your couch, your pots and pans. And I just think that property owners that choose to make a choice to use short-term rentals, whether that's for their own income, whether that's because they themselves are traveling for work and are just inviting other people that are traveling for work to come and stay there. I think there's a variety of reasons why people might make this choice. And like Supervisor Williams, I'm not in favor of adding onerous regulations to the ability to do what you would like to do with your private property. And regarding the minimum standards, these standards exist as it is. And whether you are an owner of a home and have 6 vehicles that you park in the street in front of your neighbor's house, or whether you are the owner of a home and have 8 kids that then use water and septic, really that's none of my business. And so I am not in favor of adding additional regulations. I am in favor of people that are running businesses out of their home to have a business license, to pay TOT, and to contribute to the economy in a way that other businesses, such as hotels or inns, do need to contribute as well.
Supervisor Jordy.
So onto the memo, I agree with distinguishing between the hosted and the unhosted. I think when people are on site, they're going to kind of patrol things, and many of these places, they'll have a limit in the advertisement as to how many beds there are, or how many people are to be accommodated. And if the person is on site, the owner is on site, they're going to police that pretty well. If the owner is remote, maybe living in San Diego, living in Sacramento, living in San Francisco, they don't know if 6 people showed up or if 12 people showed up. They might find out after the words if there's some damage to the property, but they may never know. The neighbors are feeling it. So I think we should distinguish between on-site and off-site management. And then finally, on the standards, I think we should adopt the standards for the that are at least applied to the unhosted. And then finally, I do want to pose the question: how are we creating more housing or not negatively impacting our housing if we allow someone to own more than one vacation rental in the county? Now, granted, we'd be grandfathering everybody in, but why would we want to be the one coastal county in California, it seems, to be inviting outside investors to buy up multiple properties on the Mendocino coast and converting them all in, converting those investment properties into Airbnbs, taking them out of the housing stock? These are properties that are not zoned commercial. They could buy commercially zoned land. They're choosing to buy residentially zoned land in residential neighborhoods and converting them into dispersed hotels that are managed oftentimes by people who live in the county, but they're owned by investors out of the county. There are all sorts of tax reasons why Airbnbs have taken off. An investor, if they were to try to get the same tax benefits with long-term residents in place, they would pay higher taxes because they wouldn't be able to write off their passive management as if it was active. But because it's a vacation rental, they get to declare it as active management of the property, even though they've contracted for the active management. There's the threshold to prove active management is almost non-existent for vacation rentals, and therefore they can be remotely managed as investment properties. So it's a fundamental problem with the tax code at the federal level that's incentivizing people to make these investment properties and converting them into short-term rentals. The other thing is that cities and counties haven't effectively made sure that everybody's paying the taxes. And we do know that there's been a couple of attempts in recent years, first by Sherry Schottmeyer a couple years ago. It was put on hold a little bit during COVID. It needs to ramp back up with new contracts. But we don't have 100% compliance. Who knows what we have? Maybe 50%, maybe 80%, maybe 90%. Nobody really knows in terms of payment. We also know that almost nobody's actually been audited who has a vacation rental. A handful of the larger hotels have randomly been audited over the years. But even those who are paying, the county's just sort of accepting whatever comes in through the door. And there's maybe been a little back and forth with the treasurer's office, but there's not been actual audits of the people who've had vacation rentals. So there's probably a lot of underreporting because no actual audits are being performed because there's so many of them and they're relatively small businesses. But anyway, so I would again support distinguishing between hosted and unhosted, having some neighborhood standards, and also I don't think we should be approving additional business licenses for people who already own one or more vacation rental business licenses.
So before we move on to second round, I just wanted to bring up another issue that we didn't talk about, which is the requirement of a major use permit if it's on a private road. Can you talk a little bit about that and what the rationale is?
Julia Krog, Planning and Building Services Director. So as the code is currently written in the 2010 interpretation done by the director, which is what we're currently operating under, any vacation home rental on a property that does not have frontage on a publicly maintained road requires a major use permit. I believe the concerns were for requiring a major use permit would really be centered around impacts on private road usage and other residences along that road. I think our department heard very clearly when we brought forward that appeal to the board from the Planning Commission's interpretation that the board does not, I don't believe, sees that is the appropriate permit level as to be required. And I will also note that in the past boards did direct that our office charge a minor use permit fee for those major use permits to try to reduce that cost on any applicants coming forward. And I will say that many of the vacation home rentals that may be operating without a county business license at this time, we had a rush that came in when that moratorium was put in place, and many folks filed an application, and many of them were on private roads. And when they were informed of the major use permit requirement, we did not hear from them again. So, as we've stated, we are a complaint-driven department, so we're not out there chasing after them at this time. But, that is something, unless we receive a complaint and we look into it and verify that that is true and correct, we wouldn't be out there doing enforcement action at this time. One of the things that I think is important that we will want to have clarified from the board as well is whether or not there is a desire to see any discretionary permit required in terms of a public hearing or anything beyond the business license process, because that is going to be really important for us to know in drafting regulations and in discussing this with the public, because there would be then possibly a different structure needing to be looked at inside the regulations to ensure that neighborhood complaints and nuisance issues are addressed appropriately outside of a discretionary permit process, if that is the desire of the board.
Okay. Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, Chair, it strikes me as we may have somebody that has a better use of your car. Should government take it from you? Right? That's the debate we're having. If there's a shortage of houses, you can build more houses just like you can produce more cars. We should be asking, why is nobody building more houses here? And that's the discussion that I would like to fund and bring back to the board. Maybe we need somebody to go out and really look at the problems and bring it back to the board and say, here's the issues that are blocking it. Some are within your discretion, and then we can talk about exercising those.
Okay, so I see kind of sort of two worlds of vacation rentals. One is the coast and one is the interior. And I think they're somewhat different. And I think in the coastal situation, there probably is competition for housing for workers and other people who can't afford to buy, but still need a place to live. In the interior, I don't sense that the pressure is great for competition for short-term rentals. So that kind of also complicates the mix a little bit from my perspective.
Today we're only talking about.
I'm sorry.
Could you clarify?
Yeah.
Thank you. I did wish to clarify. Today we are only discussing the inland short-term rentals.
That's what I thought.
We are not addressing rentals within the coastal zone or within the town of Mendocino.
So Chair, what do you think our economy can be in this county? I know some people are against visitors and we should cap it. I mean, we have 3% of the land is flat. You're not going to have growth in ag. You don't have resource extraction. Timber and fishing are over. If you cap the visitor economy, what else do we have to look forward to? The largest employer in our county is the government. That's a failure, right? You can't have a healthy economy where the government is the biggest employer. And look at the amount of people you have on public assistance. Also a fail, right? You can't sustain services, hospitals with that ratio. How do we dig ourselves out and have a healthy economy? I don't think we ban our way to a healthy economy. I think we allow more business to operate.
So Supervisor Williams, are you saying that you are very comfortable with people who don't own a second or third vacation rental today to go ahead and just buy up second, third, fourth vacation rentals?
If in a healthy economy, somebody buying a house, taking it out of the stock, would create demand, and that demand would translate into crews building another house. As crews would be busy working, you'd be generating tax revenue, the overall tax base in the county would increase. We should be asking, why is that not happening? We're treating it as a scarcity. There's a finite number of houses, and we need to regulate how they're used, rather than we have a county that's 3,800 square miles large, and we don't see building. This is not San Francisco where there's nowhere left to build.
What if you place a requirement that to buy a second or third vacation rental, you have to build a new building and not just purchase an existing housing stock?
I'm telling you, my perspective is you can't ban your way to a healthy economy. You can't ban your way out of this hole. You have to allow more business, not less.
But you have to offer solutions, and having people buy existing housing stock, converting it to vacation rentals is not a solution.
So the solution I'm offering is to commission.
Okay, so, all right, we're kind of getting into a lot of bantering here. I think the point is, if I'm hearing it correctly between the two of you, is that one of you believes that we need to build more houses, there's more housing stock, so the competition really doesn't matter if someone wants to buy multiple houses to turn into vacation rentals, and the other of you believes that given the present situation, it would be smart to kind of restrict how many vacation rentals a person can own. So did I get that correct? All right, so we have that sort of noted.
Yes.
And I do want to hear from Supervisor Hasjack.
Well, we have a couple issues here, and certainly, it's we can have this laissez-faire approach of let's just build houses and we won't have any problems, but I don't think that's realistic, and that's not the issue we're dealing with today. We're dealing with, what do we do with inland short-term rentals? And I certainly think that, we need to differentiate between hosted and non-hosted because that's where the problems exist. I've heard that a lot of short-term rentals are owned by entities outside of the county, and that's an issue. And I think Supervisor Jurdy's alluding to that with people buying up housing stock and then renting it out, and that creates problems, and especially when they're not hosted. Also, the issue with the compliance, and I guess I'm a little confused. I'm hearing that planning and building might be involved in this compliance effort, but when I talk to the auditor controller, treasurer tax collector, sounds like she's involved in it too. So how do we get, who's responsible, and how do we get that issue taken care of?
Well, thank you for that question. And I will say that we are in the very early stages of, coordination with the treasurer, tax collector, auditor, controller, Shamice Cubbison, and her team as well, to make sure that planning and building, where we may have a role in whatever, if they do select a third party compliance entity to assist with obtaining the uncollected TOT revenue, that also planning and building has a seat at the table there in ensuring that the proper licensure and permitting is taken care of as well. So that's really, it's still early stages because there hasn't been any selection made at this point, but we have had a couple conversations and agreed to coordinate with one another as it does affect both departments.
Okay, and so just going back to the short-term rental issue is that, we do have an issue with hosted versus non-hosted, And the non-hosted seem to have the problems with the noise and some of those other issues, that I would look at having some kind of discretionary permit, maybe a minor use permit for those non-hosted ones where we're looking at those issues and that the neighbors have a chance to voice their opinion on it.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. Just a question for the team. In your review of the 724 existing STRs, is that only inland or is that coastal as well? And then the follow-up question is, I don't expect you to have this data prepared today, but anecdotally, how many of those are owned by large corporations or out-of-county companies?
Great question. So on review of that, so the initial number was 724 for the business license reviews, and some of that is a little bit skewed because our internal processes of how we classified these short-term rentals have changed since 2010. So some of the acronyms and things, what have you, of what we marked it down, say in 2011, 2012, it's not, short-term rental. That was perhaps not a term that we use. So some of those properties that we identified, I think that the attachment N provides a pretty good example of that, and I could share my screen here to show you a concentration. A majority of those business license approvals do occur within the coastal zone. As for an exact number, I can't recall off the top of my head of the inland areas that were captured by that. And a majority of the 1,500 estimate that was provided by host compliance occurred within the coastal zone as well.
Yes, I think if you, Julia Krog, Planning and Building Service Director, if I may, through the chair, I think you'll see from attachment N that a large concentration, it's the yellow dots on there. They're very focused within the coastal zone, but then you do see these other smaller clusters in some of our inland town areas. Like I think there's a good cluster in the Boonville area and some good clusters in the Ukiah, not, right in, sort of outskirts of Ukiah is what I would say.
Sure, and any indication as to property ownership? I mean, are you seeing the same property owner listed 100 of those times, or is it pretty rare as you're reviewing the document?
I think it's pretty varied, but of course we could do a more detailed review of that. I will say that verifying ownerships and restricting property to only, say, one license, I think could be challenging from a department perspective in terms of enforcing that, because there is multiple ways that property owners can hold ownership, and having to go through that verification process to see who may be, if it's an LLC or something like that. I just see it could be quite time intensive. So if that is the desire of the board, I think some additional homework would need to be done by our office on how we could have procedures to ensure that review could be done, but I do see some challenges with that, as I'm sure you're well aware too how many different ways people can hold ownership, and that can create challenges from determining it's not always their name listed. So
Correct.
Sure.
And if
Supervisor, I'm sorry.
Excuse me. On our internal review, or say external review of these other jurisdictions, so Sacramento County comes up with the it's less restrictive, but they do have restrictions on their website regarding corporate ownership. So that kind of plays into this conversation here. I'm not familiar with their their departmental processes on how they are monitoring that, but it was mentioned on their website and through their application that there are restrictions for corporate ownership to kind of mitigate against that.
Supervisor Williams?
I don't understand how the use permit would address the noise concern. I know it would invite the NIMBY concern of there will be noise, but how do you know if there will be noise? It depends on the particular guests and how the owner addresses that noise as it becomes a problem. You can't determine that at the time of a use permit review. You only know that after the fact. What if we were to look in the abstract? Noise is a concern to a lot of residents. And noise is not necessarily from visitors. In fact, visitors may be a very small part of it. Noise can be from all sorts of use of property. Our general plan references a noise limit. Should we talk about how to enact a noise ordinance that applies to all uses, a decibel rating? We don't care if it's from kids visiting from another county staying here or tractors. It's a cap based on an objective criteria, decibels.
I think we probably should, and in fact, I've been doing a little bit of behind-the-scenes discussion with county council and the sheriff and code enforcement about how we might have a noise ordinance and you know, which we'll bring back to the board probably in the future when we have a little bit more information. I do get calls a lot from Redwood Valley. That seems to be a noisy spot. So I know that it is a problem, and when you're trying to go to sleep and someone is booming at 100 decibels in the park when they're not even supposed to be there, that's a problem. So these are things that need to get addressed. Kind of to move this forward, I've made sort of a list, and I'm not sure how we might do this, but as we might kind of discuss as a group. I'll go down the list, and noise is the first one, and I kind of agree that an ordinance is probably the solution for this that encompasses everything. And that would be sort of, you know, you can't have more than 55 decibels of noise at your property line between 7 in the morning and 10 at night. I think that's how the city of Ukiah does it. So, you know, that could be something that we could look forward to do in the future. Is there board support for something like that? Okay, good. The next issue that I would see is water. So in the interior, I don't think water is quite as critical because our aquifers generally are a little bit better than on the coast. So how do we want to handle this? Do we want to have some sort of a well test that shows that that water is provided either by a water system or by a proven well that is on the permit that would be necessary? Is that something that's
Chair, it reminds me of the ordinance about oak woodland. First, you have to figure out, is it declining, and what do we have? I don't know that water is a concern in this regard. When I see houses around where I live being used a couple times a month, I think that's a lot less water than if there was a family of 4 or 5 living there running the wash every day. Mm-hmm. So are we addressing a present problem, or are we, you know, taking a guess that there could someday be a problem, and let's enact a requirement now?
Yeah, so here's a point about water. If you're going to do a vacation rental, you have to provide water. You're not going to have very happy tenants. So do we want to put this as something to worry about on a permit, or is it just assumed that water is going to be available?
How is it different than people living in the house using the water? Don't you have to sort of A/B compare the two scenarios? I would want to see some evidence that vacation rentals use more water on average. I don't know that that's actually the case. They may use less water.
Well, it's just sort of basic utilities, water and septic system. Is that something we expect vacation rentals to have? And we
Not necessarily. I mean, there may be properties that were good for, you know, pot farms somewhere up in the hills, and they have no other use. They can't make their payment. They want a vacation rental periodically in the summer. I'm not necessarily against that if they can do it safely. Whether they have, you know, what their water situation is, I think is irrelevant as long as it's not more than the previous use.
Okay, let's hear from the other supervisors. The supervisor has check.
Well, it goes back to the hosted versus non-hosted, and if it's hosted, you'd think that the person living there would be in control of the water and make sure that that's not being depleted. If it's unhosted, then you might have these problems, whether it's water, whether it's, you know, road usage, noise, all those other issues. I think that that's the defining line.
Okay, so that is kind of next on the list is hosted, unhosted.
I'll go first. I didn't get a chance to get to the
sure.
water and
Go
the
ahead.
sewer conversation, and so again, I'm not gonna rent my home for guests to use it if I don't have enough water or sewer. But to Supervisor Williams' point, and I know that this is sort of an outdated example, but a pit privy or some other type of outhouse function actually stayed in cabins on the coast that utilize those kinds of things, and I could certainly see that it might be appealing to some type of travelers to live more off the land and don't really care whether or not they have sewer. in water. And just, we can start in on the hosted or unhosted conversation. As a single female with 2 children, I am not staying in a home with strangers. I do not want them on the property while I am there. And that's just my own personal example, and I think that there's probably other people that would feel the same way. So again, if you've not stayed in a short-term rental before, typically the rules are so arduous that it actually is uncomfortable for an entire new generation. They would rather stay in a hotel than to have to follow the rules of a short-term rental. So I'm not in favor of having hosts have to be on site.
Okay, so let's see. First of all, on the water, groundwater septic thing, we're not really thinking we have to. Let me be sure that I've got this right. Is this an issue you think needs to be on the permit or license?
I think with all of these, if we have evidence that there's a problem, we should address it with regulation. I don't want to write regulation preemptive for a problem that may or may not exist. I don't know that the water is a real concern.
Okay. Supervisor Jordy?
I think water needs to be a consideration because part of the issue is people tend to travel in summertime and fall when it's good weather, and that's exactly when we lack water.
Okay. Supervisor Hashtrak?
Well, I guess it would be a case-by-case situation, because if you're renting out places in Redwood Valley, for example, then where water is an issue, then they should be able to show that they have the water for the short-term rental usage.
Okay, and Supervisor Mulhern?
I disagree. I think that they wouldn't
Not an
rent their
issue.
home if they didn't have water and sewer.
And I kind of agree with the idea that it shouldn't be part of the business license, it's just part of a dwelling. I mean, the dwelling can't be built unless you have water and septic, so I don't think it's necessary to include in the license.
So if I may,
Sure.
I believe that I heard a majority saying not to include any
Yes.
provision. Okay, I just want to make sure
we'll cross that one off
I
the
get
list.
that correct. Thank
Now
you.
we'll go on to the host and unhosted. Supervisor Jordy?
I think there should be a distinction between hosted and non-hosted.
Okay. Supervisor Williams?
I'm with Mo.
Mo? No. Supervisor Hashtrak?
Yeah, I certainly think that there should be a differentiation.
And I do as well. So the majority feels that there should be a differentiation and maybe a slightly different path. As it goes to unhosted, they have to have some sort of a local contact management company that can respond quickly if there are issues with noise or other abuses of the contract, in my opinion. Okay. TOT auditing, that's sort of the next thing, is how do we ensure that people have a license? Do we want to have an outside company like Granicus review our situation?
I don't think we should choose the company here, but I think we should have a company annually compare the popular sites Airbnb, VRBO against what's on our records.
Okay. Supervisor Jordy?
Absolutely, we should have a company do it, and we should hear any recommendations they have to increase collections.
Okay.
I would go a step further and say that we should revoke any vacation rental that is cheating the system.
Okay, or at least suspend them for a period of time? All right, Supervisor Mulhern, how do you feel?
I agree that everybody should pay their TOT tax.
Okay. Supervisor Hashtrak?
Yeah, and I've been pushing this for quite a while.
Okay.
We need to go third party, and if we can collect back taxes from them, great, if that's a possibility.
And I'm unsure, I don't know if I may through the chair.
Yes.
Yes, I'm not sure if auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector Shanice Cumison is online as well. But I know for the auditor's office, they may be looking into some third-party groups as well already, but I don't believe any decisions have been made. And of course, we can coordinate with them to discuss what they may be looking at and see if that could be utilized as part of planning and building and any compliance for our requirements down the road.
And for the record, I support having a third party. I see that Auditor Controller Cubison is online. Ms. Cubison, care to weigh in?
Thank you. Good morning, Chair, members of the board, again, Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector, Shamice Cubison. Just a couple of items, if I might comment. I just want to caution you to be careful. We have met with a couple of the outside vendors, and they have given us their preliminary estimates of actual, and we need to be careful of the term listing versus actual, for instance, address or parcel number, because there may be multiple listings. And when they use the word listing, they generally mean listings as in advertised listings, and that could be on Verbo, could be on Airbnb, could be on multiple sites. So their estimates for our office, they have given us approximately between 800 and 850, and we know we have at least 800 enrolled. So I do know that there's going to be some that are enrolled that are no longer active, and then there'll be others that are not enrolled at all. So we totally recognize there's going to be additional changes based on who we actively have enrolled. I believe, and I haven't been able to verify for certain, but it's my understanding that the previous tax collector, it was her mission to collect tax, whether or not they were compliant in other ways. We still wanted the money, the tax. So the tax collector's office has not been in necessarily the business of enforcement necessarily in terms of the permitting side. And we can discuss moving forward how that interplays with what planning we would be looking at. But I believe it was Sherry's mission to collect the tax, as much tax as we could. We are already in preliminary contract drafts with an outside vendor. That vendor has the ability to obviously increase the planning side if that's the choice that the county eventually goes with. But we will be signing up for initial address verification just to ensure that we do have, we bring anybody to compliance in terms of reporting and paying that may not be at this point. And we will be moving towards eventual, we will be doing our correspondence through them, which will be much easier on the county. We won't have staff having to do the mailings, and we will be moving the establishments more towards an online reporting and payment mechanism. And that is one of the reasons why we're working actively to try to get that online. They will be giving us the data that will be necessary for us to pursue those that may be underreporting. And they will also be able to, obviously, through their data analytics, be able to provide us the evidence that will allow us to pursue the more complicated collections that may require, the assistance of county counsel and other legal avenues. And so that's the added benefit that we really need, is we need that analytics to be able to support our case that somebody is underpaying or should be paying and they haven't been paying. So I don't know if there was another specific question that you might have.
Board members, any other questions? No, I think that's good. Thank you very much for your rather comprehensive answer.
Thank you.
All right, so next issue has to do with a major use permit if you're not on a public access road versus private road. How does the group feel about that? Go ahead, Supervisor Williams.
Well, I'd rather hear from the others first.
Okay, Supervisor Jurdy?
Well, we've already given board direction to reduce the fee for the private road properties, so that they're paying the minor use permit fee rather than the major use permit fee. So the difference between a major use permit and minor use permit, please correct me if I'm wrong, planning staff, is basically with a major use permit, the neighbors get notified, and it goes to the planning commission. If it's a minor use permit, the neighbors, I'm not sure if they get notified, but the hearing is with a county planning staff member.
If I may, through the chair, I'll respond to that. So the difference between a major use permit and minor use permit, the application submittal and review process is relatively similar. You are correct, the hearing officer is different on a minor use permit. That is the zoning administrator, which is the director or designee, whereas a major use permit goes to the planning commission for review. There is a difference in fees related to a major use permit and minor use permit, because generally a major use permit has a higher fee because it is expected the types of permits and projects that are subject to a major use permit review require more intensive review and analysis and county staff time as part of that processing. Whereas with a minor use permit may require lesser, maybe less complex, less staff time involved. As a result, there's a lower fee. I will say that staff, there is also the ability for what we have in our office as an administrative permit as well, which can either be done administratively in-house, or it can also require a public hearing. So that is also another pathway that the board can consider as to have that is an even more reduced fee than a minor use permit. And if we have very clear standards that need to be satisfied, perhaps that can be an appropriate avenue as well. And then the board could decide whether or not they wish to see a public hearing be required for any administrative permit for a short-term rental. And also considering that you could differentiate whether or not, say for unhosted versus hosted. Maybe unhosted requires an administrative permit to go through that review versus hosted perhaps goes through a business license. So there's quite a few different iterations that can be considered. And I think for staff, we really want to see if a discretionary permit is desired by the board and for what types of short-term rentals.
Supervisor Williams?
I don't know if there's a rational basis here. It seems like a civil issue. If somebody has deeded easement for all commercial purposes and they want to take out a permit, I'm not sure why we're holding them to a higher standard. They have access to the property. If they don't have that deeded access, well, then they don't have it and it shouldn't come to us, right? If they're applying, they need to have access for the intended use. I see some agritourism falling under Senator McGuire's SB 620, the small campground sites. There may also be opportunities where farms have structures that they would like to use to bring visitors in. And I don't want to put a barrier in place that some of those farms cross over other farms. Well, as long as they have that legal access, why is that our concern? Whereas you may have some properties that are on paved roads that are less appropriate. So I don't see the rational basis why you're applying different standards arbitrarily.
Okay. Supervisor Haschak?
It seems like the hosted should be almost like a business permit, the very minimal. And then, as we go to the unhosted, yeah, I think that we need to have some of this administrative permit at least, or a minor use permit, depending, because I do think that road usage on a private road, that is an issue, right? So you can get into some of these things that are concerns to the neighbors. So
okay. Supervisor Mulhern?
A teenager gets their license, speeds past your house on a regular basis, has 20 friends over a day, parents own the property, it's none of our business. So again, I think that, as Supervisor Williams has stated, we're creating problems in our head that may or may not happen. And I think that with a major use permit process and having to go to the Planning Commission, or even I think that there should be a level down, because generally NIMBYs are going to come out over any type of business or any type of change. But again, we have no control over somebody's teenager that's having football parties. That's not our, except for the noise ordinance, which we'll do, but that's not our role.
Okay, so just to kind of get the will of the board to give direction to staff here. So Supervisor Jurdy, would you support just a business license for a hosted vacation rental on a private road, and
Yes.
and an administrative permit for unhosted?
Can we get clarification what the administrative permit could achieve?
Absolutely. Julia Krog, Planning and Building Services Director. An administrative permit would, one, allow the opportunity to add additional conditions or, restrictions related to a unhosted rental or any type of rental. And then additionally, also provides the opportunity for neighbors to have public comment and maybe express concerns in front of a hearing officer before a decision is reached on approval or denial of that administrative permit.
So for clarification, neighbors would be notified prior to the administrative permit.
If the board wished to direct that we treat those as being subject to a public hearing, administrative permits, it can be either not subject to a public hearing or it can go to a public hearing. And so I think if that was the desire of the board, then we would take all of those to a public hearing where neighbors would be notified.
So even if there wasn't a public hearing, can't neighbors be notified and they can just send in an email or voice message?
They could. There's just, I think, some greater challenges with that, with certainly, I think from what I hear from a lot of folks, is not feeling like they have the opportunity to voice their concerns and have that dialogue with a hearing officer.
Got it. So they may need more clarification prior to weighing in. And okay.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah. So I would support the administrative permit process, but with the neighbor notification.
Okay. Supervisor Williams?
I'm not sure yet.
Okay. So I would support for hosted, just a business license and then administrative permit for non-hosted. Supervisor Mulhern?
I support a business license for both.
Okay. And Supervisor Hasjack?
The business license for the hosted and for the non-hosted and AP with notification of the neighbors.
Okay. Supervisor Williams?
I'm with Mo, and my uncertainty is I'm not sure what hosted, how we've defined hosted and unhosted. Imagine a farm renting out a unit. Well, they don't live there, right? They live in a house on a neighboring parcel or close by. Is that hosted or unhosted?
Yes, that's hosted in my mind.
That's hosted in your mind. See, I don't think, but that wouldn't be in our code because nobody's living on that property with the guests. And to Mo's point, I don't know if I want to bring my kids to move in with another family that I don't know. I'm more likely to rent that empty space.
Mm-hmm.
So first we need to define what hosted means, right? So I can differentiate between there's somebody responsible for the party somewhat nearby. If there's a problem, if there's noise, the neighbors have somebody to go to, and they're probably, the owner will spot the problem and address it before the neighbors even have to complain. That's different than, Supervisor Jurdy running one from across the other side of the county.
I kind of agree with you on that, and I think that there has to be some proximity if we're going to truly have a hosted
we need to define
designation.
that.
So we needed maybe a little bit of help with that, but I think you get the gist of our conversation that we see a difference between an owner who's outside of the area versus somebody who is living either close or on the property itself.
And if I may, I just was discussing with Planner Schweitzer here about what some of these other jurisdictions may have done, and it looks like Sonoma County did require that hosted was that somebody was on the property itself. But certainly we can define that how this county would like to see that. So that's something that staff can work on to really try to make a proposal to both the Planning Commission and then ultimately, all of this work that we're talking about today, this guidance received, we're going to do a couple community workshops and outreach in the areas affected, and then we'll be drafting regulations, which would then go to the Planning Commission and then come back to this board for final approval. So, this guidance today can be more broad, and just we want sufficient enough so we can make sure as we're going out and discussing this with the community, we're still falling in line with the overall vision of the board for how they want to see short-term rentals developed. So I hear you to look at how to define that hosted versus unhosted and possibly be a bit broader in our definition of hosted to include, say, if somebody owns multiple properties adjacent to each other, but maybe they live on, one property away and not necessarily the property where the vacation home rental is to be occurring.
Correct. Okay.
Great.
All right. Our next item is multiple houses owned by outsiders. Should we allow this, or should we restrict it to grandfather in the existing ones and then restrict what happens next? So, Supervisor Williams?
We should wait for council to give us guidance on whether we have such an authority.
Okay, all right.
In America.
So, Counselor, we just are moving on down our checklist here, and we came up with the idea, can the ordinance restrict the number of homes from outside ownership in a vacation rental business?
We'd have to look at that a little bit more closely, but I would say likely not.
Okay.
There's going to be some dormant commerce clause issues and others that are going to have to, that are going to come into play when we're talking about who's allowed to do business within an area and when you're restricting that to residents and treating them differently than people from out of state. So I would, I'm happy to do a little bit more research, but I would say work under the assumption that you can't.
Okay. So we're going to get a little bit more info on that, but it looks unlikely. So the last thing I have on my list is that I just want to be sure that ADUs are okay, because in some districts they're not. And for me, I support ADUs being vacation rentals. Supervisor Jurdy?
Well, I do support ADUs being a kind of vacation rental. It's just that in the coastal zone, as a condition of getting the Coastal Commission to approve our allowance of ADUs, which is a new allowance by them, it was a requirement that neither the ADU or the main house be a vacation rental, but that was only in the coastal zone.
Okay. Supervisor Williams?
I support ADUs being built, used, and I want to note, I was in the opposition when we required the deed restriction for short-term rentals where ADUs are added in coastal. My fear was that we wouldn't see any development. Director, how many ADUs do we have in coastal now?
I believe we're actually up to about 7 or 8, possibly 9, but
yeah, so that was my concern. If we had not put that restriction in, you would see a lot of development. Some of those would, turn over and would eventually be long-term rentals. Somebody would buy it like me and say, I don't want to run a quasi-hotel. You just treat it as a long-term rental. By putting in more regulation to ensure we wouldn't have visitor accommodations, we've actually seen, I would say, close to 0. 8 is close to 0 in my mind in a 3-year period. And so we want to be really careful about, sometimes we restrict and it backfires and we have less of the outcome we're looking for.
Okay, good point. Supervisor Mulhern, ADUs okay for vacation rentals?
They're okay with me?
Okay. Supervisor Hasjack?
Yes.
And I think it's okay as well. So that's my list. Is there anything else that you need for direction?
if I may, I think it would just be helpful. I want to hear a majority on this. I think I know where the direction generally is, but I assume the desire is to see that properties could have both units be rented as short-term rentals, a primary residence and an ADU, meaning somebody could have 2 vacation home rentals on a single property, or is there a desire by the board to restrict that to 1 unit per legal parcel?
So I would, when I was talking about ADUs, I was referring to either of the 2 units being a vacation rental, so I would only support one of the 2.
Supervisor Williams?
I'm not sure yet.
Okay. Supervisor Mulhern?
I support both being used.
Supervisor Hasjack?
It comes to, if it were both of them, then they'd have to go through the AP process or, higher level of scrutiny. So
Yeah.
I'd certainly, I'd support that.
And I do as well. So if there was an administrative permit would be required if you're going to do the entire property as vacation rental. Okay.
So I hear then the majority is that, yes, you could do both, but if you did both, that would be subject to an administrative permit. Is that
Yes, that's
accurate?
correct.
Okay.
Yeah. Anything else on our list before we move on to public comment? No? Okay. Public comment on this agenda item.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. I'm Chris Boyd. I live in Redwood Valley, and I really appreciate those of you who are interested in putting certain restrictions on these short-term rentals. I appreciate the work done by the planning department. I live on a private lane with 5 homes, and I assure you that if 1, 2, 3, or 4 of them would be interested in turning into vacation rentals, I would have a concern for a lot of the reasons mentioned. I'd also like to push back against the comments that Ms. Mulhern has put out in the last 2 meetings I've been in here at the board, the idea of NIMBY, not in my backyard. That's really a matter of degree. If somebody were proposing putting a nuclear power plant in Mendocino County, I bet we'd all be NIMBYs. It is a matter of degree, and that's why there are zoning laws and regulations and rules. They serve a purpose. They protect the existing homeowners. And we're really important. We're the ones who have the good fortune to own property, pay taxes, generally on time, and support this county's government operations. So please continue to consider residential homeowners as having an interest in these issues, as wanting to know about changes in local residences, and I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Wendy, and I just want to bring up, if you do have a short-term rental and you are going through Airbnb or one of those companies, they have a lot of integrity and they rate everybody that comes in and they rate the rental itself. So they do have those kind of things already in place. So just keep that in mind.
Okay, thank you.
I also would like to provide a quick comment. I think that the codes
Your
are
name,
definitely...
please, for the record?
Gizmo, for the record. Thank you, Board. Thank you, McCarty. I just think that the codes are definitely something that needs to be looked at closer, and possibly changing them for the future is something that's going to lead us and be a leadership role. We shouldn't find changing codes to be so hard and create so much intensity that by the time the code is changed, that we're like behind the 8 ball. And I just wanted to thank folks for seeing that we do need to change these codes. These codes have been around for a long time, and they're not keeping up with today's world, the reality on the ground. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? About online, do we have public comment? So online, we have Colin Morrow. Oh, I'm sorry, Paul Clark.
I think I'm unmuted.
Yes.
Thanks for taking my comment. A couple of things. I was glad one of the last speakers noted about the Airbnb. There are some pretty strict controls. Most either VRBO or Airbnb, they're pretty tight. I'm amazed. They keep talking about noise issues, that sort of thing. I'd like to know some statistics. The last time I saw a bed tax license for this kind of a use, it has a complaint process on there. So they're 1-year permits. So I would think if one was really bad and complaints came in, it would could have a potential. You're not going to be renewed unless you address these situations. The 724 or 1,500 units that the staff mentioned, I'm questioning, especially in the coastal zone. I know in the Planning Commission movement to abolish vacation rentals, short-term rentals, things like the Westport Inn were listed as a short-term rental. Well, that's a motel. So B&Bs, that sort of thing, I think these should be standalone STRs, meaning a small house, that sort of a thing. I would hope that nothing more than a business license, maybe if it's a really unusual situation, administrative review, but there's much more involved in a major use permit than the fee. You're talking about all kinds of studies, all kinds of stuff. The STRs are a real asset in a lot of ways because they're fully furnished, have housing, cooking facilities and all that kind of stuff. Most of the motel units don't. Maui is a good example. They commandeered a lot of those, which is perfectly fine under the circumstances. But this whole thing started for a lack of rentals. The tide is going against people to have rental properties. Prop 19 was the latest blow. You were going to see a lot of properties as the owners pass on, whatever happens, there's no motivation to keep the properties as a rental. And the highest and best use is a single family residence, especially, is to an owner occupant. So you're going to see as time goes on, unless the county continues, and I hope they do, on higher densities, and the city of Fort Bragg, which seems to have a deaf ear, but maybe they'll finally listen. You have to have more units, more housing. Prop 19 made it to where the property tax is going to be raised up. So for someone that has a rental like I do myself and was planning on leaving it to the heirs, they're not going to keep it because it doesn't pencil out as a residential unit. They'll just sell it with no capital gains, and then the rental problem will be worse. So more density, that's the only way to go, and I'd appreciate some better statistics. I have never heard of a vacation rental probably since they first started out having too many people, too many problems. Everybody knows who the owner is. They can reach out and reach them. So I think the host versus non-host is a hoax. Thank you for your time.
Okay, next we have Colin Morrow.
Good morning. Hopefully you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
When this matter was before the planning, or when the Planning Commission appeal came before the Board of Supervisors in relation to this issue back in April, there was quite a bit of discussion about the fact that the inland zoning ordinance was going to be amended in the near future. And my impression was that the board encouraged building and planning to integrate the issue of short-term rentals into the revision of the inland zoning ordinance as a whole. And I would encourage the board to think about these issues as one unified matter rather than addressing just short-term vacation rentals in some sort of piecemeal or isolated way. A lot of the issues I heard today were generic to development as a whole and not really issues that necessarily related to just short-term vacation rentals, such as noise and water and traffic, stuff like that. As well as if you look at everything together, you can perhaps better allay your concerns as to vacation rentals competing against other housing stock. Thank you.
Okay, next we go to Anne Marie Weibel. Anne Marie, are you there?
Sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Good morning. Based on my experience on a short-term rental application in Albion, which prompted the an ad hoc committee of the Planning Commission, and I believe that a lot of the issues that were listed originally by the planning department for this discussion are very important. In that experience, noise was a huge issue because the potential the applicant cut down most of the trees on the property, so there was no more privacy and a huge noise issue. Water was a big issue because they wanted to plant, trees that wouldn't even grow here when there is no water. The neighborhood stability was really in question. Also, there was a CCNR, which, was not expected or looked at, and a lawyer had to be hired to deal with that particular application. It is important to cap rental days, cap minimum occupancy, prohibit the use of accessory dwelling units. In that instance, they weren't even legal, and disallowing outdoor burning, and that they are hosted properties, and not to accept corporate ownership. I still feel it is important to have a major permit so the public has a chance to for a public hearing, and a business license and a registration that forces them to pay TOT. These people make a lot more money with these short-term rentals versus giving housing to locals that are so important just to keep the economy going, especially like stores and restaurants that can't be available all the time anymore or closing their business. Nurses, lawyers, doctors, veterinarian, dentists, teachers who have the money cannot find housing. So it is a real crisis. you also received information from the North Coast Housing Action Team that launched a petition and campaign requesting that you
Thank
immediately
you,
create
caller. We're done.
an
Thank you.
ordinance in terms of the 2% of area housing.
Okay, we're
So,
done. Anne Marie, we're done. We're out of time. Thank you very much for your call. Let's go on to Steve Gomes, please.
Thank you.
Steve, go ahead.
Yeah, hi, Steve Gomes, from Mendocino, California right now. Anyway, there's just two things I want to make. That most of these short-term rentals are really not available for use for full-time rentals. So this idea that they conflict with the housing crisis is kind of a, non-starter. And the real true problem is that the lack of housing overall, and I think the board has ventured into that area to improve, subdivision of properties and maybe making more properties available. The other thing is when you have a second dwelling unit is legally permitted use, it's a residential use, and normally that would be covered for any use that somebody wanted to use, whether it's, vacation rental or not, it's still a residential use. And all of those uses are covered by CEQA, I'm pretty sure, according to the zoning that allows that residential use. So you're going to have trips per days, you're going to have people driving on roads. And I do believe that those easement roads that aren't part of the county system should also be allowed. And again, if there's a nuisance problem, then it should be solved on a case-by-case basis. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Shattuck.
Carrie Shattuck. I'd just like to thank the board members that are for less regulation. We feel pretty over-regulated these days. And I'd just like to ask what the amounts are for a major versus a minor permit.
If you will.
Yeah, absolutely. So major use permit with environmental review, which would be CEQA, is just about $10,000 at this time. And a minor use permit would be, I'm assuming, we just updated our fees, so I apologize. I think it's closer to like the $6,000-7,000 range.
And an administrative permit?
Administrative permit is quite a bit lower. I would say with environmental review, 2,000.
Okay. Well, do you feel, Ms. Krog, that you have enough direction to continue this item?
Yes, we do. And our next steps are going to be to really sit down together and sort of walk through the direction received today and craft a process to go out to the community and really get input from the affected stakeholders as well. And then we will be drafting ordinance language and proceeding forward to the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors ultimately.
Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I want to thank planning staff. I think it was well organized. I think the chair ran a really good discussion here. One item which I recognize I may have taken us a little bit off topic. Why is building so difficult in Mendocino County? Could we have that come back as an analysis for this board to understand what levers we control?
That sounds like a big undertaking.
But it does sound like our job.
Yeah, it does sound like our job, and I think we should have a future agenda item to look at what controls building, and we have some good examples. I think looking at a recent subdivision in South Ukiah, why did it take 10 years? So these would be good topics to see if there's a way we can fast track certain things and other ones that need to have more time taken. Ms. Krog, do you have any comment on that?
Yes, thank you, Julia Krog, Planning and Building Services Director. I just wanted to add that I think there's also direction that has been given to our office in the past that may be addressing some of this, but perhaps it is time that Planning and Building comes back in front of the board and really talks about prioritization of our workload, because there are numerous competing priorities, and as you know, there's some large projects that we're working on that are grant funded in the coastal zone as well, which is going to take a significant significant amount of staff involvement. But perhaps it's time for us to come back to the board and really look at what is on our current work plan and prioritize where items fall. That way we can make sure we're not, delayed on a direction that the board wishes to see come forward sooner.
Okay. So at this point, I wanted to check in with our CEO, Ansel, with our closed session, because I think we have some timed items in there. So what would you?
Chair, if I may recommend that we take a small break right now, go right into closed, and then hopefully we'll get back in here sooner.
Okay. All right. I think that would be a good idea for us to do, because I know that we have a little bit more items than I expected in closed session. So I apologize to people who are waiting for other items, but in order to keep us timely, we should probably reconvene no later than 2?
Mr. Chair, I would suggest that we'd be back no earlier than 1:30.
1:30.
And then, just to be clear, this would be for items 6A, 6B, and 6C, and I would recommend just calling if there's any public comment on that.
Okay, so we're going to go into closed session. Is there any public comment on items 6A? Let's see, 6B and 6C.
That item will be heard this afternoon no earlier than 1:30.
Okay.
The rest of the items on the agenda that we haven't heard yet will be heard no earlier than 1:30.
Yeah. Okay. My apologies for those who came being much more optimistic about us to get through this agenda promptly. So we will see you a little bit later. Okay. Is there a question or clarification?
The public here who've been waiting all morning to make their comments. Some of them have jobs. They've been politely quiet and waiting for this meeting to come to the moment where we all want to speak. And I think we are wasting the public's time. This is a very important topic. It's about the max.
Yeah, I understand, and I apologize, but this is how things are done at the board. It takes time. All right, thank you. We will see you
I would suggest that
later.
reorganizing the agenda when there is a lot of the public that needs to make public comments who also have jobs.
Through the chair, if I may, I would suggest that we clarify that we did take public comment for closed session.
Yeah, we're just taking comments for closed session this time. If there's anybody who has them, I have not seen them, so we will now adjourn.
That was a long stretch.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I think that as a parent now, I'm grateful for support more than I was before.
I filled out that form not knowing what I was doing. I am
very, very grateful that I did it because it's really helping me a lot.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades.
Well, I was a new mom and I had no experience taking care of a newborn.
There isn't like a book on how to raise a kid.
We come from like a lot of family history of, you know, drugs, violence, alcoholism, so we didn't want our daughter to experience any of that.
The thought that a parent was supposed to be loving, nurturing, supposed to be there for their kid, you know, provide food, shelter, joy, and going in, becoming a parent for her, I had no clue how to provide that.
Cómo pensar educarla, ajá. Cómo educar a un hijo y porque pues nosotros nunca es la primera vez que íbamos a ser padres.
What I think parents should know about home visiting is that you can learn a lot of new things and tips and tricks, how to take care of the baby and what to do, and if you're, you know, stuck in a routine and everything being monotonous, like they give you new resources and new tools how to handle parenthood.
It was nice to have them kind of guiding me. Even though I was not a first-time mom, I felt like a first-time mom.
It totally blew my mind over time. So much information that I had no idea about. You know, she was straightforward when, you know, teaching me this stuff and answered any of my questions. It's just a really positive experience.
What I think that parents could benefit with the program is just having someone here for you, especially for first-time parents. It can be very isolating and it can be very lonely, and having the home visitor changes that and it feels very good.
For me, having a home visitor is like having a second mom there.
A lot has changed. I'm definitely more knowledgeable taking care of her. And I know that anytime I need advice or help from somebody, I can just call her.
It's just that little positive nudge to, hey, I'm noticing something, you know, let's find a way how to change it. And she's like, you know what, Amanda, let's pick you up, dust you off, and let's go over to, you know, see about either getting your driver's license or seeing about, you know, going to college, see if we can start something for you.
It's totally worth it. Like, even if you're on the fence at first, you don't feel like having a stranger coming in your house and teaching you about your little one, do it anyway. You know, you get the help that you need. You get professional advice on things you may not know about your child. And the fact that the program has no fees or anything, it's all totally free, is fantastic.
Yo creo que si conozco a alguien que está próxima a ser mamá, lo primero que haría sería recomendarle el programa porque te entrega mucho apoyo, mucha información y más que nada como apoyo emocional, una guía, te da una visión diferente de cómo es ser papá aquí, quizás en este país.
Sí, pues es un bonito programa porque pues es buena persona la señora y los ha atendido muy bien.
Pensé que nada más iba a ser un programa de orientación quizás para los nuevos padres, pero creo que nos llevamos una linda sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad y en nuestro caso que estamos solos en este país ha sido como de mucha ayuda.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres y Más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Te ayuda como a ver los distintos recursos que tiene la comunidad para nuevos papás, entonces creo que es de gran ayuda.
No queda mucho que agregar, pero lo veo de la misma forma.
Que hemos aprendido algunas cosas aquí y pues los han ayudado, como este programa los ha ayudado para seguir creciendo a la bebé, como con buenos consejos y así.
Sí, y creo que también ha sido muy importante el tema de apoyarnos con el libro y saber qué actividades hacer con Máximo de acuerdo a su edad, cómo estimularlo, cómo cuidarlo de los peligros de la casa, como cosas que uno como papá nuevo no conoce, claro.
Pues a mí me gustaría que lo siguiéramos visitando aquí en la biblioteca de Covelo. Está tranquilo y muy bonito aquí.
Cuando no nos podemos reunir, nos comunicamos por Zoom o una llamada telefónica o por texto.
Donde nos visite, porque ha sido nuestra casa, a veces nosotros vamos a Wellits y puede ser en el parque. Gaby llega, hacemos un resumen de cómo ha ido nuestra semana o qué hemos hecho de nuevo, cómo va el trabajo. Luego hacemos las actividades del libro, vemos si podemos hacer un juguetito nuevo para Máximo, a veces ella lo evalúa, cómo está su sentido motriz, qué ha aprendido de nuevo, nuevas palabras, y jugamos un ratito y conversamos.
A mí personalmente también me ayudó mucho a obtener mi licencia a conducir, que era un objetivo que teníamos en cuanto a la familia,
sí,
para poder estar tranquilos, así que encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
El objetivo del programa es que las familias estén bien, y que las familias estén bien significa niños felices, niños sanos, y eso en un futuro es adultos sanos y un mundo mejor. Entonces está bueno.
She has made me feel like I'm important and I can go at my own pace, and that's all you need sometimes when you're feeling like you got nobody.
It was helpful to have somebody there kind of holding my hand and guiding me and letting me know this is kind of the normal. It felt like I was becoming a new mom, so it was very interesting and helpful, very, very helpful.
You know, there was that self-conscious part of me, like, will I be accepted even though I'm not perfect?
What I like the most is that she really listens.
The support that she gives me is special because she does it with love, and it's just natural, you know. That's all I could say. It just feels like somebody that I've known since I was little.
You know, I said to Jeanette, Jeanette, you're supposed to be with me for 5 years. Jeanette said, yeah, I know, I'm going to be with you guys for 5 years. That's when I said, well, I guess I can trust her. She's going to be with us for 5 years.
Yo creo que quizás pasó como a la segunda visita o algo así, como que ya nos presentamos formalmente. Y luego ya creo que en la segunda visita estaba como todo más tranquilo, como muy, como que el ambiente era muy familiar, entonces yo me sentí muy cómoda.
Felt like she cared for Sparrow too, and Sparrow really enjoyed it. Yeah, she knew when Gabby came we were going to be making something or learning something, and she'd instantly start digging through Gabby's bags to find out what activity we were going to do.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I think the relationship that we've built has been just, she's a part of the family.
What happened here? Where am I? I remember now. If only.
Could it be? Water?
If only he would have saved a bit of water, he wouldn't be stuck in this situation. Like fixing that leaky faucet you say you will get to but never do. Or not taking that extra long shower because you want to go through your whole playlist. Or not putting that single piece of clothing in the washer because it was definitely bothering you seeing it on the ground. The only way to prevent drought is if you help. For more information about your water, please visit www.rrwatershed.org.
Drought is a harsh reality for many communities across the country.
While the recent rains have helped develop reservoirs, it's still important to save water and be more resilient to drought. Drought can negatively impact everything from agriculture to industry to household use. Conserving water in our homes is very important. Simple steps such as fixing leaks, taking shorter showers, and using low-flow fixtures can make a huge difference. Another way to prepare for drought is to replace lawns with drought-tolerant landscapes. Drought-tolerant landscapes are able to thrive with less water and can help lessen the amount of irrigation required. While water is all around us, we should not take it for granted. Working together as a community, we can make a real difference in our ability to withstand drought. By making small changes in our daily habits, we can conserve more water and be more drought resilient. For more information about your water, please visit www.rrwatershed.org.
Water is the most important thing in the world. In order for our planet to flourish, we need an abundance of water. Due to droughts throughout California, wildfires have occurred, scorching Sonoma County several times. The Russian River is 115 miles long, and the main stem begins at Lake Mendocino. It flows through Ukiah, down to Cloverdale, through Healdsburg, and out to the Pacific Ocean. The river is home to 63 species of fish and has 238 streams and creeks flowing out of it. The river is a place for fun and relaxation for locals and tourists alike, as well as a home and resource for many creatures. So how can you help to preserve this bit of natural beauty? Start by being aware of your water usage. Take shorter showers, fix leaking sinks, use recycled water to water your plants, or better yet, switch to a more drought-tolerant landscape. In order for people to enjoy our beautiful river, we need to keep it safe. Be sure to conserve water. For more information about your water, please visit www.rrwatershed.org.
When I first realized that I was going to be a parent, I was super scared. After 2 or 3 weeks of meeting in the home visiting program, I was totally comfortable with the fact that I was going to have a baby. Yes, I was still scared, but at the same time, I felt like I had some sense of strength behind me.
If I didn't have those resources that Jeanette provided me, I think it would be harder now.
I got into the program and I realized, like, oh, this is nice. And now look at me, I work at a family resource center with parents and families, all this stuff.
I'm so grateful that I got the opportunity to meet my home visitor, because without her, I think that I would be 10 steps behind from where I'm at right now.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
I don't know what's normal for a 22-month-old baby or an 18-month-old baby, you know. When we get together, we usually discuss and get some progress made with the baby. It makes me feel comfortable, and I associate my parenting with her, my home visitor, telling me, yeah, this is going great.
So it's nice to know where they're at, what stage they're at for every parent, and also to give, again, your children that head start in education.
If I had any questions with her, just call her up on the phone. You know, it was very relatable, very personal. And, you know, with her getting to know my kids, you know, she got to kind of help guide me along the way. I mean, there were so many cool things that I've learned.
I went from a very rough type of life. I was homeless, and she was able to help me get into school, and I actually have enough credits to graduate with the business degree right now.
The thing I really want to mention, just that I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
I want other people and parents to know that the home visiting is not something that you should be afraid of. It's actually something that is needed.
You know, because she's not just here for her, she's here to help with all of it. She helped me create a safe space where I feel comfortable enough to ask for help.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. It's always okay to have extra support.
I would say, give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. There's some perks, you know. They got some great resources.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I realized that my life was going to change dramatically in ways that I did not know or understand or even comprehend. I was going to have to really go to the well and become accountable and adjust to a lot of things differently.
Que queríamos era que naciera, ya, sí la quiero tener, entonces ahorita lo que tenemos es aprovecharla, quererla y cuidarla lo más que se pueda.
Creo que a todos nos preocupa la primera vez que nos dicen que vamos a ser padres.
When we started the program, my daughter was about 3 months, and my daughter's 22 months now. Something I love about my child, that she's healthy, she's happy, she knows that she's cared for and loved. Those are some of the things that I wanted to make sure that she had, and she has them.
I'm happy today with my daughter. She's the greatest thing in my life, and I'm glad to wake up and see her, and everything I do it for her.
Sí, bueno, yo también vengo de una familia separada. Creo que por eso también me motiva a estar más presente con él, de quizás también estar de la forma quizás que yo no la tuve para Máximo. Y Y también comprender que el padre no solo es el que pone los límites y las reglas, sino que también está ahí para hablar, acompañar, regalonear, jugar, cosas lindas también, no solo ser el guía para el niño, sino que también un compañero de vida.
I was more of a elated and thankful because for 3 months I was in baby land and when you're in baby world you're just kind of flying by the seat of your pants and hoping you know that you're just supportive in the ways that you can be supportive.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía, como cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia, sino más bien un programa de estado programado para la ayuda solamente. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros, porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades. Siempre nos hemos podido apoyar en Gaby a través de su programa. Encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
You know, my experience has been nothing but positive. Annette has been wonderful. She's on time. She lets me know if there's going to be any changes in the schedule.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I still feel the challenge of being a parent now in today's world is immense. I think that you need support.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help, because you might think that you know what you're doing, but it's always okay to have extra support, and don't do it alone.
Give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
What happened here? Where am I? I remember now. If only.
Could it be? Water?
If only he would have saved a bit of water, he wouldn't be stuck in this situation. Like fixing that leaky faucet you say you will get to but never do. Or not taking that extra long shower because you want to go through your whole playlist. Or not putting that single piece of clothing in the washer because it was definitely bothering you seeing it on the ground. The only way to prevent drought is if you help. For more information about your water, please visit www.rrwatershed.org.
Drought is a harsh reality for many communities across the country. While the recent rains have helped develop reservoirs, it's still important to save water and be more resilient to drought. Drought can negatively impact everything from agriculture to industry to household use. Conserving water in our homes is very important. Simple steps such as fixing leaks, taking shorter showers, and using low-flow fixtures can make a huge difference. Another way to prepare for drought is to replace lawns with drought-tolerant landscapes. Drought-tolerant landscapes are able to thrive with less water and can help lessen the amount of irrigation required. While water is all around us, we should not take it for granted. Working together as a community, we can make a real difference in our ability to withstand drought. By making small changes in our daily habits, we can conserve more water and be more drought resilient. For more information about your water, please visit www.rrwatershed.org.
Water is the most important thing in the world. In order for our planet to flourish, we need an abundance of water. Due to droughts throughout California, wildfires have occurred, scorching Sonoma County several times. The Russian River is 115 miles long, and the main stem begins at Lake Mendocino. It flows through Ukiah, down to Cloverdale, through Healdsburg, and out to the Pacific Ocean. The river is home to 63 species of fish and has 238 streams and creeks flowing out of it. The river is a place for fun and relaxation for locals and tourists alike, as well as a home and resource for many creatures. So how can you help to preserve this bit of natural beauty? Start by being aware of your water usage. Take shorter showers, fix leaking sinks, use recycled water to water your plants, or better yet, switch to a more drought-tolerant landscape. In order for people to enjoy our beautiful river, we need to keep it safe. Be sure to conserve water. For more information about your water, please visit www.rrwatershed.org.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I think that as a parent now, I'm grateful for support more than I was before.
I filled out that form not knowing what I was doing. I am very, very grateful that I did it because it's really helping me a lot.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades.
Well, I was a new mom and I had no experience taking care of a newborn.
There isn't like a book on how to raise a kid.
We come from like a lot of family history of, you know, drugs, violence, alcoholism, so we didn't want our daughter to experience any of that.
The thought that a parent was supposed to be loving, nurturing, supposed to be there for their kid, you know, provide food, shelter, joy, and going in, becoming a parent for her, I had no clue how to provide that.
Cómo pensar educarla, ajá. Cómo educar a un hijo y porque pues nosotros nunca es la primera vez que íbamos a ser padres.
What I think parents should know about home visiting is that you can learn a lot of new things and tips and tricks, how to take care of the baby and what to do, and if you're, you know, stuck in a routine and everything being monotonous, like they give you new resources and new tools how to handle parenthood.
It was nice to have them kind of guiding me. Even though I was not a first-time mom, I felt like a first-time mom.
It totally blew my mind over time. So much information that I had no idea about. You know, she was straightforward when, you know, teaching me this stuff and answered any of my questions. It's just a really positive experience.
What I think that parents could benefit with the program is just having someone here for you, especially for first-time parents. It can be very isolating and it can be very lonely, and having the home visitor changes that and it feels very good.
For me, having a home visitor is like having a second mom there.
A lot has changed. I'm definitely more knowledgeable taking care of her, and I know that anytime I need advice or help from somebody, I can just call her.
It's just that little positive nudge to, hey, I'm noticing something, you know, let's find a way how to change it. And she's like, you know what, Amanda, let's pick you up, dust you off, and let's go over to, you know, see about either getting your driver's license or seeing about, you know, going to college, see if we can start something for you.
It's totally worth it. Like, even if you're on the fence at first, you don't feel like having a stranger coming in your house and teaching you about your little one, do it anyway. You know, you get the help that you need. You get professional advice on things you may not know about your child. And the fact that the program has no fees or anything, it's all totally free, is fantastic.
Yo creo que si conozco a alguien que está próxima a ser mamá, lo primero que haría sería recomendarle el programa porque te entrega mucho apoyo, mucha información y más que nada como apoyo emocional, una guía, te da una visión diferente de cómo es ser papá aquí, quizás en este país.
Sí, pues es un bonito programa porque pues es buena persona la señora y los ha atendido muy bien.
Pensé que nada más iba a ser un programa de orientación quizás para los nuevos padres, pero creo que nos llevamos una linda sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad, y en nuestro caso, que estamos solos en este país, ha sido como de mucha ayuda.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa, que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Te ayuda como a ver los distintos recursos que tiene la comunidad para nuevos papás, entonces creo que es de gran ayuda.
No queda mucho que agregar, pero lo veo de la misma forma.
Que hemos aprendido algunas cosas aquí y pues los han ayudado, como este programa los ha ayudado para seguir creciendo a la bebé, como con buenos consejos y así.
Sí, y creo que también ha sido muy importante el tema de apoyarnos con el libro y saber qué actividades hacer con Máximo de acuerdo a su edad, cómo estimularlo, cómo cuidarlo de los peligros de la casa, como cosas que uno como papá nuevo no conoce, claro.
Pues a mí me gustaría que lo siguiéramos visitando aquí en la biblioteca de Covelo. Está tranquilo y muy bonito aquí.
Cuando no nos podemos reunir, nos comunicamos por Zoom o una llamada telefónica o por texto.
Donde nos visite, porque ha sido nuestra casa, a veces nosotros vamos a Willits y puede ser en el parque. Gaby llega, como hacemos un resumen de cómo ha ido nuestra semana o qué hemos hecho de nuevo, cómo va el trabajo. Luego hacemos las actividades del libro, vemos si podemos hacer un juguetito nuevo para Máximo, a veces ella lo evalúa, cómo está su sentido motriz, qué ha aprendido de nuevo, nuevas palabras, y jugamos un ratito y conversamos.
A mí personalmente también me ayudó mucho a obtener mi licencia a conducir, que era un objetivo que teníamos en cuanto a la familia,
sí,
para poder estar tranquilos, así que encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
El objetivo del programa es que las familias estén bien, y que las familias estén bien significa niños felices, niños sanos, y eso en un futuro es adultos sanos y un mundo mejor. Entonces está bueno.
She has made me feel like I'm important and I can go at my own pace, and that's all you need sometimes when you're feeling like you got nobody.
It was helpful to have somebody there kind of holding my hand and guiding me and letting me know this is kind of the normal. It felt like I was becoming a new mom, so it was very interesting and helpful, very, very helpful.
You know, there was that self-conscious part of me, like, will I be accepted even though I'm not perfect?
What I like the most is that she really listens.
The support that she gives me is special because she does it with love, and it's just natural, you know. That's all I could say. It just feels like somebody that I've known since I was little.
You know, I said to Jeanette, Jeanette, you're supposed to be with me for 5 years. Jeanette said, yeah, I know, I'm going to be with you guys for 5 years. That's when I said, well, I guess I can trust her. She's going to be with us for 5 years.
Yo creo que quizás pasó como a la segunda visita o algo así, como que ya nos presentamos formalmente. Y luego ya creo que en la segunda visita estaba como todo más tranquilo, como muy, como que el ambiente era muy familiar, entonces yo me sentí muy cómoda.
Felt like she cared for Sparrow too, and Sparrow really enjoyed it. Yeah, she knew when Gabby came we were going to be making something or learning something, and she'd instantly start digging through Gabby's bags to find out what activity we were going to do.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I think the relationship that we've built has been she's a part of the family.
What happened here? Where am I? I remember now. If only.
Could it be? Water?
If only he would have saved a bit of water, he wouldn't be stuck in this situation. Like fixing that leaky faucet you say you will get to but never do. Or not taking that extra long shower because you want to go through your whole playlist. Or not putting that single piece of clothing in the washer because it was definitely bothering you seeing it on the ground. The only way to prevent drought is if you help. For more information about your water, please visit www.rrwatershed.org.
Drought is a harsh reality for many communities across the country. While the recent rains have helped develop reservoirs, it's still important to save water and be more resilient to drought. Drought can negatively impact everything from agriculture to industry to household use. Conserving water in our homes is very important. Simple steps such as fixing leaks, taking shorter showers, and using low-flow fixtures can make a huge difference. Another way to prepare for drought is to replace lawns with drought-tolerant landscapes. Drought-tolerant landscapes are able to thrive with less water and can help lessen the amount of irrigation required. While water is all around us, we should not take it for granted. Working together as a community, we can make a real difference in our ability to withstand drought. By making small changes in our daily habits, we can conserve more water and be more drought resilient. For more information about your water, please visit www.rrwatershed.org.
Water is the most important thing in the world. In order for our planet to flourish, we need an abundance of water. Due to droughts throughout California, wildfires have occurred, scorching Sonoma County several times. The Russian River is 115 miles long, and the main stem begins at Lake Mendocino. It flows through Ukiah, down to Cloverdale, through Healdsburg, and out to the Pacific Ocean. The river is home to 63 species of fish and has 238 streams and creeks flowing out of it. The river is a place for fun and relaxation for locals and tourists alike, as well as a home and resource for many creatures. So how can you help to preserve this bit of natural beauty? Start by being aware of your water usage. Take shorter showers, fix leaking sinks, use recycled water to water your plants, or better yet, switch to a more drought-tolerant landscape. In order for people to enjoy our beautiful river, we need to keep it safe. Be sure to conserve water. For more information about your water, please visit www.rrwatershed.org.
When I first realized that I was going to be a parent, I was super scared. After 2 or 3 weeks of meeting in the home visiting program, I was totally comfortable with the fact that I was going to have a baby. Yes, I was still scared, but at the same time, I felt like I had some sense of strength behind me.
If I didn't have those resources that Jeanette provided me, I think it would be harder now.
I got into the program and I realized, like, oh, this is nice. And now look at me. I work at a family resource center with parents and families, all this stuff.
I'm so grateful that I got the opportunity to meet my home visitor, because without her, I think that I would be 10 steps behind from where I'm at right now.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Como cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
I don't know what's normal for a 22-month-old baby or an 18-month-old baby, you know. When we get together, we usually discuss and get some progress made with the baby. It makes me feel comfortable, and I associate my parenting with her, my home visitor, telling me, yeah, this is going great.
So it's nice to know where they're at, what stage they're at for every parent, and also to give, again, your children that head start in education.
If I had any questions with her, just call her up on the phone. You know, it was very relatable, very personal. And, you know, with her getting to know my kids, you know, she got to kind of help guide me along the way. I mean, there were so many cool things that I've learned.
I went from a very rough type of life. I was homeless, and she was able to help me get into school, and I actually have enough credits to graduate with a business degree right now.
I think I really want to mention just that I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
I want other people and parents to know that the home visiting is not something that you should be afraid of. It's actually something that is needed.
You know, because she's not just here for her, she's here to help with all of it. She helped me create a safe space where I feel comfortable enough to ask for help.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. It's always okay to have extra support.
I would say, give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. There's some perks, you know. They got great resources.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I realized that my life was going to change dramatically in ways that I did not know or understand or even comprehend. I was going to have to really go to the well and become accountable and adjust to a lot of things differently.
Lo que queríamos era que naciera. Ya, si la quiero tener, entonces ahorita lo que tenemos es aprovecharla, quererla y cuidarla lo más que se pueda.
Creo que a todos nos preocupa la primera vez que nos dicen que vamos a ser padres.
When we started the program, my daughter was about 3 months, and my daughter's 22 months now. Something I love about my child, that she's healthy, she's happy, she knows that she's cared for and loved. Those are some of the things that I wanted to make sure that she had, and she has them.
I'm happy today with my daughter. She's the greatest thing in my life, and I'm glad to wake up and see her, and everything I do it for her.
Sí, bueno, yo también vengo de una familia separada. Creo que por eso también me motiva a estar más presente con él, de quizás también estar de la forma quizás que yo no la tuve para Máximo. Y Y también comprender que el padre no solo es el que pone los límites y las reglas, sino que también está ahí para hablar, acompañar, regalonear, jugar, cosas lindas también, no solo ser el guía para el niño, sino que también un compañero de vida.
I was more of a elated and thankful because for 3 months I was in baby land and when you're in baby world you're just kind of flying by the seat of your pants and hoping that you're just supportive in the ways that you can be supportive.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía, como cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia, sino más bien un programa de estado programado para la ayuda solamente. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros, porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades. Siempre nos hemos podido apoyar en Gaby a través de su programa. Encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
My experience has been nothing but positive. Annette has been wonderful. She's on time. She lets me know if there's going to be any changes in the schedule.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I still feel the challenge of being a parent now in today's world is immense. I think that you need support.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help, because you might think that you know what you're doing, but it's always okay to have extra support, and don't do it alone.
Give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
What happened here? Where am I? I remember now. If only.
Could it be? Water?
If only he would have saved a bit of water, he wouldn't be stuck in this situation. Like fixing that leaky faucet you say you will get to but never do. Or not taking that extra long shower because you want to go through your whole playlist. Or not putting that single piece of clothing in the washer because it was definitely bothering you seeing it on the ground. The only way to prevent drought is if you help. For more information about your water, please visit www.rrwatershed.org.
Drought is a harsh reality for many communities across the country. While the recent rains have helped develop reservoirs, it's still important to save water and be more resilient to drought. Drought can negatively impact everything from agriculture to industry to household use. Conserving water in our homes is very important. Simple steps such as fixing leaks, taking shorter showers, and using low-flow fixtures can make a huge difference. Another way to prepare for drought is to replace lawns with drought-tolerant landscapes. Drought-tolerant landscapes are able to thrive with less water and can help lessen the amount of irrigation required. While water is all around us, we should not take it for granted. Working together as a community, we can make a real difference in our ability to withstand drought. By making small changes in our daily habits, we can conserve more water and be more drought resilient. For more information about your water, please visit www.rrwatershed.org.
Water is the most important thing in the world. In order for our planet to flourish, we need an abundance of water. Due to droughts throughout California, wildfires have occurred, scorching Sonoma County several times. The Russian River is 115 miles long, and the main stem begins at Lake Mendocino. It flows through Ukiah, down to Cloverdale, through Healdsburg, and out to the Pacific Ocean. The river is home to 63 species of fish and has 238 streams and creeks flowing out of it. The river is a place for fun and relaxation for locals and tourists alike, as well as a home and resource for many creatures. So how can you help to preserve this bit of natural beauty? Start by being aware of your water usage. Take shorter showers, fix leaking sinks, use recycled water to water your plants, or better yet, switch to a more drought-tolerant landscape. In order for people to enjoy our beautiful river, we need to keep it safe. Be sure to conserve water. For more information about your water, please visit www.rrwatershed.org.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I think that as a parent now, I'm grateful for support more than I was before.
I filled out that form not knowing what I was doing. I am very, very grateful that I did it because it's really helping me a lot.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades.
Well, I was a new mom and I had no experience taking care of a newborn.
There isn't like a book on how to raise a kid.
We come from like a lot of family history of, you know, drugs, violence, alcoholism, so we didn't want our daughter to experience any of that.
The thought that a parent was supposed to be loving, nurturing, supposed to be there for their kid, you know, provide food, shelter, joy, and going in, becoming a parent for her, I had no clue how to provide that.
Cómo pensar educarla, ajá. Cómo educar a un hijo y porque pues nosotros nunca es la primera vez que íbamos a ser padres.
What I think parents should know about home visiting is that you can learn a lot of new things and tips and tricks, how to take care of the baby and what to do, and if you're, you know, stuck in a routine and everything being monotonous, like they give you new resources and new tools how to handle parenthood.
It was nice to have them kind of guiding me, even though I was not a first-time mom. I felt like a first-time mom.
It totally blew my mind over time. So much information that I had no idea about. You know, she was straightforward when, you know, teaching me this stuff and answered any of my questions. Just a really positive experience.
What I think that parents could benefit with the program is just having someone here for you, especially for first-time parents. It can be very isolating and it can be very lonely, and having the home visitor changes that and it feels very good.
For me, having a home visitor is like having a second mom there.
A lot has changed. I'm definitely more knowledgeable taking care of her, and I know that anytime I need advice or help from somebody, I can just call her.
It's just that little positive nudge to, hey, I'm noticing something, you know, let's find a way how to change it. And she's like, you know what, Amanda, let's pick you up, dust you off, and let's go over to, you know, see about either getting your driver's license or seeing about, you know, going to college, see if we can start something for you.
It's totally worth it. Like, even if you're on the fence at first, you don't feel like having a stranger coming in your house and teaching you about your little one, do it anyway. You know, you get the help that you need. You get professional advice on things you may not know about your child. And the fact that the program has no fees or anything, it's all totally free, is fantastic.
Yo creo que si conozco a alguien que está próxima a ser mamá, lo primero que haría sería recomendarle el programa porque te entrega mucho apoyo, mucha información y más que nada como apoyo emocional, una guía, te da una visión diferente de cómo es ser papá aquí, quizás en este país.
Y así pues es un bonito programa. Porque pues es buena persona la señora y los ha atendido muy bien.
Pensé que nada más iba a ser un programa de orientación quizás para los nuevos padres, pero creo que nos llevamos una linda sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad, y en nuestro caso, que estamos solos en este país, ha sido como de mucha ayuda.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa, que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Te ayuda como a ver los distintos recursos que tiene la comunidad para nuevos papás, entonces creo que es de gran ayuda.
No queda mucho que agregar, pero lo veo de la misma forma.
Que hemos aprendido algunas cosas aquí y pues los han ayudado, como este programa los ha ayudado para seguir creciendo a la bebé, como con buenos consejos y así.
Sí, y creo que también ha sido muy importante el tema de apoyarnos con el libro y saber qué actividades hacer con Máximo de acuerdo a su edad, cómo estimularlo, cómo cuidarlo de los peligros de la casa, como cosas que uno como papá nuevo no conoce, claro.
Pues a mí me gustaría que lo siguiéramos visitando aquí en la biblioteca de Covelo. Está tranquilo y muy bonito aquí.
Cuando no nos podemos reunir, nos comunicamos por Zoom o una llamada telefónica o por texto.
Donde nos visite, porque ha sido nuestra casa, a veces nosotros vamos a Willits y puede ser en el parque. Gaby llega, hacemos un resumen de cómo ha ido nuestra semana o qué hemos hecho de nuevo, cómo va el trabajo. Luego hacemos las actividades del libro, vemos si podemos hacer un juguetito nuevo para Máximo, a veces ella lo evalúa, cómo está su sentido motriz, qué ha aprendido de nuevo, nuevas palabras, y jugamos un ratito y conversamos.
A mí personalmente también me ayudó mucho a obtener mi licencia a conducir, que era un objetivo que teníamos en cuanto a la familia,
sí,
para poder estar tranquilos, así que encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
El objetivo del programa es que las familias estén bien, y que las familias estén bien significa niños felices, niños sanos, y eso en un futuro es adultos sanos y un mundo mejor. Entonces está bueno.
She has made me feel like I'm important and I can go at my own pace, and that's all you need sometimes when you're feeling like you got nobody.
It was helpful to have somebody there kind of holding my hand and guiding me and letting me know this is kind of the normal. It felt like I was becoming a new mom, so it was very interesting and helpful, very, very helpful.
You know, there was that self-conscious part of me, like, will I be accepted even though I'm not perfect?
What I like the most is that she really listens.
The support that she gives me is special because she does it with love, and it's just natural, you know. That's all I could say. It just feels like somebody that I've known since I was little.
You know, I said to Jeanette, Jeanette, you're supposed to be with me for 5 years. Jeanette said, yeah, I know, I'm going to be with you guys for 5 years. That's when I said, well, I guess I can trust her. She's going to be with us for 5 years.
Yo creo que quizás pasó como a la segunda visita o algo así, como que ya nos presentamos formalmente. Y luego ya creo que en la segunda visita estaba como todo más tranquilo, como muy, como que el ambiente era muy familiar. Entonces yo me sentí muy cómoda.
Felt like she cared for Sparrow too, and Sparrow really enjoyed it. Yeah, she knew when Gabby came we were going to be making something or learning something, and she'd instantly start digging through Gabby's bags to find out what activity we were going to do.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I think the relationship that we've built has been she's a part of the family.
What happened here? Where am I? I remember now. If only.
Could it be? Water?
If only he would have saved a bit of water, he wouldn't be stuck in this situation. Like fixing that leaky faucet you say you will get to but never do. Or not taking that extra long shower because you want to go through your whole playlist. Or not putting that single piece of clothing in the washer because it was definitely bothering you seeing it on the ground. The only way to prevent drought is if you help. For more information about your water, please visit www.rrwatershed.org.
Drought is a harsh reality for many communities across the country. While the recent rains have helped develop reservoirs, it's still important to save water and be more resilient to drought. Drought can negatively impact everything from agriculture to industry to household use. Conserving water in our homes is very important. Simple steps such as fixing leaks, taking shorter showers, and using low-flow fixtures can make a huge difference. Another way to prepare for drought is to replace lawns with drought-tolerant landscapes. Drought-tolerant landscapes are able to thrive with less water and can help lessen the amount of irrigation required. While water is all around us, we should not take it for granted. Working together as a community, we can make a real difference in our ability to withstand drought. By making small changes in our daily habits, we can conserve more water and be more drought resilient. For more information about your water, please visit www.rrwatershed.org.
Water is the most important thing in the world. In order for our planet to flourish, we need an abundance of water. Due to droughts throughout California, wildfires have occurred, scorching Sonoma County several times. The Russian River is 115 miles long, and the main stem begins at Lake Mendocino. It flows through Ukiah, down to Cloverdale, through Healdsburg, and out to the Pacific Ocean. The river is home to 63 species of fish and has 238 streams and creeks flowing out of it. The river is a place for fun and relaxation for locals and tourists alike, as well as a home and resource for many creatures. So how can you help to preserve this bit of natural beauty? Start by being aware of your water usage. Take shorter showers, fix leaking sinks, use recycled water to water your plants, or better yet, switch to a more drought-tolerant landscape. In order for people to enjoy our beautiful river, we need to keep it safe. Be sure to conserve water. For more information about your water, please visit www.rrwatershed.org.
When I first realized that I was going to be a parent, I was super scared. After 2 or 3 weeks of meeting in the home visiting program, I was totally comfortable with the fact that I was going to have a baby. Yes, I was still scared, but at the same time, I felt like I had some sense of strength behind me.
If I didn't have those resources that Jeanette provided me, I think it would be harder now.
I got into the program and I realized, like, oh, this is nice. And now look at me. I work at a family resource center with parents and families, all this stuff.
I'm so grateful that I got the opportunity to meet my home visitor, because without her, I think that I would be 10 steps behind from where I'm at right now.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Como cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
I don't know what's normal for a 22-month-old baby or an 18-month-old baby, you know. When we get together, we usually discuss and get some progress made with the baby. It makes me feel comfortable, and I associate my parenting with her, my home visitor, telling me, yeah, this is going great.
So it's nice to know where they're at, what stage they're at for every parent, and also to give, again, your children that head start in education.
If I had any questions with her, just call her up on the phone. You know, it was very relatable, very personal. And, you know, with her getting to know my kids, you know, she got to kind of help guide me along the way. I mean, there were so many cool things that I've learned.
I went from a very rough type of life. I was homeless, and she was able to help me get into school, and I actually have enough credits to graduate with a business degree right now.
I think I really want to mention just that I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
I want other people and parents to know that the home visiting is not something that you should be afraid of. It's actually something that is needed.
You know, because she's not just here for her, she's here to help with all of it. She helped me create a safe space where I feel comfortable enough to ask for help.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. It's always okay to have extra support.
I would say, give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. There's some perks, you know. They got great resources.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I realized that my life was going to change dramatically in ways that I did not know or understand or even comprehend. I was going to have to really go to the well and become accountable and adjust to a lot of things differently.
Lo que queríamos era que naciera. Ya, sí, ya quiero tener, entonces ahorita lo que tenemos es aprovecharla, quererla y cuidarla lo más que se pueda.
Creo que a todos nos preocupa la primera vez que nos dicen que vamos a ser padres.
When we started the program, my daughter was about 3 months, and my daughter's 22 months now. Something I love about my child, that she's healthy, she's happy, she knows that she's cared for and loved. Those are some of the things that I wanted to make sure that she had, and she has them.
I'm happy today with my daughter. She's the greatest thing in my life, and I'm glad to wake up and see her, and everything I do it for her.
Sí, bueno, yo también vengo de una familia separada. Creo que por eso también me motiva a estar más presente con él, de quizás también estar de la forma quizás que yo no la tuve para Máximo. Y Y también comprender que el padre no solo es el que pone los límites y las reglas, sino que también está ahí para hablar, acompañar, regalonear, jugar, cosas lindas también, no solo ser el guía para el niño, sino que también un compañero de vida.
I was more of a elated and thankful because for 3 months I was in baby land, and when you're in baby world, you're just kind of flying by the seat of your pants and hoping that you're just supportive in the ways that you can be supportive.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía, como cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia, sino más bien un programa de estado programado para la ayuda solamente. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros, porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades. Siempre nos hemos podido apoyar en Gaby a través de su programa. Encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
You know, my experience has been nothing but positive. Annette has been wonderful. She's on time. She lets me know if there's going to be any changes in the schedule.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I still feel the challenge of being a parent now in today's world is immense. I think that you need support.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa, que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help, because you might think that you know what you're doing, but it's always okay to have extra support, and don't do it alone.
Give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
What happened here? Where am I? I remember now. If only.
Could it be? Water?
If only he would have saved a bit of water, he wouldn't be stuck in this situation. Like fixing that leaky faucet you say you will get to but never do. Or not taking that extra long shower because you want to go through your whole playlist. Or not putting that single piece of clothing in the washer because it was definitely bothering you seeing it on the ground. The only way to prevent drought is if you help. For more information about your water, please visit www.rrwatershed.org.
Drought is a harsh reality for many communities across the country. While the recent rains have helped develop reservoirs, it's still important to save water and be more resilient to drought. Drought can negatively impact everything from agriculture to industry to household use. Conserving water in our homes is very important. Simple steps such as fixing leaks, taking shorter showers, and using low-flow fixtures can make a huge difference. Another way to prepare for drought is to replace lawns with drought-tolerant landscapes. Drought-tolerant landscapes are able to thrive with less water and can help lessen the amount of irrigation required. While water is all around us, we should not take it for granted. Working together as a community, we can make a real difference in our ability to withstand drought. By making small changes in our daily habits, we can conserve more water and be more drought resilient. For more information about your water, please visit www.rrwatershed.org.
Water is the most important thing in the world. In order for our planet to flourish, we need an abundance of water. Due to droughts throughout California, wildfires have occurred, scorching Sonoma County several times. The Russian River is 115 miles long, and the main stem begins at Lake Mendocino. It flows through Ukiah, down to Cloverdale, through Healdsburg, and out to the Pacific Ocean. The river is home to 63 species of fish and has 238 streams and creeks flowing out of it. The river is a place for fun and relaxation for locals and tourists alike, as well as a home and resource for many creatures. So how can you help to preserve this bit of natural beauty? Start by being aware of your water usage. Take shorter showers, fix leaking sinks, use recycled water to water your plants, or better yet, switch to a more drought-tolerant landscape. In order for people to enjoy our beautiful river, we need to keep it safe. Be sure to conserve water. For more information about your water, please visit www.rrwatershed.org.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I think that as a parent now, I'm grateful for support more than I was before.
I filled out that form not knowing what I was doing. I am very, very grateful that I did it because it's really helping me a lot.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades.
Well, I was a new mom and I had no experience taking care of a newborn.
There isn't like a book on how to raise a kid.
We come from like a lot of family history of, drugs, violence, alcoholism, so we didn't want our daughter to experience any of that.
The thought that a parent was supposed to be loving, nurturing, supposed to be there for their kid, provide food, shelter, joy, and going in, becoming a parent for her, I had no clue how to provide that.
Cómo pensar educarla, cómo educar a un hijo porque pues nosotros nunca, es la primera vez que íbamos a ser padres.
What I think parents should know about home visiting is that you can learn a lot of new things and tips and tricks, how to take care of the baby and what to do, and if you're, stuck in a routine and everything being monotonous, like they give you new resources and new tools how to handle parenthood.
It was nice to have them kind of guiding me, even though I was not a first-time mom. I felt like a first-time mom.
It totally blew my mind over time. So much information that I had no idea about. She was straightforward when, teaching me this stuff and answered any of my questions. It's just a really positive experience.
What I think that parents could benefit with the program is just having someone here for you, especially for first-time parents. It can be very isolating and it can be very lonely, and having the home visitor changes that and it feels very good.
For me, having a home visitor is like having a second mom there.
A lot has changed. I'm definitely more knowledgeable taking care of her, and I know that anytime I need advice or help from somebody, I can just call her.
It's just that little positive nudge to, hey, I'm noticing something, let's find a way how to change it. And she's like, you know what, Amanda, let's pick you up, dust you off, and let's go over to, see about either getting your driver's license or seeing about, going to college, see if we can start something for you.
It's totally worth it. Like, even if you're on the fence at first, you don't feel like having a stranger coming in your house and teaching you about your little one, do it anyway. You get the help that you need. You get professional advice on things you may not know about your child. The fact that the program has no fees or anything, it's all totally free, is fantastic.
Yo creo que si conozco a alguien que está próxima a ser mamá, lo primero que haría sería recomendarle el programa porque te entrega mucho apoyo, mucha información y más que nada como apoyo emocional, una guía, te da una visión diferente de cómo es ser papá aquí, quizás en este país.
Y así pues es un bonito programa. Porque pues es buena persona la señora y los ha atendido muy bien.
Pensé que nada más iba a ser un programa de orientación quizás para los nuevos padres, pero creo que nos llevamos una linda sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad, y en nuestro caso, que estamos solos en este país, ha sido como de mucha ayuda.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa, que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Te ayuda como a ver los distintos recursos que tiene la comunidad para nuevos papás, entonces creo que es de gran ayuda.
No queda mucho que agregar, pero lo veo de la misma forma.
Que hemos aprendido algunas cosas aquí y pues los han ayudado, como este programa los ha ayudado para seguir creciendo a la bebé, como con buenos consejos y así.
Sí, y creo que también ha sido muy importante el tema de apoyarnos con el libro y saber qué actividades hacer con Máximo de acuerdo a su edad, cómo estimularlo, cómo cuidarlo de los peligros de la casa, como cosas que uno como papá nuevo no conoce, claro.
Pues a mí me gustaría que lo siguiéramos visitando aquí en la biblioteca de Covelo. Está tranquilo y muy bonito aquí.
Cuando no nos podemos reunir, nos comunicamos por Zoom o una llamada telefónica o por texto.
Donde nos visite, porque ha sido nuestra casa, a veces nosotros vamos a Wellits y puede ser en el parque. Gaby llega, como hacemos un resumen de cómo ha ido nuestra semana o qué hemos hecho de nuevo, cómo va el trabajo. Luego hacemos las actividades del libro, vemos si podemos hacer un juguetito nuevo para Máximo, a veces ella lo evalúa, cómo está su sentido motriz, qué ha aprendido de nuevo, nuevas palabras, y jugamos un ratito y conversamos.
A mí personalmente también me ayudó mucho a obtener mi licencia a conducir, que era un objetivo que teníamos en cuanto a la familia,
sí,
para poder estar tranquilos, así que encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
El objetivo del programa es que las familias estén bien, y que las familias estén bien significa niños felices, niños sanos, y eso en un futuro es adultos sanos y un mundo mejor. Entonces está bueno.
She has made me feel like I'm important and I can go at my own pace, and that's all you need sometimes when you're feeling like you got nobody.
It was helpful to have somebody there kind of holding my hand and guiding me and letting me know this is kind of the normal. It felt like I was becoming a new mom, so it was very interesting and helpful, very, very helpful.
You know, there was that self-conscious part of me, like, will I be accepted even though I'm not perfect?
What I like the most is that she really listens.
The support that she gives me is special because she does it with love, and it's just natural, you know. That's all I could say. It just feels like somebody that I've known since I was little.
You know, I said to Jeanette, Jeanette, you're supposed to be with me for 5 years. Jeanette said, yeah, I know, I'm going to be with you guys for 5 years. That's when I said, well, I guess I can trust her. She's going to be with us for 5 years.
Yo creo que quizás pasó como a la segunda visita o algo así, como que ya nos presentamos formalmente. Y luego ya creo que en la segunda visita estaba como todo más tranquilo, como muy, como que el ambiente era muy familiar. Entonces yo me sentí muy cómoda.
Felt like she cared for Sparrow too, and Sparrow really enjoyed it. Yeah, she knew when Gabby came we were going to be making something or learning something, and she'd instantly start digging through Gabby's bags to find out what activity we were going to do.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I think the relationship that we've built has been she's a part of the family.
What happened here? Where am I? I remember now. If only.
Could it be? Water?
If only he would have saved a bit of water, he wouldn't be stuck in this situation. Like fixing that leaky faucet you say you will get to but never do. Or not taking that extra long shower because you want to go through your whole playlist. Or not putting that single piece of clothing in the washer because it was definitely bothering you seeing it on the ground. The only way to prevent drought is if you help. For more information about your water, please visit www.rrwatershed.org.
Drought is a harsh reality for many communities across the country. While the recent rains have helped develop reservoirs, it's still important to save water and be more resilient to drought. Drought can negatively impact everything from agriculture to industry to household use. Conserving water in our homes is very important. Simple steps such as fixing leaks, taking shorter showers, and using low-flow fixtures can make a huge difference. Another way to prepare for drought is to replace lawns with drought-tolerant landscapes. Drought-tolerant landscapes are able to thrive with less water and can help lessen the amount of irrigation required. While water is all around us, we should not take it for granted. Working together as a community, we can make a real difference in our ability to withstand drought. By making small changes in our daily habits, we can conserve more water and be more drought resilient. For more information about your water, please visit www.rrwatershed.org.
Water is the most important thing in the world. In order for our planet to flourish, we need an abundance of water. Due to droughts throughout California, wildfires have occurred, scorching Sonoma County several times. The Russian River is 115 miles long, and the main stem begins at Lake Mendocino. It flows through Ukiah, down to Cloverdale, through Healdsburg, and out to the Pacific Ocean. The river is home to 63 species of fish and has 238 streams and creeks flowing out of it. The river is a place for fun and relaxation for locals and tourists alike, as well as a home and resource for many creatures. So how can you help to preserve this bit of natural beauty? Start by being aware of your water usage. Take shorter showers, fix leaking sinks, use recycled water to water your plants, or better yet, switch to a more drought-tolerant landscape. In order for people to enjoy our beautiful river, we need to keep it safe. Be sure to conserve water. For more information about your water, please visit www.rrwatershed.org.
When I first realized that I was going to be a parent, I was super scared. After 2 or 3 weeks of meeting in the home visiting program, I was totally comfortable with the fact that I was going to have a baby. Yes, I was still scared, but at the same time, I felt like I had some sense of strength behind me.
If I didn't have those resources that Jeanette provided me, I think it would be harder now.
I got into the program and I realized, like, oh, this is nice. And now look at me, I work at a family resource center with parents and families, all this stuff.
I'm so grateful that I got the opportunity to meet my home visitor, because without her, I think that I would be 10 steps behind from where I'm at right now.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Como cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien, porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
I don't know what's normal for a 22-month-old baby or an 18-month-old baby, you know. When we get together, we usually discuss and get some progress made with the baby. It makes me feel comfortable, and I associate my parenting with her, my home visitor, telling me, yeah, this is going great.
So it's nice to know where they're at, what stage they're at for every parent, and also to give, again, your children that head start in education.
If I had any questions with her, just call her up on the phone. You know, it was very relatable, very personal. And, you know, with her getting to know my kids, you know, she got to kind of help guide me along the way. I mean, there were so many cool things that I've learned.
I went from a very rough type of life. I was homeless, and she was able to help me get into school, and I actually have enough credits to graduate with the business degree right now.
I think I really want to mention just that I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
I want other people and parents to know that the home visiting is not something that you should be afraid of. It's actually something that is needed.
You know, because she's not just here for her, she's here to help with all of it. She helped me create a safe space where I feel comfortable enough to ask for help.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. It's always okay to have extra support.
I would say, give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free, there's some perks, they've got some great resources.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I realized that my life was going to change dramatically in ways that I did not know or understand or even comprehend. I was going to have to really go to the well and become accountable and adjust to a lot of things differently.
Que queríamos era que naciera, ya, si ya quiero tener, entonces ahorita lo que tenemos es aprovecharla, quererla y cuidarla lo más que se pueda.
Creo que a todos nos preocupa la primera vez que nos dicen que vamos a ser padres.
When we started the program, my daughter was about 3 months, and my daughter's 22 months now. Something I love about my child, that she's healthy, she's happy, she knows that she's cared for and loved. Those are some of the things that I wanted to make sure that she had, and she has them.
I'm happy today with my daughter. She's the greatest thing in my life, and I'm glad to wake up and see her, and everything I do it for her.
Sí, bueno, yo también vengo de una familia separada. Creo que por eso también me motiva a estar más presente con él, de quizás también estar de la forma quizás que yo no la tuve para Máximo. Y Y también comprender que el padre no solo es el que pone los límites y las reglas, sino que también está ahí para hablar, acompañar, regalonear, jugar, cosas lindas también, no solo ser el guía para el niño, sino que también un compañero de vida.
I was more of a elated and thankful because for 3 months I was in baby land and when you're in baby world you're just kind of flying by the seat of your pants and hoping you know that you're just supportive in the ways that you can be supportive.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia, sino más bien un programa de estado programado para la ayuda solamente. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros, porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades. Siempre nos hemos podido apoyar en Gaby a través de su programa. Encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
You know, my experience has been nothing but positive. Annette has been wonderful. She's on time. She lets me know if there's going to be any changes in the schedule.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I still feel the challenge of being a parent now in today's world is immense. I think that you need support.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help, because you might think that you know what you're doing, but it's always okay to have extra support, and don't do it alone.
Give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
What happened here? Where am I? I remember now. If only.
Could it be water?
If only he would have saved a bit of water, he wouldn't be stuck in this situation. Like fixing that leaky faucet you say you will get to but never do. Or not taking that extra long shower because you want to go through your whole playlist. Or not putting that single piece of clothing in the washer because it was definitely bothering you seeing it on the ground. The only way to prevent drought is if you help. For more information about your water, please visit www.rrwatershed.org.
Drought is a harsh reality for many communities across the country. While the recent rains have helped develop reservoirs, it's still important to save water and be more resilient to drought. Drought can negatively impact everything from agriculture to industry to household use. Conserving water in our homes is very important. Simple steps such as fixing leaks, taking shorter showers, and using low-flow fixtures can make a huge difference. Another way to prepare for drought is to replace lawns with drought-tolerant landscapes. Drought-tolerant landscapes are able to thrive with less water and can help lessen the amount of irrigation required. While water is all around us, we should not take it for granted. Working together as a community, we can make a real difference in our ability to withstand drought. By making small changes in our daily habits, we can conserve more water and be more drought resilient. For more information about your water, please visit www.rrwatershed.org.
Water is the most important thing in the world. In order for our planet to flourish, we need an abundance of water. Due to droughts throughout California, wildfires have occurred, scorching Sonoma County several times. The Russian River is 115 miles long, and the main stem begins at Lake Mendocino. It flows through Ukiah, down to Cloverdale, through Healdsburg, and out to the Pacific Ocean. The river is home to 63 species of fish and has 238 streams and creeks flowing out of it. The river is a place for fun and relaxation for locals and tourists alike, as well as a home and resource for many creatures. So how can you help to preserve this bit of natural beauty? Start by being aware of your water usage. Take shorter showers, fix leaking sinks, use recycled water to water your plants, or better yet, switch to a more drought-tolerant landscape. In order for people to enjoy our beautiful river, we need to keep it safe. Be sure to conserve water. For more information about your water, please visit www.rrwatershed.org.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I think that as a parent now, I'm grateful for support more than I was before.
I filled out that form not knowing what I was doing. I am very, very grateful that I did it because it's really helping me a lot.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades.
Well, I was a new mom and I had no experience taking care of a newborn.
There isn't like a book on how to raise a kid.
We come from like a lot of family history of, drugs, violence, alcoholism, so we didn't want our daughter to experience any of that.
The thought that a parent was supposed to be loving, nurturing, supposed to be there for their kid, provide food, shelter, joy, and going in, becoming a parent for her, I had no clue how to provide that.
Cómo pensar educarla, cómo educar a un hijo porque pues nosotros nunca, es la primera vez que íbamos a ser padres.
What I think parents should know about home visiting is that you can learn a lot of new things and tips and tricks, how to take care of the baby and what to do, and if you're, stuck in a routine and everything being monotonous, like they give you new resources and new tools how to handle parenthood.
It was nice to have them kind of guiding me, even though I was not a first-time mom. I felt like a first-time mom.
It totally blew my mind over time. So much information that I had no idea about. She was straightforward when, teaching me this stuff and answered any of my questions. It's just a really positive experience.
What I think that parents could benefit with the program is just having someone here for you, especially for first-time parents. It can be very isolating and it can be very lonely, and having the home visitor changes that and it feels very good.
For me, having a home visitor is like having a second mom there.
A lot has changed. I'm definitely more knowledgeable taking care of her, and I know that anytime I need advice or help from somebody, I can just call her.
It's just that little positive nudge to, hey, I'm noticing something, let's find a way how to change it. And she's like, you know what, Amanda, let's pick you up, dust you off, and let's go over to, see about either getting your driver's license or seeing about, going to college, see if we can start something for you.
It's totally worth it. Like, even if you're on the fence at first, you don't feel like having a stranger coming in your house and teaching you about your little one, do it anyway. You get the help that you need. You get professional advice on things you may not know about your child. The fact that the program has no fees or anything, it's all totally free, is fantastic.
Yo creo que si conozco a alguien que está próxima a ser mamá, lo primero que haría sería recomendarle el programa porque te entrega mucho apoyo, mucha información y más que nada como apoyo emocional, una guía, te da una visión diferente de cómo es ser papá aquí, quizás en este país.
Y así pues es un bonito programa. Pues es buena persona la señora y los ha atendido muy bien.
Pensé que nada más iba a ser un programa de orientación quizás para los nuevos padres, pero creo que nos llevamos una linda sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad, y en nuestro caso, que estamos solos en este país, ha sido como de mucha ayuda.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa, que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Te ayuda como a ver los distintos recursos que tiene la comunidad para nuevos papás, entonces creo que es de gran ayuda.
No queda mucho que agregar, pero lo veo de la misma forma.
Que hemos aprendido algunas cosas aquí y pues los han ayudado, como este programa los ha ayudado para seguir creciendo a la bebé, como con buenos consejos y así.
Sí, y creo que también ha sido muy importante el tema de apoyarnos con el libro y saber qué actividades hacer con Máximo de acuerdo a su edad, cómo estimularlo, cómo cuidarlo de los peligros de la casa, como cosas que uno como papá nuevo no conoce, claro.
Pues a mí me gustaría que lo siguiéramos visitando aquí en la biblioteca de Covelo. Está tranquilo y muy bonito aquí.
Cuando no nos podemos reunir, nos comunicamos por Zoom o una llamada telefónica o por texto.
Donde nos visite, porque ha sido nuestra casa, a veces nosotros vamos a Wellits y puede ser en el parque. Gaby llega, hacemos un resumen de cómo ha ido nuestra semana o qué hemos hecho de nuevo, cómo va el trabajo. Luego hacemos las actividades del libro, vemos si podemos hacer un juguetito nuevo para Máximo, a veces ella lo evalúa, cómo está su sentido motriz, qué ha aprendido de nuevo, nuevas palabras, y jugamos un ratito y conversamos.
A mí personalmente también me ayudó mucho a obtener mi licencia a conducir, que era un objetivo que teníamos en cuanto a la familia,
sí,
para poder estar tranquilos, así que encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
El objetivo del programa es que las familias estén bien, y que las familias estén bien significa niños felices, niños sanos, y eso en un futuro es adultos sanos y un mundo mejor. Entonces está bueno.
She has made me feel like I'm important and I can go at my own pace, and that's all you need sometimes when you're feeling like you got nobody.
It was helpful to have somebody there kind of holding my hand and guiding me and letting me know this is kind of the normal. It felt like I was becoming a new mom, so it was very interesting and helpful, very, very helpful.
You know, there was that self-conscious part of me, like, will I be accepted even though I'm not perfect?
What I like the most is that she really listens.
The support that she gives me is special because she does it with love, and it's just natural, you know. That's all I could say. It just feels like somebody that I've known since I was little.
You know, I said to Jeanette, Jeanette, you're supposed to be with me for 5 years. Jeanette said, yeah, I know, I'm going to be with you guys for 5 years. That's when I said, well, I guess I can trust her. She's going to be with us for 5 years.
Yo creo que quizás pasó como a la segunda visita o algo así, como que ya nos presentamos formalmente. Y luego ya creo que en la segunda visita estaba como todo más tranquilo, como muy, como que el ambiente era muy familiar, entonces yo me sentí muy cómoda.
Felt like she cared for Sparrow too, and Sparrow really enjoyed it. Yeah, she knew when Gabby came we were going to be making something or learning something, and she'd instantly start digging through Gabby's bags to find out what activity we were going to do.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I think the relationship that we've built has been she's a part of the family.
We're going to reconvene the meeting at approximately 2:30 p.m. I have nothing to report out from closed session, and we're going to change the order of the agenda a little bit since we have so many people here that want to hear agenda item 4D. That will be next, and we're going to not hear item 4C. It's withdrawn by the department. So with that, we're going to go ahead and open up item 4D. And agenda item 4D is discussion and possible action regarding current county boards and commissions, including providing staff guidance to dissolve select boards and commissions not required under California law. So I just want to introduce this as chair of the board by saying that we asked staff to give us kind of a review of everything that we do. And given the fact that we're looking at a rather sizable deficit, we really want to know what are the things we absolutely have to do, what are the things that we want to do, and things that are dormant or not necessary, we should take a look at no longer having it as part of our function. So with that, I'm going to ask staff to start their presentation.
If I may, Mr. Chair. I think you started off quite correctly in terms of the board had previously given some direction to essentially look at areas in which it may be possible to have functions that are currently performed by the excuse me, currently performed by the county, performed by nonprofits or other outside entities in a way that might reduce the cost in order to close the budget deficit. As part of my office's discussions with the executive office, we recognized that there were a fair number of boards, commissions, and committees that were not required under the relevant statutes. So we undertook a process of identifying sort of which ones were legally required, which ones were not legally required but may be necessary to fulfill some particular statutory function, and then which were purely optional. And then we met with the individual departments to discuss of the ones that were optional, which ones they would recommend retaining and which they felt were maybe appropriate for dissolution. In the process, we started with the appointments list maintained by the clerk of the board. I do want to be clear that we're not including any JPA appointments, any special district appointments, or any of the other sort of separate entity appointments as part of this list. We narrowed it down to those that were creations of the Board of Supervisors, and then we split those into the ones that were required by statute, and we identified about 10 different boards and commissions that even though the board has to create them and the board has some control over what they look like and what their functions are, there's no option not to have them. There were another 16 that we identified that while they were considered optional under the relevant language, they exercised some power or function that wouldn't otherwise be available. So in some cases, for example, the Planning Commission is on that list. The power, in that case, it's a power that can only be exercised either by the Planning Commission or by the board. The determination was that it's essentially more efficient to have a Planning Commission than to not. Similar example would be the Business Improvement District Advisory Board. You're not required to have a Business Improvement District, but if you do have that, the Advisory Board is a requirement. There were additional 3 boards or commissions that were required by some sort of voter-approved measure. In particular, 2 of them were related to sales tax ordinances, Measure B and Measure O. So the Library Advisory Board, even though it was created prior to the enactment of the sales tax, was written into the sales tax as a fiscal oversight body. And the Measure B committee was written into the Measure B ordinance that was sent to the voters as a fiscal oversight body on that tax as well. And then the third one was the Civil Service Commission, which was enacted and enshrined by voter initiative. The remaining half, I think we said 30 in the memo, that was an error, it's actually 29, appeared to be entirely optional. These were, the vast majority of these were committees that their primary function, or in some cases their only function, was to provide advice to the Board of Supervisors. They were ones that if you were to remove, you generally wouldn't lose any powers that you would, the county would otherwise have. In some cases, I think there were 2 of them, Art Commission and MHRB, that were written into the local coastal plan, and they would require a local coastal plan amendment. Planning and Building and reviewing those determined that it was likely that could be done with a relatively small amendment that simply changed how the function was exercised in terms of the existence of the committee rather than changing the substantive rule. So essentially you'd still, for example, with MHRB, you would still have a rule requiring that the design standards be met, but instead of having a separate body, you fold that in with the Planning Commission functions to try and make it more efficient. Excuse me. In a few cases, I would actually, there's a few more categories in the optional ones in particular. There's a number that appear to be defunct. We identified a number of committees that were on the lists. In some cases, we thought they had been dissolved. In some cases, we couldn't find a record of them having been dissolved. It might have been that they no longer were needed and simply stopped meeting without formal dissolution. We didn't go too much into which ones were dissolved and were not. For those, we simply recommended a general cleanup item to dissolve all that appeared to be defunct so that we could get them off the records and have a clear dissolution of those. Additionally, there were a number of committees that appeared to be meeting not for their initial purpose, but for some other, had come to serve some other function. I think we highlighted the EMCC as an example in there. By statute, its only function was to provide an annual report to the LEMSA and to the Board of Supervisors governing certain things. In discussion with the department, it wasn't clear that that report had actually issued in a while, at least not to the LEMSA, and that the real function of the committee might have been to serve more as a forum for discussion among the members of the committee. And what was sort of unfortunate about that is it actually proved to be more of an impediment to the communication among the partners that needed to operate on a day-to-day basis than a benefit. So generally speaking, in those situations where it appeared that the advisory committee was no longer really making recommendations, was no longer really undertaking any sort of formal function, the recommendations were largely for dissolution. In fact, I think 28 out of the 29 committees, the relevant departments recommended dissolution in terms of the optional bodies. There's a few special cases I want to make sure that I covered. The JJC DPC, so that's the Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention Commission, that's by statute, there are actually two separate bodies. Under Welfare and Institutions Code 223, there's the Juvenile Justice Commission under, 225, I believe, and then 233 is the an optional body that the board can create called the Delinquency Prevention Council. The Juvenile Justice Commission is appointed by the courts, and by statute, the board has the authority to go ahead and designate the Juvenile Justice Commission serving as the Delinquency Prevention Council as well. Our ordinance is a little bit unusual. It doesn't follow the model set forward in the statute, and it instead calls for a separate, a more complicated appointment process that involves both the courts and the board working together. The recommendation from the relevant departments and in talking to the courts as well was to simply have the JJC designated to be performing both functions, which would simplify the appointment process and make that a bit easier going forward. It also may cut down some of the administrative side on the clerk of the board, side. Then the Library Advisory Board, as I mentioned before, was identified as a fiscal oversight body for the Measure O. You do have the ability, if you were to so desire, to go ahead and remove the other advisory functions that it had, since those weren't part of the initiative. However, the department did not recommend that. In discussion with the Cultural Services Agency Director, it was believed that, or the recommendation from that department was that to go ahead and retain that. And then I already mentioned the MHRB and the Archaeological Commission, which will require some amendments to the local coastal plan. You also have an estimate in terms of the fiscal impact here from the CEO's office. I think I stressed in some of the accompanying documentation that is a bit rough. So at least in terms of my office and the fiscal impact that we see in the departments, that's really not captured in the estimate we were able to provide. Right? We're able to say that a certain number of meetings per year, we show up for the meetings, and this is the cost associated with that. I believe it was a little under 9,000. By and large, our actual cost tends to be much more where the issues pop up. So where there's a Brown Act question, a Brown Act issue, conflicts of laws issue, or where there's some dispute as to the authority or processes undertaken by one of the various committees. And right now, those aren't being tracked to the committees. Those, with the exception of Measure B, I don't think any of those are actually being billed to the committee's budgets. They're being billed to the relevant departments. Really, we see quite a range in terms of what that could be for the cost. I think I estimated, maybe 20,000 on a relatively routine year. If we have one, frankly, even one significant issue or legal claim related to one, we could be seeing $100,000 or $200,000 in terms of the cost. So highly variable. It did appear that a lot of the staff time, so that's my office's time, that's planning and buildings time, other department time that's being put into it, may not because of the way that the committees work, because of the fact that they're optional, the time that's spent on that largely can't be recouped through fees or other mechanisms. Excuse me. In many cases, the staff time that would otherwise be going to either a special fund department, maybe a grant-funded program, or something that may be reimbursed by fees, when it's a excuse me, when it's related to some of the optional bodies, because that really is the board's choice, and they're not performing a function that's either funded through, largely not providing functions, funded through special taxes. Again, Measure B being an exception, and possibly the Library Advisory Board and Measure O here soon. The costs are ultimately falling on the general fund. And so the part of the cost-saving analysis, although imprecise, and I may defer to the Executive Office and to Planning and Building in terms of their analysis, I can really only speak for my own department. But some of that may not come in the form necessarily of a reduced budget in some of these, so much as an increase of an offset, where the funds might otherwise be covered through fees, grants, special taxes, et cetera. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Ms. Krog to speak. Planning and Building had by far the largest number of optional committees, and I want to give her an opportunity to speak in terms of their role and the recommendations.
Thank you, Christian. Julia Krog, Planning and Building Services Director. So as Christian said, we do have a number of boards and commissions that we are recommending for dissolution or consolidation. So as was stated, I think the Historical Review Board is an example of that, where if you see in the estimate in terms of staff time that's spent, it's disproportionate to the amount of projects that we receive within that area and the funding we receive to our department to offset the expenses associated with that. So our recommendation is not to get rid of historic review within the town of Mendocino, but to consolidate that review with the Planning Commission. In addition, there is the recommendation to dissolve the Fish and Game Commission, which is really there are other opportunities or pathways by which we could have the propagation funds and the grants associated with that still distributed to any awardees, but it doesn't necessarily require that there be a commission involved with that as well. In addition,
can I interrupt just real quick on that? So who would be the designated department to work with that?
So essentially, our office would very likely be holding a level of a public meeting, which we still facilitate at this time anyway. But then that ultimate decision would be by the Board of Supervisors on how any grant funds are awarded.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Additionally, we're recommending dissolution of the Archaeological Commission, and that there's several reasons why. There's some concerns over the state statutory compliance for that body, and also we are one of the only jurisdictions in the state of California that has an Archaeological Commission. So there are many other pathways and models that would allow for the same level of review to occur that is happening now with our Archaeological Commission without creating a potential conflict with some of the state statutes. And I see that Christian has a comment.
If I may add to that, Mr. Chair, we did touch on this in the memo, but Archaeological Commission, it's actually a bit unusual in that looking back at the history, it appears that we adopted the ordinance and the Archaeological Commission structure prior to the modern statutes. It's maybe an area where Mendocino was pioneering a bit of the way. But we run into some challenges as we go along here, that there seems to be a mismatch between the statutes and the system that was really adopted by the state later and the commission structure and what is envisioned in the county's local ordinance. This is one, even though it's a departmental recommendation, my office as well would recommend really just trying to line up our ordinance with what the state requires, because it would reduce a lot of areas of conflict and frankly some questions as to whether we're able to really meet fully the obligations of both.
Okay. Supervisor Dirty, you have your question.
Supervisor Mohan.
Who's first? So, Mo?
Well, I'm not sure if staff is complete with their
I would
report
just
yet.
like to add a brief comment before we hear from the board, because I may help to address some of your concerns. I want to note that in lieu of having an archaeological commission, pursuant to Assembly Bill 52, we are required to do tribal consultation. So as part of this process, we would be doing outreach again through the Native American Heritage Commission to all tribes within our county to see if there are additional tribes that wish to receive notice of projects within our area. So we will still provide that level of tribal consultation and update our list. We currently do have a list, but it has only 3 tribes that responded to receive those referrals on every project, and a 4th only if it's within their area. So we think that that will provide some additional consultation with any tribal entities that wish to be represented in project reviews. And we would utilize the Sonoma State's Northwest Information Center, which we already have a service agreement with, for conducting review of archaeological surveys and for archaeological resources. So we feel confident that this process would be sufficient for archaeological review within the county and may even result in a more streamlined review process for discretionary permits within our county.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Mulhern?
Thank you. So first I want to say that I've never seen Mendocino County government work this quickly on something the board gave direction on to figure this out and bring it back and figure out how much money we could save. And I just want to say I appreciate all of the work that every department has done on this. It's a lot of information and you work to gather it very quickly. To my colleagues on the board, I attend many of these meetings and I can see how not having to reach a quorum and certain Brown Act considerations would actually make them be much more efficient than what we are dealing with now. I have spoken to staff and county council in advance of the meeting, and I don't feel that I have enough information to make a decision today on the municipal advisory councils and would like to see that come back as its own agenda item later. It seems as though we're being presented with a thumbs up or thumbs down, and I have a feeling that there might be a way to get somewhere in the middle, either with the budget or with roles and functions or with the amount of legal counsel that's provided. I think that there might be opportunities for dialogue with the MACs and then to have it come back to the board with what I hope to be more than a thumbs up or thumbs down, but some options that the MACs help contribute to. And now I am the only supervisor that doesn't have a MAC in their district. And so I would not volunteer myself and instead suggest that perhaps each board member attend their MAC meeting with planning and building with county council as an agendized item to talk about what possible scenarios would work for them and work for the county and try to come up with a solution. And I don't know if that has to be every MAC is treated equally, or if when you look at that, some MACs may determine that they don't want to be a MAC at all and they really do want to be an NGO, and others may not. And I recognize that that is going to cost some staff time and some money up front, but I think that the effort in the long run will be worth it rather than just saying yes or no based on the information that we have today.
Okay.
If I may, through the chair, my apologies. I thought there might have been comments about just the Archaeological Commission in general. So I hadn't yet touched on my comments related to Municipal Advisory Council, so I apologize for that confusion.
So this is a good point. Does anybody want to comment on items that have been presented so far by staff? No? John?
Well, I think that there's a lot of discussion for some of these items presented, and I appreciate the work on it. Obviously, the MAC is the hot item here. And, I started the MAC in Round Valley, and that is, for me, one of the most successful things we've done because it provided a forum for people to come together and discuss the community issues and present it to me. It's a forum where the sheriff can come, the Department of Transportation, Caltrans, CHP, social services. These MACs provide this service that I think is key to the democratic process in our county and the number of unrepresented people
So
in
John,
our
I
county.
think we're going to hold this until we hear the staff presentation first, if that's okay.
Well, what I was thinking was, because we got a lot of people who've waited around all day, and I know there's a lot of people out there, why don't we do a straw poll to see who supports keeping the max? And we can do the budget, you know, we can look at cutting the budget or whatever. But I think, hey, are we in support of the max themselves?
Could you, I don't have enough information to decide that today. That's why I'm asking that we, I mean, you guys can do a thumbs up or a thumbs down, but I think that there might be variations that we could brainstorm and come back to.
So
that's I guess my answer is I don't have enough information today.
okay, so I think a thumbs up or thumbs down right now would be good.
I have concern about that.
All right, go ahead. What's your concern?
So I think it's more complex. I think it's what Mo's getting at. It's not are we for or against the max. They serve a valuable purpose. I think in a number of instances, we see the max operating outside of their scope. And so if we have two options, either sort of police the max to get them to follow their scope, what they're allowed to do, the communities may not like that when they find out what a MAC can actually do, because we've been bleeding across that line. The other option is to create the NGO so that we can really facilitate what they've been doing, and they would even be able to do more because they could have bank accounts and apply for grants. That complex discussion needs to happen with the MACs. And I think Mo is saying there's not enough information here to give a thumbs up or thumbs down. I don't think any of us are against the MAC concept. It's how do we make it the most effective? And most of the cost is not the pennies, the 17,000 or so that we're spending. Most of the cost is county council. I mean, probably 90% of it, 95% of it is county council and our planning director and her staff sort of cleaning up the messes that are created because we haven't been keeping our max within the legal boundaries.
No.
So how do you want to give the thumbs up or thumbs down on such a complex topic?
Well, I think first of all, that's good to hear that everybody supports it. I think that there also will be an opportunity to talk about how do we make sure that MACs are on task. But first I want to hear from CEO Ansel.
Yes, Chair, may I respectfully ask that we allow staff to complete the report and then have the more in-depth discussion?
That's what I want to. So
okay, thank you.
I think that we'll, you know, audience, please bear with us as we get through this, because we're starting to get things disjointed, and we have a process here, I think. So go ahead, Ms. Krog.
Thank you. Yes, and I'm nearly complete, and I'm not sure if Christian or his team had anything further they wanted to add after me as well. So just to speak to the MACs a bit, since that was really my next topic to go to. So there's numerous MACs within our county, and you know what planning and building has experienced over time, while they have often commented on projects to our office, I think there are at times concerns that they may not be operating within some of the bounds that were established by the MAC formation policy. So I think there is, if the MACs are to continue, there is an education component that is going to need to occur to ensure that there's operation within there. But many of the functions that they provide in this community forum for public input can also be achieved through other organizations as well. And while it is a relatively small amount of the budget, I do understand it's $17,500. I do want to also note that Gualala MAC does in addition charge $185 per coastal development permit or discretionary permit application within their service boundaries as well. There is still a larger department and staffing effect that as a result of it. And what I've seen too, and there's some examples if the board wants to hear of those too, but some of the things that I think have happened over time is possibly use of county staff time where maybe that is not what is the appropriate pathway at that time or necessary at that time. So we have spent time working on various projects that may not be what the full board would desire for the department to be spending their time and resources working on. So that is really why we recommend that there could be the I'm happy to do what Supervisor Mulherin requested. If she would like to receive additional information before making a decision on this, I'm more than happy to prepare any additional information the board may want to see. But also noting that I think it gets into a slippery slope if the board is picking and choosing what type of MACs may be retained and which ones may be dissolved. So in my mind, it's a bit of an all or nothing. You either have MACs within the county or you have no MACs within the county. And so that really does conclude my comments on the planning and building items. If I skipped any that you wanted to talk about in more detail, please let me know, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
If I may just expound a little bit on what Director Krog had said, in terms of the MAC's functions and the operating within the roles, there's really only, under your policies, your resos, and the underlying statute, there's really only two functions of the MAC. One is to provide advice to the Board of Supervisors. The other is to make comments to other government agencies reflecting community sentiment. And it explicitly calls for the possibility of both a majority and a minority opinion to sort of help the government decision makers have a broader understanding of what the views are within the community. Those correspondence per your policies, your resos, are supposed to have a disclaimer that they only represent the views of the MAC, not that of the county, and then they're supposed to be copied to the clerk of the board. Just in checking with the clerk of the board, we were not really able to find any record of any significant amount of communications there. I think based on the public comment that we've received in response to this item, it sounds like the MACs may have been communicating in a way that wasn't consistent with that policy, which I think was the part of the point that Supervisor Williams may have been speaking to. But we do know that we've gotten a number of inquiries related to the MACs and functions that may be inappropriate for a MAC, but may be able to be performed by an NGO or other type of organization. Questions related to initiating projects, questions relating to receiving grant funds, receiving donations, otherwise undertaking things that are a little bit more autonomous than the MAC structure. There's trade-offs there. If you were to go to an NGO model for those organizations, you'd lose control, right? So they'd no longer be part of the county. You wouldn't be selecting the members of the MAC. You wouldn't be, removing them. But on the other hand, they'd also be able to operate sort of a little more broadly than they are as a county committee. And they'd be able to undertake some things a little bit more independently. And frankly, some of the areas that we've run into complications, frankly, wouldn't be an issue for a non-governmental organization. For example, the Brown Act problems that come when members of a MAC want to also be involved in a local community service district, want to be involved in local nonprofits, right? When the MAC is very broad, it may not be possible to have a significant number of the members involved in those other organizations. The conflicts of interest issues, the requirements for membership that come in serving government office. So, excuse me, I do want to be clear, there are a significant number of trade-offs. To Supervisor Mulhern's point, we're certainly happy to provide more research and go into that in more detail. And since I think that what was contemplated here, if the board did want to go with the department's recommendation, was not necessarily to just turn around and immediately have a reso for dissolution of the MACs, but rather to transition to some model that would provide community input through possible other organizations. Certainly it would be possible for us to bring back an item that would go into those in more depth and allow the board to sort of explore the ups and downs. I have said somewhat facetiously, and I don't want to speak for the MACs, but there have been times thought that the MACs actually want to be a different type of organization. They just don't know it yet. But I recognize that there may be more discussion to be had there, and there are pros and cons to be weighed by the decision makers.
Okay. With that, now we'll go to board members to have a conversation. I kind of interrupted Supervisor Hasjack. I'll let him finish his talk, and then we'll kind of all take turns, but we'll go next to Supervisor Jurdy first.
Well, in looking at the MACs, one of the roles is that they provide input in the general plan about the housing element I've seen that in like the Laytonville MAC. And so if we dissolve the MACs, then we're messing with the general plan, is my understanding. But, overall, the MACs, do need to, probably have more information about what their roles are and to keep in their lanes. But, it is a vital piece of how we govern, and getting that information to county offices or departments. The MCOG, like Wallala, has a lot of the Wallala MAC has a lot of input in the MCOG and the streetscape issue and Caltrans, and so when you hear from these MACs, it's important to understand that this is a people's voice, and it's a concerted voice, and it's a forum for these people. And my understanding is that if you go to a NGO or whatever, it would actually create a lot of staff time, and each MAC would have to have staff to kind of run that. And so I think our county has enough issues that we don't need to create more issues with the MACs. I think that the MACs have been serving a great purpose, and I would like to just see a thumbs up or thumbs down if we want to keep the MACs.
Okay. Supervisor Jurdy?
Yeah. So to answer Supervisor Hashek's question, my answer is yes, I want to keep the MACs. Big picture, I do appreciate the effort that was put in by county staff to look at this issue of what's required by law, what's not required by law, and the gray areas between. And there's a lot of information in this staff report that has nothing to do with the MACs. And I'd like to make sure that we have some time for those issues as well. I do think it's unfortunate, because I have a standing request with the CEO that before any budget cutting items come to the board, that the CEO personally meet with each of the 5 supervisors. This is what a city manager would do, and make sure that there are at least 3 votes. But more importantly, that all 5 supervisors know the proposal, have an opportunity prior to publication of agenda to have some input on the agenda item, and that didn't happen here. And I hope that, because we have a $7 million structural deficit, we probably have a $10 million structural deficit looking at next fiscal year. We have significant cuts we need to make. These cuts today are actually very tiny, and they're kind of a distraction actually from the work that we need to be doing. But nevertheless, for whatever reason, this item landed on our agenda without consultation with the supervisors early on, when we've got much bigger items to cut that are not even on our agenda yet. But back to this item, I would point out that there are examples in the county of non-governmental organizations, nonprofits, that do effectively function much like a MAC. I'm not saying they're better than a MAC. I'm not saying you should get rid of the MACs and go with this an alternative, but I'm not sure everybody in the county knows this. And so, for example, in Casper, they've, to my knowledge, never requested to have a municipal advisory council. They probably don't need one, because they've got a very effective community nonprofit, the Casper Community Center. They actually purchased a building. It's the former school. Maybe they're a little more well-heeled than some communities in Mendocino County. Not the most, but maybe better than some. So, that may be something that's not achievable in every community. But I do think that there are other models, such as the Casper Community Center, that other communities could create a version of that nonprofit and be vocal. But everything that Supervisor Hashek said is absolutely true. I mean, the Laytonville Municipal Advisory Council, the Wallala Municipal Council, and Round Valley, at least those 3, and maybe other. Well, in fact, Westport too. I've seen Caltrans at their meetings, and Caltrans has been very appreciative of an opportunity to at least get some public input early on in the process and as they move forward for process. So just that interaction with Caltrans has been very helpful. So I don't personally see the MACs as something that need to require a bunch of county staff time. However, I have heard of whispers in the hallway that there are a couple of the MACs that have done this or that did trigger a fair amount of county council time or planning staff time. If that's the case, I feel like that just needs to be addressed more directly, and not the more sweeping proposal of getting rid of the MACs. Again, this is a very tiny budget savings to the county so long as the MACs all perform in the same function, which is pretty limited to give input principally on planning issues and with other government agencies be a venue for the public. If I could, just on one other subject, a number of these committees are recommended for keeping, but without maybe then further discussion. And so, for example, and I'm not proposing to get rid of it, but the Behavioral Advisory Board, my understanding from talking to Dr. Miller is that it is not a state law that requires Mendocino County to have 15 members of the Behavioral Health Board. It's just a Mendocino County thing. Why have 5 people if you can have 15? Well, we have 15 and then we have a whole bunch of vacancies. So on that one, I also wonder, we have a Measure B committee which is established per voter initiative. Why not merge those 2 committees as one? And maybe that's a bad idea, maybe that's flawed, I'm just putting it out there. I mean, it's kind of the Mendocino County thing. Why have one committee if you could have 4 or 5? So I feel like at least that's worth some consideration, maybe not today, but at least a question back to behavioral health for some input. One, is it really beneficial to have 15 people on the Behavioral Health Board when other counties may have 5? 2, is there any value in merging behavioral health with the Measure B committee, since I believe the Measure B committee will exist forever so long as the sales tax exists? And then I guess those are my main questions I have.
Supervisor Williams, you're next.
Can we begin collecting direction? I want to second Jordy's idea.
Okay. Supervisor
Chair.
Mulhern.
Thank you. I sit on the Behavioral Health Advisory Board as the board's liaison, and it is challenging to find members to fill those seats. The 4th District hasn't had any members since I've been serving on the board, which is 3 years. However, I do think it would be great if Dr. Miller could be brought into the meeting to describe the difference. So Measure B is primarily focused on the sales tax and how those funds are being spent. The Behavioral Health Advisory Board forms a different function to make sure that contracts with service providers are adequately providing services, to make sure that folks that receive mental health services are represented in the community by Mendocino County Behavioral Health. And then there's a variety of seats based on members that use the system, family members, et cetera. And I really think that board in particular, which I attend as many of those meetings as I can, continues to provide a valuable role in providing feedback to our behavioral services department. I see that Dr. Miller is on now.
Dr. Miller, will you please join the meeting?
Yeah, good afternoon, Dr. Jenny Miller, Behavioral Health Director. And I think Supervisor Mulhern pretty much defined it pretty well. The Measure B committee is really about the tax initiative and overseeing the financials and to make sure they're spent in alignment with the act. Behavioral Health Advisory Board was originally the Mental Health Advisory Board many years ago, and there was a decision to combine them to be a Behavioral Health Advisory Board, picking up the substance use piece, as we used to have 2 different boards, a Mental Health Board and a Substance Use Board, and it was actually called the Alcohol and Other Drug Board, and there was a movement to combine those 2 boards into one, which is when they become Behavioral Health Advisory Board. There is some movement right now in legislation to actually require it to become a Behavioral Health Advisory Board and pick up both mental health and substance use, which we are ahead of the game because we've already done that as a board and have that within our bylaws. Local boards, they're responsible for reviewing community mental health needs, services, facilities, and special problems. They're supposed to look at services throughout our community, not just specialty mental health, even though that's where they came into effect during Mental Health Services Act to have an oversight. They're supposed to review our contracts, which they do, and supposed to report out to the board at least once a year on what they're seeing throughout our communities. And I'm happy to answer any other questions if you have regarding those boards.
If I could, Dr. Miller. So I heard you further characterize the current function of the two distinct committees, but I think most of us in this room serve on multiple committees. For example, at the Regional Transportation Planning Board, which is also known as the MCSO Council of Governments, it also serves in the same meeting as the State Highway Safety Board, dealing with the call boxes in the county. Now, that's a tiny fraction of our agenda, but it's in other words, the same board can serve on multiple boards at the same meeting. So, in spite of past practices, I guess my question, is there a legal reason why the Measure B committee, which we are required to have per voter initiative, and therefore I don't believe will ever go away unless the sales tax goes away, and the Behavioral Health Board, which is required by state law, but not defined as far as I know in terms of its composition. I don't think you really addressed the question. Is there a legal reason why why we could not just take the composition of the Measure B committee and say those members shall also serve as the Behavioral Health Board? For example, those members, they could have a subcommittee of that board. If some of them are not interested in all issues related to behavioral health, some of them could opt not to be on the committee that is the standing committee that is the Behavioral Health Board. But essentially one agenda is the same 11 people or some subset of, and you would dramatically reduce the number of people that this county has to find to serve on these boards when, the boards that supervisors appoint people to, they almost always they and the staff will find people who are wanting to go on these boards. And for whatever reason, in the last 2 years or so, none of the Measure B people, none of the behavioral health people from the 4th District or surrounding areas have forwarded a single name of someone from the 4th District that wants to be on those boards. So it tells me there's not, an overwhelming demand to have essentially 4 people from the 4th District serve on those 2 boards. I think it makes more sense to pare down these committees to more workable numbers, and I haven't heard a reason why what I just said can't happen.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Sure.
I think we need to look at it a little bit more. I'm not entirely sure that the requirements on the Mental Health Advisory Board are going to line up with there's some pretty specific requirements in the ordinance as to what the composition of Measure B is. There are some requirements in terms of the composition of the Behavioral Health Advisory Board. There may be enough overlap that could work, but I need some time to look at it.
Okay. Dr. Miller, anything to add?
I'm happy to respond to the requirements for the Behavioral Health Advisory Board. One is that with our population, we have to have a minimum of 11 members. If you're a smaller county, you can go down to 5. We do have to have 11 members. We also have to make sure that a third of our members are family members, a third of our members are clients, and a third of our members can then be stakeholders. But obviously the majority of your membership should be a family member of someone who has a mental health or substance use condition. And then of course that third need to be clients that have either access services or are accessing services. We also have a requirement that one of our members is a vet, so they have to be a vet. And as you will see, what's happening right now with legislation coming, there's also some movement to, depending on population size, move that we have at least one of our members to be connected to the school districts and one be a transitional age youth. And so that composition will change as the legislation changes. So I will leave it to County Counsel Curtis to decide whether there is a way to merge those legally, but there are different requirements that, especially for the Behavioral Health Advisory Board, we have to maintain our membership that aligns with those standards.
Okay, thank you for that. Supervisor Haschak, do you have a question for Dr. Miller?
No.
Okay, all right. So go ahead and please.
Okay, well, talking about the max and the straw poll.
Sure.
I was wondering where you stand on it, and then I have another comment after.
Well, thank you for asking. So I'm very pro Max. There's 2 active ones in my district. The other thing that I love about Max is that we don't often get a chance to tell our side of the story. We have some very biased news coverage in our county, and it's rare that we get a chance to stand up and talk honestly about what's going on. in a friendly forum where people are willing to take us at our word. And I see that as being one of the greatest values of the MACs, is the chance to interact with our population. I think there needs to be some guardrails. I would recommend there should be like an annual refresher at the beginning of whatever we consider to be our MAC sessions, to remind everyone what it is that MACs are there for, but the opportunity for community members to voice concerns, especially in public expression, the opportunity to have departments come in. We've had code enforcement, cannabis, Department of Transportation, planning, building services, legal counsel, county counsel rather. So I think our MACs are very resourceful in trying to understand county government and trying to express opinion and get their points of view across. So I really appreciate them. I try to attend the meetings as much as I can, which sometimes is hard given our busy schedules, but I value them highly, and I'd be very reluctant to let them go. I think there is a good case to at least offer another model to them so that they can hear from county council and PBS other ways that they could function. I think that would take care or offer them opportunities that maybe right now they don't have, like to get grants, have accounts, not worry about the Brown Act. Those are all really compelling reasons to have a different organization. But that's kind of left up to the general population that we're serving. And at this point, I'm very supportive.
Okay, well, thank you. So that seems like 3 people in support of the MACs. I just wanted to, if we could kind of move through this a little quicker now that people know where the majority stand. But I guess moving on to this, on attachment D, on page 10 of the staff memo, if we could start moving down this list and looking at each one, like Archaeological Commission of Mendocino County, they make a good case. I would be up for dissolving that. If we could kind of move through these committees like that.
Mr. Chair, I don't know that we need to go through each line item. If there are specific committees that a member wants to keep or not that is advised differently, then I think that is probably a more efficient way to deal with the time that it would take us, rather than going through each one. I think Supervisor Jardy pointed to some behavioral health items. Were there specific committees beyond the MACs that you had questions or concerns about?
Yeah, certainly. Like the Fish and Game Commission. It says the cost is $55,000. My understanding is they only meet every couple months, and they have been integral in getting some grants for like bear cans and brook trails in Fort Bragg. So that is representation of people who are really committed to this work, and they make good decisions. And so I don't understand how the $55,000 dollar figure was, how you got to that point, because it seems like it's a very minimal usage of staff.
But absolutely, I'm happy to explain more if I may through the chair. Julia Krog, Planning and Building Services Director. So we do provide staff support as well. So that includes when any member of that commission reaches out to us, responds to any inquiries they may have, publishing the agenda, sending out packets, sitting through the meeting itself, and providing those support services, queuing up items as part of board calendars and support. So that is where that staff time of the $55,000 comes into play.
So are those meetings every month, or?
By their bylaws, they meet every other month.
So there's 6 meetings and $55,000, so that's almost $9,000 per meeting?
Well, there is work that happens in between where there may be outreach to our office as well.
Okay, it just seems rather high.
And then we also do the support for their accounts payable as well.
Okay. Well, I think that they're doing good work, and I don't want to see it go, but I don't want to see $55,000 spent on that.
Well, and if I may, I think a very important component that I mentioned earlier is one of the things that I see that really is a benefit that has come out of some of that work has been grants offered to different groups for doing specific projects. That would not be necessarily going away. It would just be a different pathway to bring those items in front of the board for you to still be able to award grants.
Yeah, so I guess my worry would be if we got rid of some of these commissions, or like the Fish and Game Commission, and it has to be brought to the board each time, then is it going to take board time that's probably costs more than the Fish and Game Commission?
If I may, it would not take any additional board time than what you currently provide.
I'm going to call on one of the other supervisors, just a quick comment on that. What I like about the Fish and Game Commission is that there's an expertise there that we don't have on board staff. In other words, we don't have people who have the level of training that some of those members do in terms of even as hunters and fishermen. So I appreciate their expertise when they're advising us on things. So, but anyway, let's go on to Supervisor Jurdy.
So I think in theory, we could have some unnamed county employee who is going to be energetic and interested in this topic and engaged with the community and allotting these grant dollars in a way that's as effective as the Fish and Game Commission. Because it's highly theoretical, because I have no idea who that county employee is. That county employee may or may not exist. I wouldn't want to throw the Fish and Game Commission out for what might be a very big fail by the county. If the Fish and Game Commission, as I think most grants, should be handed off to a new grants division within the executive office that was having interaction with the board, maybe that would be something worth considering at some later point. But I think probably the Fish and Game Commission should be taken out of planning and building as a responsibility of planning and building and attached to the grants division of the executive office.
Okay. Supervisor Mulhern?
Thank you. I know that since I've been on the board, there's been at least one incident of funds that were used by members of the Fish and Game Commission that were not exactly appropriate. So I think it's, one of the things that we have to consider always as supervisors is the liability and the risk that we're taking on by having volunteers fill these roles and positions. And just frankly, knowing some of the members of the commission, I think that they could do a lot more being on the receiving end of those grants with their expertise and knowledge than they can by serving on a commission giving the grants to other people, which is why I was in support of resolving this particular one.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
I'm back on the MACs. Who will help educate the MACs about these guardrails? I think there's a task for planning and building, and probably also one for county council. And can we get a timeline and some confirmation back to the board that it's happened? County council, are you willing to talk about why it's been so costly? Can you do it in a way that doesn't create liability for us?
So I'm certainly happy. So in terms of your first question, yeah, which was how would we educate the MACs in terms of the guardrails and their respective roles, I'm perfectly happy to work with planning and building on that front. I would say we did do a memo to all of the MACs a month or two ago addressing some of these. Unfortunately, I don't think we've seen a lot of results from that so far. We may have to do individualized outreach to the each of the MACs to explain some of these limits, some of these requirements, and quite frankly, there's going to be a bit of a resource balancing in terms of, I haven't heard this board want to have an attorney present at every MAC meeting, and short of that, I don't know that there's really, we can do the periodic education, but you are going to have some variation there. We have had issues. It has eaten up some of our time. Anything that the MACs do is potentially a county liability, right? So any litigation that may come out of any action or inaction by a MAC, any allegations related to conflict, bias, et cetera, or anything that may result in any sort of improper result on a permit does create some amount of exposure. We have been trying to be very careful in terms of limiting our time to those situations that really need it, and to not be spending a lot of staff time where that's not the case, but we've definitely had situations that have popped up involving conflicts questions, Brown Act questions, or to be frank, sometimes there have been MACs that have taken actions or purported to taken actions that are really beyond their scope and may present some legal concerns. And I don't know that you can just say we're not going to provide any staff time on that, because there's an element of risk to doing that as well. So it's been a balancing act. I'm not sure if that fully answers your question, Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, it's pretty good. So Chair, my other point, we're $11 million beyond revenue today. And I'm afraid we've told staff, bring us ideas. I think we're going to say no just about every idea, right? Because everything we have going is something good and it's useful, and there's people who are involved who are, will lose if we cut it. What's your vision here? Because if we have till June 30th to cut 11 million, and that doesn't even count cutting enough that we can give COLAs, which is where we started this morning. You probably need another $3 or $4 million for that. So you're really looking at $15 million. The way we're going with this discussion, I don't see us really cutting much. And I know as we get closer to that date, eventually it'll be we just have to cut staff because we can't make payroll.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's a good question, and we have to go balance knowing the cost of everything and the value of nothing as we go through this list. It's always hard to decide which services are the ones that are the most important. When we're talking about reaching out to our constituency, I think that's a really important function. It's one that I'm worth investing in. I don't, the Fish and Game Commission, if we didn't have that, we could probably still survive, but I kind of feel like our communities knowing each other, knowing us, and them knowing them is a really important function of government.
How do you feel about the county having a historic district and cutting MHRB?
I think that the Planning Building Services are managing that. They probably could blend it into the Planning Commission. It's your district, you tell me.
I can tell you a lot of people will be unhappy about it, and I think that's the reality, is we're going to be picking and choosing of what affects our district more.
Sure.
And in the end, we may not be saving any, and tell the CEO we still need $11 million cut. What's she going to do? I mean, that's the real discussion here. It's not about whether these items are a good idea. We have a real budget problem.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know we do, but I mean, that's the overarching purpose of why we're here, is to put together a budget and spend our public money wisely. I think we're all extremely aware of that. And then it comes down to a value system of what things do we prioritize, and there's some things that are absolutely essential, such as public safety, drivable roads. We know the list. I mean, we've been through this discussion enough. The question is, looking at this list, what things can we truly do without? Yes, people will be unhappy, but then you start to make up this matrix of how many people are going to be unhappy versus what are we saving in terms of money, and it becomes a resource allocation. It becomes we don't have enough money to do everything, so what things are the most important? And I think that's where we're talking right now. So, Supervisor Hasjack.
Well, I agree with a lot of these recommendations. Certainly, taking the max off the table is a good idea, and I appreciate that. A couple others is the Mendocino Historical Review Board. We just talked about it, but my understanding, talking with the people on the Planning Commission, is that they would have to be trained, and it takes the choice or those decisions away from that local and puts it into people from the 5 different districts on the Planning Commission. And so, democracy is sloppy, democracy costs money, and sometimes it's just we have human issues that we got to deal with all the time. So, that's the point of max. That's the point of having some of these commissions is that it's a process for people to have their points of view heard. And I'm in support of that. I don't know if Supervisor Williams wants to get rid of the Historical Review Board and put it in the Planning Commission, and if that's going to save money, I'd be up for it. The other ones I had were the Climate Action Advisory Council, and, they went through COVID and everything. I know that they've had problems getting a quorum at times, but it seems like the problem is more communication with the board back and forth. And so, I think it can be an effective entity, and we set it up with all good intentions, 4 years ago. I would like to see us give it another chance and just see if we can, elicit ideas from them about climate action and move forward in that way. And the last one is Public Safety Advisory Board. We set that up about 3 years ago, and I don't think there's been a meeting yet. And so I just wonder, what is the holdup on having meetings of that? And, we're talking about input on how to make our communities safer. So I would be hesitant to get rid of that at this point.
Supervisor Williams, do you have any comments on the?
Yeah, I think, Chair, you may need to go through each one of these. We've got to tally them up.
Okay, so before we do that, I just want to say this. If the board says that we're going to eliminate one of them, I think there should be a period of rebuttal from the organizations if they feel like there's something we're not understanding or seeing, so that this isn't like permanent, instantaneous, never can be considered again. Does that make sense?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I had some trouble hearing. I didn't quite catch what the proposal was.
So we should go through these committees one by one, and I think there should be a period of rebuttal from the organization if they're before we have a final decision as to why we might want to reconsider. In other words, it's not a final decision. We're saying this is one we're looking at for elimination, unless there's something we're not understanding.
Well, nothing you did do here will actually take the action to dissolve. This would only be direction to staff to come back with the
Okay.
items. If there's some other process the board wants, you certainly have the option to do that. But I think you need to specify what that would be.
Well, as I said, I think that if we, for instance, say that we want to take off the, I've lost my place, I'm sorry.
You want to take off the max and commit to council providing guidance on appropriate scope?
There's an example, if you, so this would be not necessarily the final decision, but there would be a chance for rebuttal before we made a choice. And it sounds like, from what I'm hearing from County Council, we'd have to do that anyway. So we're just more or less giving staff direction at this point. Okay, so with that in mind, shall we start down the list?
Yep.
What if we took attachment A as a group? And that's really keeping all of those.
Yeah, the only thing that I'm really focused on, it seems like attachment D is the one where we want to potentially remove them, because all the others are keeps, right?
Well, there's some in B, attachment B.
Okay, let me get back here. This is a little
There's a
complicated.
few that are recommended to dissolve.
Well, the Indian Gaming Commission, I think state law has changed. There's no reason for that committee to exist.
So if we could accept attachment A and B as recommended.
Okay, shall we do that?
I think we could.
Does anybody disagree that there's something on attachment A and B that we should take under consideration?
Hang on a second, I'm looking at the second page of B.
And just to be clear, that would include the recommendation to modify the JJDPC per the recommendation of probation department and the courts.
Right.
I can live with A and B.
Okay. Attachment C,
Yes.
does anybody feel like we need to get rid of any of those?
We can't.
We can't, okay. Now we come to attachment D, which is where the ones that are a little bit more optional. Should we just go down the list?
Yeah.
And so the Archaeological Commission of Mendocino County, how many are in favor of keeping?
What's the question?
How many are in favor of keeping the Archaeological Commission of Mendocino County? It sounds like from county council that this is probably inappropriate given modern laws.
Just a point of process. I wonder if the question can be asked if we want to follow the staff recommendation or not. That way it's less confusing for record keeping. So since staff recommendation is to dissolve, does everybody agree to that or not? It would seem to me that'd be more.
Yeah.
Do we want to follow staff?
Do we
recommendation?
approve the recommendation?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm sorry, what? I'm not understanding the question. Let's,
So underneath, on the column headers, at the top, it says recommended by department. And if the question is asked, do you want to follow the department's recommendation? I think that would be easier for the public and the board and the clerk to follow.
as we go through the,
Correct. So the first
Yeah.
one is dissolve. Do we want to follow the staff recommendation? Yes.
okay, all right, sure, that sounds good. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Next is the Commission on Status of Women.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Emergency Medical Care Committee?
Yes.
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 Mendocino County Fish and Game Commission?
Yes.
No.
No.
I'm a no, but I do have a question. I think that commission now has 7 people on it, or at least 7 positions, some vacant. Is there a reason why it can't drop to either 5 or even, I'm going to be radical here, even 3? I mean, it's just basically a grant committee. Why can't you have a granting committee that just is 3 people? And that way, if any supervisor is trying to nominate someone and there's some conflict issues, then there's going to be someone better to appoint that doesn't have those conflict issues. I'm just saying, it could be 5 or 3 instead of 7.
I'll say I don't know of any legal obstacle to reducing the composition.
Well, right now we have 1 representative from each district plus a couple
At large?
at large.
And I'm saying there's no need to have the at-large, and I mean, it could go down to just 1 from each district, or it could go down to 3 people to be appointed by a majority of the Board of Supervisors. I mean,
1 from each district sounds more appropriate.
okay.
Yeah, I support 1 from each district.
Could we just drop it to 5, then 1 from each district?
No.
Okay.
Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy Committee?
Yes.
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 County Safe Council?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Mendocino County Disaster Council?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Economic Development Financing Corporation?
Yes,
Yes,
Yes.
as recommended.
as recommended, yeah.
Yeah, just to be clear, you wouldn't be dissolving EDFC, you'd simply be removing the seats, and I believe that was prior board direction.
Right, okay. Film Advisory Board?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, the Walla Mac?
No.
No. Hopland Mac?
No.
Laytonville Mac?
No.
No.
Well, okay, I'll throw this in for the max, since
Okay.
we're talking about them again. Is that, how about lowering the 2,500 or 5,000 in Wallala's case down to 1,000? Because there are some costs to the max, you know, for kind of Zoom, for some of the hardware that they need. Sometimes they get information out to the public, so I would say lowering that budget.
I think if we're going to have, should support them, and I don't want to cut their budget. I know they're probably already not making ends meet with what they have. The real cost, though, is in staff time. It's not the dollars that we're giving them. It's the 100,000 that we spend on staff time cleaning up a mess, right? And I think if we commit to educating them about what their scope is and enforcing that they follow that scope only, maybe we won't run into those expensive problems that staff has to spend time on.
Yeah, I agree with you. Well said.
Well, my understanding is that a lot of them aren't using the money that they're granted, that they don't.
They don't
the
use it,
money,
it's
so-
still in our budget and it carries
Yeah,
forward.
but it's getting used as a weapon against them.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Just to be clear, and I think this is a really important thing for the board and the community to understand. And I think it's unfortunate that it wasn't articulated more clearly in the documents that went out with the agenda. There is an unidentified cost for staff time for planning and building and for county council. And it's my request that staff immediately start tracking per MAC how much time they're spending so that this board or future boards can really know and understand. If one MAC is causing very little staff time, then we should know that. If another MAC is charging up hundreds of thousands of dollars or potentially presenting hundreds of thousands of dollars in liability and potential litigation expenses, then that should immediately come back to the board, and perhaps it just shouldn't be so quiet when it happens, right? So we know that there are some MACs that have misused staff time and also created liability. Maybe we need to be more direct with the MACs, and so that they understand that is our role to protect the county as a whole. And if an individual group of people is presenting more of a liability, then that needs to be known.
Second.
Chair, in support of that, this board, predating all of us, has had a long-standing policy that no one board member can ask more of staff time than a certain number of hours on an item that the board itself didn't direct staff to work on. It seems to me, without doing it on the fly here, we could have a similar arrangement with the MACs. If for them to go above a certain amount of staff time on a particular topic, it would take board approval, and that would keep a cap on that.
Supervisor Jordy, I'm not sure if it would in the instances where we've run up a lot of expense. It's not that the MAC is asking for time, it's that county council has to invest a lot of time in research and outreach.
And I do want to distinguish, because I think the cost to the planning and building staff may be a little different than the cost to my own office, but I would suggest that there are likely to be things that I wouldn't be able to get pre-approval on if there does appear to be some conduct by a MAC or a member of a MAC that may create a liability issue on. I think I would need some leeway to be able to address those more urgent issues in the report.
Okay, where do you want to go with this? Do you want to direct staff for tracking expenses associated with the MACs so we at least know what they're costing us?
Yes.
I support tracking it and going further and saying, and we want to establish some sort of cap that beyond which the board wants to make a decision, is it worth investing time on?
Okay, I think that's fair.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes. And
Yeah,
I
more
also,
information.
I think that the budget is
Your mic.
is an item because we have Walala at 5,000 and rest at 2,500, and they're not using it for the most part. So it seems like even a lot of the comments we got from the people was that we don't use our, cut the budget if that's what you need. So let's cut it down to $1,000 for all of them.
Well, how about we just sweep the funds at the end of the fiscal year if they haven't used them?
We already do.
If I may, through the chair on this item, there are some MACs that do not use their funds. There are others that use their funds to the absolute, final dollar every single year. So, just to be mindful of that there is, two different, there's some that don't use it at all. There's others that use it completely. So, that's an important, in fairness, to make sure that everybody is getting covered for that expense if they are incurring those expenses.
And for the record, my understanding is the Westport MAC has historically used, now that they're meeting back in person, about half of their allotment, except this was the first time that they've ever asked the county to pay for a new website because their website was out of date. And so they did ask for a one-time allocation this last fiscal year, but otherwise they normally would only spend half of the $2,500.
Any support for Supervisor Haschak's idea of cutting the stipend?
No.
No?
Well, this could be a question we put back to the MACs. I mean, I don't know, maybe Westmore MACs, they budget us $1,200, $500 every year, and they'd be happy with that, for all I know. I mean,
we're spending more time discussing it. The money gets swept at the end of the year. It's not gone, right? It's in planning and building's budget.
Yeah.
Well, we're hearing that it doesn't all get swept, that some people are using it, and we're in these times of trying to cut our budget, so I don't see what's wrong with cutting the budget for the max.
I personally don't think it's a very, very huge allocation. I'm worth keeping it as it is and sweeping what doesn't get used. So, okay, so going on to the Little River Airport Advisory Board.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Yes, but just one question. At least with the Ukiah Airport, I have always understood that there's a law that requires there to be an airport district for at least the Ukiah Airport.
It's not a district, though, in the world.
Well, in our review, we didn't see any legal requirement for this. This appears to be an optional advisory body.
Okay, so in the case of Little River Airport, it's just not required.
Mendocino County Climate Action Advisory Committee.
Yes.
Yes, because, you know, I watched from those chairs the whole process play out of forming this advisory committee. And as a board member, I see the Grassroots Institute, I see Climate Action Mendocino, I see NGOs bringing stuff forward to the board in a way that's really productive. And I'm afraid that the Brown Act and getting a quorum is really inhibiting this committee from doing the work that the people that are invested in it are trying to do. So I'm in favor of not having it as a county committee so that it can continue to operate not under the Brown Act and not having to jump through all the county hoops.
Supervisor Dirty?
I think Supervisor Mulhern's correct that there are other organizations in the county that are taking up this cause besides board members ourselves. But, you know, I don't really want to see it go away, but, you know, I don't know it's going to be a huge loss if it goes away.
So I'm kind of in the same camp as you, with the exception that I think that it needs to be restructured a little bit so that they don't have such a large membership. Again, this would probably function very well with 5 people, 1 from each supervisorial district. So
That could be, but, you know, with the pandemic over, they have to meet in person.
Mm-hmm.
And so that alone, you're a climate group and you're driving all across the county. I think Supervisor Mulhern is right that there's other parallel efforts that are more successful, and maybe we could encourage the folks who want to serve on this committee to join one of the other efforts.
Or to create one to where they could meet via Zoom or they could meet via teleconference and still consider countywide initiatives or merging the coastal and inland together, but not to be tied to the Brown Act and having to try to meet a quorum, or certainly not having to drive all across the county to do a meeting and then potentially not having people show up. I just think that the people that are passionate and serving on this committee could really do such good work if they weren't tied by the government's hands. And that's us, and I'm blaming ourselves.
It's 3.
Well, you know, it's sad to get rid of it. I understand these issues, and it's unfortunate that the legislature hasn't adopted the changes to the Brown Act in light of Zoom and everything, because it is ridiculous to have to come together and in this time. So, you know, I do believe that there's other entities that are doing good work, and that you know, maybe it is a time to look at a change to this macaque.
So are we saying dissolve?
Dissolve.
Dissolve.
Okay. All right. I'll go along. I have mixed emotions on it too, but I can see it's had a hard time functioning, and for all the reasons stated. Mendocino County Forest Council?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Mendocino County Grading Committee?
Yes.
Yes.
Mendocino County Historic Records Commission?
Yes.
Yes. Mendocino County Museum Advisory Board?
Yes.
Yes, keep it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and just to be clear, this was the only one in the optionals that the recommendation was keep. So I understand yes is to support the recommendation.
Okay. Mendocino Historic Review Board?
Yes.
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 No.
Is it-
No, I think that goes, in my mind, that goes with the max.
Okay.
I think it should be, it's using too much staff time, it's too inefficient, the fees are too high. Some serious work needs to go into restructuring it. But for the same argument that you want to keep the max, I think you have to keep it.
The Historical Review Board?
Yeah.
If I could just make one more observation with respect to MHRB. There are some challenges with respect to the size of the district and the number of conflicts that may arise if you have a residency requirement in a district that small, and yet you're reviewing land use projects within that. There's a high likelihood of conflict issues that could be resolved by switching to the Planning Commission.
If the majority have that conflict, don't they continue to serve and vote?
You mean if you run into the rule of necessity?
Yeah.
So yeah, if you're not able to have a quorum, then you may have a situation where you have to draw straws. It is more complicated and it is more likely to have issues.
Yeah. But it's not illegal the way it's structured today.
Correct.
Yeah, I think we're going to get a lot of pushback. It's a historic district, and if we're keeping the max, this is the equivalent to the MAC for the town of Mendocino.
So my question is, how often do they meet, and why is it $155,000?
The Mendocino, if I may through the chair. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Julia Krog, Planning and Building Services Director. The review board meets every Monday at 7 p.m. in the town of Mendocino. It is written into their bylaws that they must meet in the town of Mendocino at 7 p.m. So they meet every Monday, the first Monday of every month, and they review applications. Sometimes it's only a handful of applications coming in front of them. Other times it's more. The staff time that's involved includes both staff preparing the agenda packets, mailing those packets, posting those packets online, fielding questions from the review board members. In addition, there is a different public notice requirement for the town of Mendocino, and we actually physically go into the town, post each individual site, as well as prepare packets and make them available in public locations within the town. In addition, since the meetings are held at night, often it is compensatory time off for staff, so it is time and a half expense in terms of that time off for employees. Typically, it takes a couple employees to provide the needed review of applications, and so that also is that additional time. I personally have been attending the meetings as of late since our previous secretary has moved on to another jurisdiction to provide some level of continuity and support. So it is a more inordinate amount of staff time than we typically have for our other smaller committees, and we have, the fees are there's only a certain amount that you can really charge for that level of design review. I am not sure that board will ever be 100% cost recovery. I don't think it'd be palatable for the public nor this board for it to be 100% cost recovery.
Yeah, so I think there's an opportunity to streamline it. Maybe we should send MHRB for review by Golden Gate Initiative. I would change it to not require the physical posting. We don't have staff available to physically post in the town. Online posting only. We shouldn't be using the planning director for that meeting, right? That's the most expensive resource in the department. There's got to be somebody in the coastal office that can make this meeting that's only a 10-minute drive away. There's ways to streamline it. Maybe it doesn't need to meet on the same frequency. The questions need to be capped. The staff reports, I don't think, need to be nearly as long. An applicant submits their drawing, it's a thumbs up or thumbs down by the review board. I don't think we need a long staff report. So there's ways to significantly cut down on the costs involved that I think would cause less of a backlash than moving it to the Planning Commission. You move it to the Planning Commission, you're going to have people from the town of Mendocino here expecting that your Planning Commission is up to speed on that historic district. I don't think they are today. And so, there's an opportunity to save costs here. I don't know if this is the best mechanism to reach that goal. Chair?
We have this $10 million deficit, though.
No, I agree. I mean, if you wanted to cut everything because we have to balance the budget, but now we've opened the floodgate to piecemeal.
Sure. No, I get what you're saying. That was sarcastic. What I really mean here is
it was inflammatory.
Inflammatory. So this is like the Fish and Game Commission, where you have expertise that's really unique, and I don't think it's going to get replicated anywhere else. But I agree with you that maybe there's a way to streamline it. And I'd just say this, is that there's one thing that's been consistent in the 35 years I've lived here, is the town of Mendocino. It looks pretty much the same as when I showed up the first time in 1970 as a college student. So they do good work in the end, but I think the expense is something that, yeah, maybe the Golden Gate Bridge Initiative should take a look and see if we can come up with a better way of doing business.
How about if we send it there with my commitment to work with them?
I support that. Anyone else?
And so this one's a hold off. Let's come back with an updated plan. It's probably not dissolution.
Supervisor Trudy?
Yeah, I support that, and also just request that Supervisor Williams and the Golden Gate just to consider that. I'm going to make a gross exaggeration, but the Mendocino zip code is probably 10 years older than the Fort Bragg zip code, which is probably 10 years older than the state of California in terms of average age. And so, although you do have merchants who are working 9 to 5 and may want on occasion to attend a historic district meeting, my hunch is if you looked at the person who attends, I mean, you can answer this better than I can. My hunch is if you looked at who attends the historic district meetings, most of them are retired, and they could attend during the day. And so I think one thing that's worth looking at is, can the meetings be moved from 7 p.m. to say 1 p.m. or 2 p.m. and get the business done during the business day?
Agreed.
And do they need to meet every week?
No month.
My apologies, I misstated that. It's the first Monday of every month. I'm sorry, I said every Monday and I meant first Monday of every month.
Okay.
I thought those are really dedicated board members. Okay, so that's our recommendation then, is to have kind of a review of that and see if we can streamline it but still keep it.
Mr. Chair, before you move on, I don't know that I've heard the answer on the Historical Records Commission. That's one we believe may be defunct.
Yes.
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 Thank you.
Public Safety Advisory Board.
Yes.
Yes.
So have they ever met?
Yeah, because I was chair at the time and I was appointed to it, and so we did meet. It's on the county's YouTube.
You met how many times?
I think we met once, maybe a second was scheduled. Did we meet twice? CEO?
If I may, through the
you
chair, you met one time. There is no staff support either from public safety or the executive office for this committee. I don't want to speak for a sheriff, but under sheriff is here. There's no staff resources for this committee.
So I saw a majority. I think it's dissolved.
Yeah, it looks like well, this is interesting. I think probably the easiest way to deal with this is dissolve it at this point, because it does not appear to be working.
So I just wonder, I mean,
Go ahead.
I just wonder, like I don't know if every city does, but City of Fort Bragg for 3 or more decades has had a public safety committee, and its staff is an administrative assistant to the chief of police, and the public works director. And they're the staff to the City of Fort Bragg's public safety committee. And then you just have 2 council members there, but it becomes a venue for members of the public who have questions. It's not a place where people are going in there to shake their finger at the chief of police or the public works director. It's more where people are asking questions about, why is this way, or could you guys address this? In a city context, it may have more to do with like people speeding at a certain time of day on a street, people parking in the wrong spot. I realize it would be slightly different issues at a county level than at a city level, but I guess I don't understand why with an organization with 1,100 employees that the county public safety employees can't provide the administrative support to have a once a month or even every other month meeting when little tiny Fort Bragg can do it for 3 decades.
Well, I'm kind of in agreement with that because, if we're saying that public safety is critical, that's the reason for being for the county public safety. And then we have issues that come up and people say, well, what are we going to do about speeding on such and such road? Or, how about that meth house down the corner? It's a venue for bringing up issues for the for the people, and that was the intent of this, was to create safer communities.
Through the chair, I would like to talk to, well, maybe Darcy's trying to not have to, I'm not sure what's happening here, but that was not the intention of the committee, and it's my understanding that it was duplicative from what the work that the sheriff's office was already doing, and I would gather that that's why they haven't met. If this board would like to create a committee that addresses traffic concerns and has a venue for people to talk about speeding and to talk about meth houses, I think that's great. I would love that. I actually still would love for there to be a comment portal on the county website so that people can just report anonymously or not any of these types of concerns, and then it can be addressed. But if you go back to the agenda item, that's not what this board was created for, and the sheriff was very clear that he thought it was duplicative to work that, and I don't know the name of the other board that does the reviews, but that is already doing reviews specifically for public safety. So just to be clear on what the goal was, and if we want to create a different board for that, then happy to see an agenda item about that.
I think if a committee is to be created for law enforcement, it should be created by the sheriff. He should set the scope. He should run it. I think maybe we're overstepping and it's not the best relationship.
Supervisor Antle.
CEO Antle.
I'm sorry.
That's all right. I
It's
kind
late
of
in the
stuck my
day.
nose in this one. I agree with Supervisor Mulhern's, the intent of what Supervisor Hashak was saying was not the intent that this was formed. So if you want to, I would recommend you dissolve this and then think about how you would want to include something in public safety. And what do you mean by public safety? So do you need to bring in the rest of your public safety people, whether it's the Department of Transportation, maybe it's some of Janine's team, Dr. Miller's team and BHRS, maybe it is probation, juvenile hall, jail, DA. What do you mean by public safety and who do you want on that committee? I think that's a separate conversation than the item that you have before you today.
I may suggest, though, that if you were to consider a committee with those members, you might inhibit their ability to communicate day-to-day on necessary functions. So you may want to think about the potential implications of that as well.
Yeah. Yes, for dissolve.
Well, just one last comment.
Okay, go ahead.
Is that when Supervisor Jurdy and I were tasked with creating this, we worked in collaboration with the sheriff, and this is what we came up with, and it was to look at public safety in all aspects of it. And so, I can understand that if the board doesn't want to continue on, but the intent was to look at public safety and have people's voices heard.
Okay, so let's figure this one out. Go with staff recommendations.
Yes, dissolve.
Well, I'd support dissolving, but I think, I'm personally requesting, and I think maybe the board should too, is request that the sheriff, working with his public safety partners, think about how they want to get public input. Because I think what I heard was people in the public think that there isn't an obvious venue for them to get public input, outside of, say, a board meeting, which is not really the right venue.
Or a MAC meeting. Sheriff's pretty good about attending the MAC meeting.
He's very good about attending MAC meetings. I say yes, with some of the stipulations that Supervisor Jurdy mentioned as well. Well?
Which one?
You're
Oh,
a
yes. Sorry, I had a comment, but I decided
Sorry.
better.
Supervisor Haschak?
I'll go along.
Okay. All right. Okay, the MACs are safe. Safety Council?
Yes.
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 Social Service Citizens Advisory Council?
Yes.
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 Tobacco Settlement Advisory Council?
Yes.
Yes. The Underground Committee? What is that?
We can't tell you it's underground.
We will-
Yes.
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 No. Just kidding.
Okay, then the Westport MAC, of course, we're going to keep. So is that it?
The
Youth Council,
Youth Council.
Workforce.
Keep going. All right, sorry.
Yes.
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 Yes. All right, so we went through the list.
Mr. Chair, I think we still need public comment.
We still need public comment, so I know you guys have been waiting all day, so it's been a long day for you. So we would like to hear public comment on this agenda item.
This is going to be hard to get in 3 minutes. Greetings, everybody, planning and building staff, CEO, county council, supervisors. My name is Dolly Riley. I'm the chair of the Redwood Valley MAC. I'm going to really truncate what I was going to say because it sounds like you're in favor of the MACs. MACs are a form of representative democracy. I ask that you preserve them, of course. There are 2 issues cited in County Council's memorandum that I will speak to. The first is the cost of funds allocated to the MACs, $2,500 a year, not always used. That's small potatoes. Number 2, the other cost to the county in communicating with the MAC, such as county council to inform on the Brown Act or other departments that the MAC must consult with. County council cited Brown Act issues. There are at least 2 members of the RV MAC able to give the MAC members Brown Act training. We know the rules. We police each other. Cost to the county in communicating with the MAC may include planning and building services to review our suggested general plan local element update. In 2016, Redwood Valley citizens were encouraged and guided to form the MAC by our last First District supervisor. Resolution, Board of Supervisors Resolution 16-057, dated May 3, 2016, asked specifically of the Redwood Valley MAC to advise the Board of Supervisors on rezoning, land use, general plan amendments, use permits, and subdivisions, to review revisions and implementations of the Redwood Valley Community Plan, etc. Okay, so in 2016, Redwood Valley citizens were encouraged and guided. We construct a Redwood Valley Community Plan and building design guidelines to supplement the county general plan, which really had no plan at all. In developing our community plan, we've consulted with planning and building. In the course of 5 years, we mailed postcards to all locals, conducted 4 large community meetings, sent our finished community action plan for review to planning and building, and received it back with corrections and suggestions, which I thank the department for. It's now completed, and it's on the Board of Supervisors' agenda for review, set for September 26th. As to cost cutting, the MAC is saving money, not costing money. Hearing problems early from constituents has saved the county from problems down the line. The MACs can be a filter to the district supervisor, saving time and headaches to hardworking supervisors. Okay, so democracy is messy, but representation is at the core of citizen involvement. Thank you for your services.
Thank you.
Good almost evening. I'm Chris Boyd again from Redwood Valley. And as a longtime member and founding chair of the Redwood Valley Municipal Advisory Council, or MAC, I wish to state my opposition to the proposal to dissolve these councils. First, I was quite surprised that no one apparently contacted any members of the MACs to discuss this proposal before we saw it on the agenda. I think that's an example of perhaps some outreach that could have happened first that might have saved a lot of your discussion today. The proposal cites budget savings as the primary reason, and after we've heard that some of the MACs don't even use their allocation, I would pencil that out to 1/100th of the budget savings that are in this proposal. So that's pretty small potatoes, as Dolly said, and yet I know there is staff time involved, so that is not something we shouldn't consider, but all of the MAC members volunteer our time and our resources. The RV MAC is very busy, unlike some of these commissions and boards that were discussed today. The proposal submitted to you lacks history and context. There are many reasons why some of these boards and committees were formed that were probably not recognized or discussed today. So that's kind of important to consider, and I hope before any final decisions are made, some of these other boards and commissions will be contacted and their input sought. The staff report does not mention much of the value of the MACs. We serve in liaison roles for county and other local government agencies as per the state law, 31010 of County Government Code. We have had efficient opportunities for county, our supervisor, thank you very much, our sheriff, Caltrans, Cal Fire, the fire departments, water districts, community foundation, and a lot of other agencies have sought us out as a forum to get their message out. And that's really important that we are seen after 7 years as a fulcrum for this kind of discussion. It's very valuable to other agencies as well as to our citizens. And that kind of participation keeps constituents informed. It allows them to ask questions of the important officials. And what that accomplishes is that it's been instrumental in connecting people in Redwood Valley, in augmenting our sense of community and cooperation. And informed citizenry is vital for a healthy society. And this is precisely the moment in time in the United States that calls for more citizen participation and not less. This little county boasts some of the most creative, well-educated, and experienced folks I've ever had the privilege to live among. Bring our residents in to help solve the problems. And the ideas are out there. Let's work together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Gizmo. I'm here on two fronts. One is the Mendocino County Climate Action Advisory Committee. I do agree with Senator or Board Supervisor Haschek that this is an entity that was started and went through COVID, and I think really needs a chance to move into the future. I am going to be hopefully sworn into the board here soon if it is not dissolved, and I think we have a lot of creative ideas to bring. On the second front, the MACs have always, in my opinion, and the meetings that I've attended, have funneled the ideas across party lines. Like, we have people coming, like hundreds of people have come to our meetings, like over 100, several times. So this goes across all party lines, and basically has to do with the type of living space that we want to create. And again, I have to say that the cost, yes, there is going to be some cost, and we do come tired. I know that sometimes it's after hours, but there's a benefit to these costs. And so just to tell us that it costs this much, with no analysis on the benefit of what it is, I again have to say that without being able to quantify it right off the top of my head, I think the cost savings is going to and the future planning is going to well outweigh the minute cost of what it might be, in my opinion, even if it is, $30,000 to decide on something or have a lawyer. The next option is hiring an outside consultant for $1.2 million that has their own lawyers. So to me, and just from my experience of being here before in the past and with a different administration, I wouldn't like to see us go down the same path where the citizens have 2 minutes to say something that seems to be the most creative and cost-efficient way to save money in this county, and then listen to an outside consulting firm that was hired to come and tell us something that we pretty much already know. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Kevin Evans, Walla Mac, Vice Chair, but I'm speaking as a resident of Anchor Bay. In 1984, Supervisor Norm Duvall created a small group of residents for the purpose of collecting information and opinions about the community. In 1991, the Board of Supervisors created the Walla Mac. To this day, GMAC holds true to the intended purpose identified by the Board of Supervisors in 1991. GMAC serves as the first line of review of all coastal development permits within the sphere of influence and a forum for public comments. The CDPs are reviewed by volunteer members of GMAC. They conduct a public hearing and submit the final action to county planning staff for inclusion in the staff report that is forwarded to the Planning Commission. Through fiscal year 22-23, GMAC reviewed 16 coastal development permits. The staff report states that it costs $921,020 to oversee the boards and commissions. By departments, the planning and building department is $762,065. The Planning Commission line item budget reflects $219,785 in staff support, for which we appreciate. And they also list per diem at $18,954, which is more than the $17,500 budgeted for the 5 MACs. Eliminating the MACs will have an adverse effect on the county budget and public perception of transparency. Bypassing the GMAC CDP review process, applicants will go directly to the Planning Commission and reduce the ability for public review and input on proposed projects. This will create an increased workload for staff as they address public feedback, which will delay the processing of permits and increase costs to applicants and county staff. The public has used GMAC as a sounding board for a range of topics that include the lack of broadband service, closure of Bower Park, poor road maintenance, the Walla streetscape, and the importance of a resident deputy. I thank the board for your support for the MACs, and if there's anything that we can do to support the Board of Supervisors' vision, we will definitely do that. And as far as the $5,000 budget, let me tell you that we do have to pay a room rental fee. We have a part-time staff secretary, so we do not use county staff time. We have a P.O. box, and we do Zoom our meetings in addition to public meetings. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for traveling all the way here. So,
hello, my name is Peter Reynolds. I'm a resident of Redwood Valley, and I first off want to say that I appreciate your thoughts and concerns about not just putting the MACs on the chopping block, realizing that they do have a lot of value to our county. I personally have been to many meetings, and I see how it really does a wonderful job of connecting the people with different entities in the county that have concerns for the values of the county. The sheriff is often there, or he will send an undersheriff so that he can directly talk to people about the concerns that they have and also what they can do to help promote public safety. We've often had people from the water district, from the fire department. There are people who come from the cannabis industry with their concerns about the economics and the situations with their businesses, and also people opposed to that industry and their concerns, and trying to find a way to mitigate those concerns and make things better for everybody. I think that the cost of the MACs is a very small amount compared to the value of what they bring to the community itself, to what the information that the MACs can bring to you all in terms of guiding you on your deliberations on how to deal with some complex issues. I know that money is a huge issue for our county. It's been very obvious this morning with the employees and their concerns and our budget and how do we make that all work. And I think that the MACs can serve a great value for the little that they cost to help the county with that. And I think that the concerns about the expenses to city council, to council, and for the county, I think that the MACs would be very open to listen to guidance in terms of how to make their efforts in line with that and keep those costs down. So I thank you for your time and hearing me, and Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Charlie Vaughn, Redwood Valley residents. Boy, I had a whole lot I wanted to say today, and it sounds as if the council is basically in favor of MACs, so I'm going to curtail a lot of what I had to say to try to convince you of their value. I just want to relay a little bit of my experience real quickly. I went to several MAC meetings where there was a whole lot of people at the Redwood Valley Grange. We all broke into groups. We all had a whiteboard and a focus person for that group. We talked about traffic. We talked about water usage. We talked about bicycle and hiking trails. We talked about housing. We talked about speed limits. We talked about, and we threw in ideas. All the ideas were collated, and then we went through it again. And this was all presented to the supervisors by a bunch of volunteers, free of charge. What is it, $2,500 a year that you pay out to support that MAC? You cannot get better public involvement or good advice from the public for any less money. I submit it would cost you a lot more money. As people said, you see the sheriff there. I've seen people from the water districts, Caltrans, all kinds of things. Plus, I don't have to take an entire day off from work to have my voice heard. I can go to the MAC after work. I missed my whole day of work today. Our company lost 3 workday people, the workday of 3 people to be here, basically. So really support your MACs, use them creatively, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Mary Beth Kelly. I'm a resident of Redwood Valley. I'm here to talk about the MACs and the Mendocino Climate Action Advisory Committee, the MCAC. My first question is, how did this even get on the agenda without all the input of the stakeholders? It seems like there was a lot of discussion today that could have happened prior to coming in here. A lot of time and money could have been saved had we known about this and had time to give you input and perhaps, change your mind before it got to this point. 8 years ago, the community of Redwood Valley was fighting to keep Dollar General out. This was the clipboard I used back then. Our supervisor recommended and guided us through the formation of a MAC to help in that effort. I guess it was beyond incredible to me that the Board of Supes was contemplating dissolving the RV MAC and the other 5 MACs to save less than $20,000 a year. The reasoning given, the MACs are providing very little, if any, advice to the Board of Supes and are just places for citizens to talk. I'd love to see the data backing that up. I know our MAC, RV MAC, has forwarded several advice to the, and it's formal, with the, the little disclaimer at the bottom. We did all the right things legally, and we do that every time. Yes, citizens come to our MAC meetings and they talk about all kinds of things. Government officials come also and talk with us. That's the beauty of it, community coming together to work together to come up with solutions. Every time I leave a MAC meeting, I am amazed at how great they are, at least ours is. We have so much good input and so many people coming. It's what a community meeting should be. I've always said that Redwood Valley is a community in search of its heart, in search of its center. The Redwood Valley Grange provides the physical center, and the MAC provides the forum for everybody to communicate and come together. If the MACs have indeed strayed from their original purpose, the teacher in me, the retired teacher in me, says let them learn from their mistakes. Every mistake is a learning opportunity. We have to train citizens, okay? So to me, it's like maybe the county hasn't really trained the MACs on what their jobs are. You don't just throw out the student because he flunked a test. The Brown Act hampers us from communicating. We police ourselves. I see the MACs as a training ground for citizens to be involved in their government. Citizens aren't necessarily taught these skills in school anymore, and I speak for myself when I say I've learned a lot about how my local government works and how to interact with it while serving on a MAC. Indeed, our current MAC has a member who is running for your job next year, and our monthly meetings are attended by several other candidates.
Mary Beth, wrap it up.
I am. If there's one issue that overrides everybody else and everything else in our lives, it is the increasing threat from climate change. The MCAC is one way to keep that priority front and center. Please keep this vital citizen advisory committee that is run by volunteers. Doesn't cost any money. The county community of volunteer citizen committees is like a big tree. Of course you cut out the dead wood when it needs to be pruned, but you don't prune out the branches that are bearing fruit. And our MACs are bearing fruit. Democracy's messy, it's inconvenient at times, it is expensive at times, and it's definitely a participation sport. Do not cut us off from participating in our government. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board. Adam Gaska. I'm a Redwood Valley resident and member of the Redwood Valley MAC, but today I'm speaking for myself and not representing the MAC. To say I was shocked to read that staff was recommending the dissolution of the 6 MACs would be an understatement. I feel that it is a direct attack on the ability of regular citizens to participate in local government. I understand that we are in difficult financial situations and cuts must be made. The money offered to our MAC seems like a mere pittance compared to the value that is received to our communities with county government and service providers. But I'm willing to sacrifice our allowance for the greater good. Getting monthly updates from our sheriff, district supervisor, fire department, and water district are vital for us to feel like we are seen. Being able to give feedback on proposed developments makes us feel heard. Defund us if necessary, but do not sever our direct route to participation in county government. The bigger issue seems to be the MAC structure, whether they should comply with the Brown Act and if they are straying from the original intent of their formation. I believe that it is best to keep the MAC members appointed by their supervisor as a safeguard from becoming a self-selecting special interest group. It is the responsibility of the appointing supervisor to choose people from differing backgrounds and viewpoints to best represent the community as a whole. All the MAC members are required to take Brown Act trainings, and we must file a Form 700 with the county. Brown Act compliant meetings are the proper format to ensure transparency and equal access to policymakers. Our role as advisory bodies rather than decision makers sufficiently prevents conflicts of interest. Our MACs are not being used to their full potential. MACs are the perfect tool to allow community feedback on potential development, to advise the Board of Supervisors and the other county decision makers on local planning and management decisions relating to the unincorporated areas of Mendocino County, to provide a regular forum for citizen participation in the formation of advisory recommendations on those decisions, and to provide a bridge for communication between the county, local residents and businesses, and the general public on local government decisions affecting Mendocino County. I have heard that work is being done on the general plan update. MAC should be put to work connecting citizens and policymakers to create a vision and formulate a plan for the future growth of our communities and county. In these financial times, citizen resources should be used more and not less. For this reason alone, MACs should be kept. We are ready and willing to serve. Please do not disenfranchise us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Darren Brewster, Undersheriff of the Sheriff's Office. The Sheriff and his office wanted me to relay to you and the citizens that he is very high on the MACs. He thinks it's imperative that they stay. It's great to have the transparency between law enforcement and the citizens and the board. Everything that I've heard today with the board and with the citizens, I think is great. It shows everybody has the same vision in mind. The way it came up, I'm guessing could have been some kind of misguided push for the board to look at this. It's obvious that the citizens have a huge play in the game, and so is the sheriff. So I just wanted to push that out to the board. I think it's great what you guys thought and what you talked about, and same with the citizens. Thanks.
Under Sheriff? Could the CCP be used as a venue for public safety discussion so that we don't create yet another committee?
If it if it was pushed that way, there would have to definitely be more people on it. Other people in the county.
Which gets us back into the county council's concern of the Brown Act. Okay.
So the one thing I could say that there is an executive board that has all the chiefs in the county. They meet once a month to go over all issues. That could be a venue.
Could you relay that perhaps it would be better if they proposed the model than this board dictate what the model should be?
Absolutely. Yeah.
If I may, Mr. Chair, I would just note if the sheriff or any other official goes ahead and creates a committee or sets up a public meeting on its own, you don't have the Brown Act issues. It's really only when this board takes formal action to create a committee that we start to run into those complications.
Okay, good. Thank you. Anyone else who cares to address the board this time? I don't think we have anyone online, do we? No, one person online though. Okay.
Henry.
Okay, let's go.
Hi, this is Henry Mayer. I am a member of the Walla Municipal Advisory Council, though speaking today on behalf of myself and not the council. I'll keep this relatively quick since it does not seem that the MACs are likely to be on their way out. But what I would say is in Walla, we feel very far away from county government. County government has little to no presence on the South Coast, aside from our new resident deputy, for which we're very appreciative. I do not think the MAC is perfect in any way, but it is some presence on the South Coast, some liaison between the community and the government, and it's kind of the only one that we have. And the other thing I would say is if there's some question as to the amount of communication that is coming through from the MACs to the county, I would say use us more. I think the sheriff's office does a really great job of using our MAC. They ask us to help them communicate out to community. They ask questions from us. They get concerns from us. The rest of the county doesn't do very much of that. And I think that to the extent that the county is interested in what the community thinks down on the South Coast, and my hunch would be other places represented by MACs, we are an underused resource, and we are available to help in more ways should you choose to use us. And then I would also comment, it sounds like the board is interested in further education and communication of roles and responsibilities beyond just the email that we all got a month ago, which was one of the earliest forms of communication about those roles and responsibilities that I have seen. So I think that that would be a great idea. It does sort of feel like we're kind of just thrown in without necessarily knowing all the details aside from the Brown Act training, which again, very much appreciated. But I do think more communication in that regard would also be of great use. And I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jim Shields. Okay, Jim Shields.
Good afternoon, supervisors. I'll keep this real quick. I want to thank each and every one of you for the action that you took today. This goes to prove that reasonable people can reach reasonable outcomes even on some tough issues. The only thing I'd like to raise with you is we get a chance, I'd like to talk about realigning MACs where they are now organizationally, because originally MACs were, if you look at the statute, these are really Board of Supervisors, but specifically District Supervisors creatures. And for the first, I don't know how long a period of time, MACs were actually under the jurisdiction of the board, and we worked through the clerk of the board. I think it's a better fit than over in than where it is now over in planning and building, but we can put that out for future discussions. Anyway, once again, thank you very much. Greatly appreciated, what you've done today, and looking forward to continuing our relationship. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that it? Okay, so everyone's weighed in. I believe we've given staff direction. Any other comments, questions?
Mr. Chair, I think the clerk of the board might have captured a proposed motion that would reflect the direction given so far. It may be appropriate to have that read just so we got a clear record.
Okay.
This is Atlas Pearson, Senior Deputy Clerk of the Board. So there was a lot, but I believe this captures everything. Direct staff to look into options for merging the Behavioral Health Advisory Board with the Measure B Oversight Committee. Set staff recommendations for attachments A, B, and C in the staff report. Direct staff to track all time spent on each individual MAC and look into developing a cap on staff time afforded to MACs. In regards to attachment D within the staff report, direct staff to look into restructuring the Fish and Game Commission into a 5-member body. Direct staff to keep all municipal advisory councils. Direct staff to refer the Mendocino Historical Review Board to the Golden Gate Initiative Team for review and development of potential streamlining efforts, and proceed with the staff recommendation on all others.
Does that capture everything?
Yes, is there a motion?
So moved.
Well, can I make a comment?
Yes, you may.
First of all, with the Mendocino Historical Review Board, I'd like a timeline put on it to come back in 2 months or so. Can we do that to make sure that it comes back?
If you would like, I mean, from planning and buildings perspective, certainly we can work with, I think it's really at the time that may be required by the Golden Gate Bridge Initiative to be able to look into that.
Be safer to say 90.
Safer to say 90, thank you, I'll take that.
Okay, in 90 days.
So,
And then
so moved.
The
Is there a
second,
before discussion?
I wanted,
All right, now there's discussion.
the second part is, with the Climate Action Advisory Committee, how much staff time is required of that?
Well, there was an estimate within the packet as well. I believe it was right around $20,000. And again, that's primarily we do posting of agendas and provide that staff support. I know they've had some trouble being able to meet, I believe, since coming out of the pandemic, but there has been staff support. So what you're seeing is what we were experiencing from 2019, an average of what that cost was. Not necessarily this year. They've had more trouble meeting since the pandemic has ended.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table that's been moved by...
Moved by Williams, seconded by Mulhern.
Okay. All right, so we're ready to call for the vote.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Chair McGordy?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and take a break.
Yeah, Chair, if I may, I do have a couple of items that are sensitive, time sensitive on the agenda. I'm just trying to get a time adjustment if anybody's going to call a 5:30 rule or what have you, because I'll move those first after the break.
I will not call the 5:30 rule.
I might call the 5:30 rule.
Okay, so I'll work with Chair and we'll move those up during break. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll be back here at 10 minutes to 5.
What happened here? Where am I? I remember now. If only.
Could it be? Water?
If only he would have saved a bit of water, he wouldn't be stuck in this situation. Like fixing that leaky faucet you say you will get to but never do.
or not taking that extra long shower because you want to go through your whole playlist, or not putting that single piece of clothing in the washer because it was definitely bothering you seeing it on the ground. The only way to prevent drought is if you help. For more information about your water, please visit www.rrwatershed.org.
Drought is a harsh reality for many communities across the country. While the recent rains have helped develop reservoirs, it's still important to save water and be more resilient to drought. Drought can negatively impact everything from agriculture to industry to household use. Conserving water in our homes is very important. Simple steps such as fixing leaks, taking shorter showers, and using low-flow fixtures can make a huge difference. Another way to prepare for drought is to replace lawns with drought-tolerant landscapes. Drought-tolerant landscapes are able to thrive with less water and can help lessen the amount of irrigation required. While water is all around us, we should not take it for granted. Working together as a community, we can make a real difference in our ability to withstand drought. By making small changes in our daily habits, we can conserve more water and be more drought resilient. For more information about your water, please visit www.rrwatershed.org.
Water is the most important thing in the world. In order for our planet to flourish, we need an abundance of water. Due to droughts throughout California, wildfires have occurred, scorching Sonoma County several times. The Russian River is 115 miles long, and the main stem begins at Lake Mendocino. It flows through Ukiah, down to Cloverdale, through Healdsburg, and out to the Pacific Ocean. The river is home to 63 species of fish and has 238 streams and creeks flowing out of it. The river is a place for fun and relaxation for locals and tourists alike, as well as a home and resource for many creatures. So how can you help to preserve this bit of natural beauty? Start by being aware of your water usage. Take shorter showers, fix leaking sinks, use recycled water to water your plants, or better yet, switch to a more drought-tolerant landscape. In order for people to enjoy our beautiful river, we need to keep it safe. Be sure to conserve water. For more information about your water, please visit www.rrwatershed.org.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I think that as a parent now, I'm grateful for support more than I was before.
I filled out that form not knowing what I was doing. I am very, very grateful that I did it because it's really helping me a lot.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades.
Well, I was a new mom and I had no experience taking care of a newborn.
There isn't like a book on how to raise a kid.
We come from like a lot of family history of, you know, drugs, violence, alcoholism, so we didn't want our daughter to experience any of that.
The thought that a parent was supposed to be loving, nurturing, supposed to be there for their kid, you know, provide food, shelter, joy, and going in, becoming a parent for her, I had no clue how to provide that.
¿Cómo pensar educarla? Ajá. ¿Cómo educar a un hijo? Porque pues nosotros nunca, es la primera vez que íbamos a ser padres.
What I think parents should know about home visiting is that you can learn a lot of new things and tips and tricks, how to take care of the baby and what to do, and if you're, you know, stuck in a routine and everything being monotonous, like they give you new resources and new tools how to handle parenthood.
It was nice to have them kind of guiding me. Even though I was not a first-time mom, I felt like a first-time mom.
It totally blew my mind over time. So much information that I had no idea about. You know, she was straightforward when, you know, teaching me this stuff and answered any of my questions. It's just a really positive experience.
What I think that parents could benefit with the program is just having someone here for you, especially for first-time parents. It can be very isolating and it can be very lonely, and having the home visitor changes that and it feels very good.
For me, having a home visitor is like having a second mom there.
A lot has changed. I'm definitely more knowledgable taking care of her. And I know that anytime I need advice or help from somebody,
We're going to restart our meeting, and we're going to change the order of items here a little bit, hoping to get everything done by 5:30. So we're going to go with item 4G, followed by item 4F, 4E, and 4B has been pulled by the department. So let's go to item 4G, which is discussion and possible action, including approval of the overdue payment to the Local Emergency Medical Services Agency, LEMSA, for fiscal year 2020 through 2021 in the amount of $325,043 to Sonoma County Public Health for services provided and billed late due to staffing challenges and the COVID-19 pandemic.
Move the recommended action.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion?
Public.
Public comment. Go ahead.
Well, good morning, or good afternoon, Chair McGordy, members of the board, CEO Antle, and County Council Curtis. Becky Emery, Department of Social Services and EMS Liaison. Before you today is a request for retroactive payment to Sonoma County Public Health. The result of the payment, or the late cause of the late payment, has been a couple of things. It's been staffing changes both within Sonoma County's Public Health as well as Mendocino County's Public Health, as well as, of course, the COVID pandemic during this time. So I do appreciate your consideration of this item. The proposal is to cover these costs with carry forward funding from the Budget Unit 4016 within Public Health. That is County General Fund costs or coverage that would be carried forward. It is expected to come in with enough funding from the 22-23 fiscal year to cover this expense. It is not able to pull from other sources because those sources were utilized in the balancing of the 2021 budget. So that's why it falls to all county general fund. Those costs are lower in the 22-23 year because the staffing costs of our CAL FIRE dispatch have been considerably lower, resulting in that carry forward of county general fund as proposed today. So I'm happy to answer any other questions that you may have on this item.
Questions? Anyone?
No, just a comment. It would be a lot more expensive if we were to do it on our own. I think we get enormous value out of partnering with another county, and I appreciate that Jen's always available, Jen Banks. She's in county. It's like having our own LEMSA.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other comments? If not, it's been moved and seconded. Shall we go ahead and call for the vote?
For the record, the seconder was Mulhern. Okay, thank you. Supervisor Dirty?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Chair McGordy?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. Now we're going to go on to agenda item 4F, which is discussion and possible action, including introduction and waive first reading of an uncodified ordinance adopting the Mendocino County Sheriff's Office military equipment use policy pursuant to AB 481 and review of military equipment annual report.
Move the recommended action.
Second.
Okay. Moved and seconded. County Counsel and Sheriff Coroner.
Mr. Chair, I'm anticipating that the board may want to keep this relatively brief. I will just note that this is a requirement of statute. On an annual basis, the board does have to authorize by ordinance certain types of equipment used by the Sheriff's Office. This is intended to meet those obligations.
Okay.
For just a point of clarification, why isn't it on the consent calendar?
Our practice has not been to put ordinances for their first reading on the consent calendar. We might, for this one, have to do that going forward, just to
Well,
save
I
time.
think it's an annual item. It would seem to be more efficient use of time.
I'm happy to do that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded. Any public comment? Okay, call for the vote.
Chair McGordy?
Yes.
Supervisor Dirty?
Oh, yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you. Now we're on to agenda item 4E, which is discussion and possible action, including acceptance of staff presentation regarding Mendocino County broadband planning, low-level network design projects, and proposed project areas and possible direction to staff as necessary. So, sponsors IT and Supervisor Williams.
While they're getting set up, I'm just going to note that broadband for all looks more like broadband for some in our county. The estimate is $772 million for wiring up the unserved, and the funding available is about $56 million. Hopefully additional funding will come, but you can tell this is going to be a very slow process to roll out to most of the county.
We are getting the presentation set up, so one moment, bear with us.
Okay.
Do you need me to share my screen?
All right, we're ready. Afternoon, Chair McGorty, members of the board, CEO Antle, County Council Curtis, Tony Rake's IT Division Manager. Joining me today is Jeff Tyrrell of Jeff Tyrrell Communications, our broadband consultant and manager of the North Bay North Coast Broadband Consortium, of which I'm also a member on the managing committee. Today we have for you a update and presentation with possible action regarding the status of the broadband deployment and grant funding availability here in the county. This is an exciting presentation for us to give because we're at a point now, it's been so long in discussion that we're starting to see the potential for the rubber meeting the road, so to speak. As Supervisor Williams had mentioned, of course, it's a bit of a drop in the bucket concerning the amount of money that we need, but we'll get into that during the presentation. So a presentation overview for you, just to give you an idea of what we're to talk about today. We're going to talk about SB 156 and the state middle mile build and the timeline associated with it. The last mile federal funding account dollars that we are applying for, in addition to the status of our local agency technical assistance grant that we partnered with Golden State Connect Authority on, the total costs associated with the projects that we have, the priority areas that we've determined. It's important to note that this doesn't include all of our areas. We have many areas to focus on here in the county. We focused on the top 20. And then our partnership with Golden State Connect Authority, their timelines moving forward with regard to the federal funding account and beyond. And then we'll talk a little bit about upcoming funding opportunities with the BEAD program, and then the next steps we intend to take after this presentation. So with that, I'd like to pass it to Jeff Tyrrell to speak on the SB 156 middle mile and last mile portions.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you, board and members. So SB 156 is passed long ago, and it allocates $7.25 billion for broadband in California. And among that, it's divided between last mile and middle mile. The state and Caltrans and the California Department of Technology is taking on the middle mile, and they have created a map that has 10,000 miles across the state. And however, they have found that they need to break it into two phases, phase 1 and phase 2. So they could only afford, with the $4 billion, about 8,300 miles in the state of California for middle mile open access underground fiber optics. And within Mendocino County, we have 255 miles in phase 1, an additional 20 miles in phase 2. So originally we thought we would have the segments from the Highway 1 from the Sonoma County border to Fort Bragg. Originally we thought it would go to Cleone, but the Fort Bragg to Cleone section was put in phase 2. Additionally, 101 all the way from the Sonoma County border to the Humboldt County border is in phase 1. Highway 20 from the coastline to Lake County is entirely in phase 1. So all of that will be open access underground fiber. 128, they were originally doing all of 128 all the way to Cloverdale. However, they have shortened that segment in phase 1 to Philo from Navarro Beach to Philo, and phase 2 they will continue to Boonville. Additionally, Route 162 will connect Covelo. I believe that is all of the middle mile as we know it. Perhaps I could pause and ask if there are any questions about what the middle mile is and the segments.
Has any of it been constructed yet, or put in?
None of it has been constructed yet. Much of it will be indefeasible rights of use, or IDUs, leased. So much of it is, in essence, constructed. The portion of Highway 20 between Calpella and the Lake County line is one of the initial 18 build projects across the state. So Mendocino County will see some construction on the middle mile before most other counties. I hope that answers your question.
Any other questions before we continue? Okay. Go
And
ahead.
so, yeah, we can now describe the last mile project. Within the last mile projects, Mendocino County has been allocated as much as 57, let me rephrase. As much as $57 million has been allocated for projects within Mendocino County for eligible applicants for last mile underground fiber optic projects. And Mendocino County has executed a memorandum of understanding with Golden State Connect Authority, an arm of RCRC. First of all, to execute a local agency technical assistance grant, or LADA grant. And so they received $500,000 to do high-level, low-level design and a conceptual design for our county, which much of which we have received, with the exception of the low-level design. So $57 million is, there will be $57 million worth of projects within Mendocino County, but the county is an eligible applicant, as are cities and the existing ISPs. So we're in competition for that $57 million with a number of other entities. And again, we hope that Golden State Connect Authority will execute an application on our behalf that asks for nearly all of the $57 million, but it is a competition for the grant dollars. The FFA application deadline is September 29th, so we have very little time, exactly a month before we need to submit an application. These projects, last mile and middle mile, need to be completed before January 1st, 2027. So everything is moving at a rapid pace within context. Is there anything else I should add on that point, Tony?
If I may, through the chair. So something important to note with the FFA application, as Jeff mentioned, it is a competition, although it is a score on a rubric. So there are certain types of qualifiers that will weigh differently depending on the application and what kind of network access that the applicant intends to provide. For instance, with Golden State Connect Authority, the goal is to create an open access network which has a separate weighting associated with it and gets a greater degree of, based on our understanding, weight and scoring to it, as opposed to something that's more closed access, as would, let's say, an incumbent ISP or somebody looking to create a closed system. That it's important to note that partnering with Golden State, the goal is to focusing on the areas that are weighted more heavily. The application will have a greater degree of success, and we can bring in as much of the funds as we possibly can to build out these projects.
And if I may, through the chair, continue. As Supervisor Williams indicated, the cost estimate for the entirety of the county is $772 million, and 57 or 56 million is like 7% of that. But there are additional funds that will be continuing on an ongoing basis. One-time fund would be the Broadband Equity Access and Deployment, or BEAD grant, which is we might extrapolate that Mendocino County could receive another 30 million or 40 million out of that. And then there's other ongoing grants, the CASIF deployment grants, CASF infrastructure grants, reconnect grants. So we have devised a method for ranking the projects and recognizing that we want to serve all communities, but we will start with the greatest bang for the buck if we can. So that might be on the next slide. Or here is an overview of high-level design. This slide shows the local agency technical assistance grant high-level design, and in HLD 1.0, this is what they, yes, this is what they presented to us. They are pointing to brook trails as the yellow area as the primary project area. We noticed that the South Coast was also a really good project area in terms of its cost per household. Leveraging the middle mile, we think that we can serve a great number of homes in that area effectively at a low dollar per household per location rate. There's a flaw in the HLD 2.0 in the South Coast, including areas that make it less efficient. It doesn't, we want to redesign, have a high-level design 2.5 that improves on these shape files so that the costs are driven even lower. These are some of the most promising project areas, but other project areas include nearly all of the counties. We think that project designs include 75% of the unserved locations in the county. How much is affordable is an ongoing question.
A critical piece with this one also, of course, seeing that this doesn't incorporate, these areas don't incorporate the rest of the county, even though there are, the entire county is considered with this, is trying to juggle. This is a little bit more to what Supervisor Williams had said before about equity, and it's just becoming broadband instead of for all, for some, at least for now, is because as we're looking at a significant shortfall in funds, of course the county looking at upwards of $800 million today to build out full infrastructure for the county, and this FFA application only being $56 million, provided that we're awarded that full amount. We're trying to, with Golden State Connect Authority, identify the areas that will allow us to have the greatest degree of reinvestment quickly so that we can continue to build out further areas in our county more quickly. And so balancing that fact with areas that are underserved has been our focus, and why the area there in the Golden State Connect high-level design highlights brook trails. Now, it's important to note that these designs are not final. They're certainly iterative. They've gone through many different changes over the last few months, and it's certainly changed from a 2.0 version, even today at the time of this meeting. So there's, as Jeff mentioned, that South Coast area that we had Golden State Connect Authority refocus on. They're working on splitting up into more cost-effective, more reasonable areas to try to leverage as much of the middle mile connectivity as we can. If we can leverage that state middle mile, we can get further per household with the funds that we do have and build out further along that corridor. The same applies with the 101 corridor and anywhere where that middle mile exists, and then use that program income, if you will, to then continue reinvestment. And with Golden State Connect Authority and their economy of scale at this point, that's really what we're really hoping for. That's why the specific area is chosen.
So what does it mean that brook trails is a high priority for this LATA grant? Does it mean that there's going to be fiber optic cable laid up to it, or what?
That signifies right now that that Brook Trails is one of the first areas that we want to build in because of the density and the number of unserved households. So the cost per household is such that we can build more infrastructure off that middle mile on the 101 corridor. We can build more, the money will go further in Brook Trails because of, again, the density and their proximity to the main connection points. What this design doesn't show is there are a couple other areas that were excluded from this that have been included that are within the Brook Trails area. And so that yellow there doesn't exactly show the entirety of the Brook Trails area that's going to be covered. More will be covered than is indicated in this map.
Thank you.
So the next two slides include 20 project areas according to the Federal Funding Account Application Portal. So this is the California Public Utilities Commission's estimates of how much these projects would cost, and also details the number of locations and the number of eligible locations within each project area. And as you see, we have in bold the Greater Point Arena area at one of the lowest average costs per location. And then at the bottom of the same page is Brook Trails. And to continue on the answer that Tony was providing to Supervisor Haschak's question about Brook Trails, the county has been doing outreach around broadband for 5 or 10 years. And the reason we recommended Brook Trails to Golden State Connect Authority was that there was public outcry for broadband within that area. Some communities were more vocal about the need for broadband, and Brook Trails was one of the more vocal and obvious areas because of its density. So while it is not necessarily the second in average cost per location, we recommended it because we had been asked to provide input about priority areas based on public input, and Brook Trails provided the public input, is one of the reasons that it was elevated. But the 20 projects this again comes out of the FFA application portal. They give a dollar amount for the collection of census blocks, and it comes with a report of the number of locations, and we just divide the number of eligible locations by the project cost and come up with an average cost per location. And then we ranked those accordingly. And these 2 pages cover those areas which we believe would connect, if we could build all of these projects, at least 75% of the unserved, and the definition of unserved would be receiving broadband services of less than 25 megabits per second download and 3 megabits per second upload. So 25.3, less than 25.3. We believe that these project areas, these 20 project areas, would connect more than 75% of the unserved population of Mendocino County. There are a lot of routes that are not included that we would have to take care of either in 10 years or wirelessly or by some other means. There will be funding available for high cost threshold projects in the future, and so the remaining projects we might take a different grant approach.
Important to note too here that City of Ukiah and City of Fort Bragg are included in this list, but they are spearheading their own projects, so they're not, at least at this point in time, part of the county's efforts. They have their own projects that they are pursuing.
And to add to that, if I may, the cities tend to have like 10%, our cities in Mendocino County, the 4 cities, or 3 of the 4 cities have like 10% of unserved. So 90% of the population within the cities are served by the definition. So those cities can only apply for the 461 locations within Ukiah and the 337 locations within Fort Bragg, could only receive grant funding for that 10% of their population. we've included it so that everyone is included.
And what is Seabiscuit area?
It is, as you might think, I made
that
these
Ridgewood
names up.
Ranch?
So, yeah, Ridgewood Ranch,
Okay.
largely. I mean, it's in that vicinity. It's probably bigger than that, but I believe there's another project location that might be the Willits Grade, and so they're adjacent to one another. Yeah, there's another funny name as well.
Also, to add on to this, this is a lot of this information is from the FFA, the Federal Funding Account portal. Right now, there's a lot of information out there with regard to locations, eligible location, project costs, and costs per household, and not all of them align very well. And so there's disparate information out there that doesn't necessarily match. And so I do want to note that this information comes from the FFA portal estimate. Now, that estimate doesn't necessarily match other estimates that we've seen, nor does it match what Golden State Connect Authority has put together either. So part of the grant application will be to justify the ask that we have when it doesn't match the estimate provided by the application, the grant application portal. But we're working with Golden State Connect Authority on that.
And I would point out that slide 12 has a couple of links on it that are a slideshow of each of the project areas on a map. And there's also a spreadsheet of the same 20 project locations that are in perfect ranked order of cost per household. So high-level design or conceptual design, this again this is Golden State Connect Authority exercising the LADA grant through a company called Tilson Communications. And it shows that the total dollar value is $772.5 million to bring underground fiber optics to every household in the county. Again, I think that if we concentrate on the 75% that are closest to a middle mile, the costs go way down. There are project areas that are above $40,000 per location, whereas the 20 that we have selected are in the $3,000 to $12,000 range.
And the grant funds we have available to us today are focused on building physical infrastructure. So the question has been brought up several times as to whether or not we can use the funds, let's say the FFA funds, for building fixed wireless infrastructure. The funds are really intended for the physical infrastructure, so the trenched fiber. And so we're trying to, again, focus on what is as equitable as we can be while also paying attention to the cost per household so that we can start that revenue stream coming in for the reinvestment for additional infrastructure, and whether or not that additional infrastructure is physical infrastructure or fixed wireless down the road for other high cost areas.
Supervisor Jordy, sorry.
Yeah. Tony, so it sounds like you just said that the proposal, the state and federal government's priority is for this to be trenched fiber. So would homeowners then pay presumably to underground it to their house or above ground it to their house from the public right of way?
So the details specifically with regard to how people are going to connect with it, I have a scheduled meeting with the CPUC and who's working with them on the middle mile to understand kind of how the connectivity, how everything's going to connect in specifically. As we work through the last mile design and have low level, we'll have more details as to exactly how people are anticipated to connect in, but there'll be a connection point at each household, at each location for them to utilize.
Okay. And for those who live beyond the distance for sending a wire to their home, would there be the opportunity for a service provider, whether it's a government JPA or it's a company service, to then send it wirelessly to those people who live a mile or 2 or 3 away?
Mm-hmm.
So that would be an option.
Yeah.
Through additional grants. So
I'm just saying, if there was a company that knew they had 10 customers, would it, or whatever the threshold is, would they be willing to just put up a tower? Are everybody's waiting for a grant?
If let's say a provider decided that they wanted to utilize a connectivity and a connection point that they had available to them to, let's say, was connected it to a location where they had a tower available, they could absolutely use that to then connect back out wirelessly to clients that they have, or to prospective clients, if that addresses your question.
I guess so, yeah.
It wouldn't be with the grant funding.
Yeah.
And so to add, if I may, the SB 156 federal funding account grant is for underground fiber, whereas the BEAD money and an ongoing CASIF infrastructure grant are more amenable to wireless technologies. So subsequent grants might leverage the middle mile to connect customers wirelessly, as well as the ISPs might choose to make their own investments utilizing the middle mile wirelessly.
Supervisor Williams.
I think Supervisor Jordy is asking the right question. With the money that's available, you could have ubiquitous coverage across the whole county, except for the restriction that it has to be for underground fiber, right? Because that creates such a cost per subscriber per house. There's not enough money, and realistically, we don't think additional grants will get us there in the next 10 or 20 years at the rate it's going. So maybe when we see opportunities like BEAD that are more open-ended, the county may want to look for partnerships to use wireless to get to the houses that are in the rural areas, which is most of the county, right? At $8,000 a house, we're not going to, it's just not realistic.
And if I may, through the chair, recognizing that the total cost today is upward of $800 million, unless we were to somehow receive a significant amount of funding to be able to do that, and in many of these locations, it's really not, it's not particularly realistic or financially feasible. It gives us, I think, a good amount of opportunity to push for building out some more creative using more creative options.
Now, it takes time to adjust county policy. Usually you can't adjust it on the spot when an opportunity arrives. I know our telecommunications ordinance is one of the tougher ones in the state to get projects through. There's an opportunity to adjust it for parity with more favorable counties. Should we be working on that now? Chair, would you like that to come back to the board so that we have a policy in place that would make use of the BEAD funds for wireless when those funding opportunities arrive?
Well, sure, yeah. We want to be prepared for anything.
I see Mulhern put a thumbs up.
The rest of the board, or you?
Yeah, I support that as well.
Yeah, okay.
Great, excellent. We can come back with some information with regard to that and how that will improve the process as we go forward. From here, I'll take over the presentation from here. This gives you, we're going to talk a little bit about the submittal process and timeline with Golden State Connect Authority. So right now, Golden State Connect Authority is, of course, working with us to identify the different areas and still working on low-level design for partner member counties. They will then move into, are we willing or are we wishing for them to apply on our behalf and administer this system for Mendocino County? And so they will not apply for these grant funds if we tell them not to. Now, they are an eligible entity, and so theoretically they could apply with or without the county, but they're not going to if we tell them that we wanted to take a different route. Now, that different route could be owning and operating our own county infrastructure or partnering with another company to build this infrastructure out. We've partnered with Golden State Connect Authority up to this point, and so I would ask that if we wish, Golden State Connect Authority offers Mendocino County, I think, a unique opportunity in the economy of scale that they provide, and the fact that they are a JPA created by RCRC. There's a lot, we have a place at the table with them to advise as to where these build areas are. But if this board were to want to pursue a different path, we can certainly tell them that we're not interested in their application, and we would pursue our own plan.
Supervisor Jordy.
So I guess I'm looking for those of you who are working on this to tell us if at some point you think we should part ways. I mean, I think in general, I think it makes more sense to be scaling up and doing multiple counties going in this together. I think, for example, had we tried to create our own utility company like Sonoma Clean Power, I think we'd still be at the drawing board.
Yeah.
And yet we're now part of a successful organization for 5 or 6 or 7 years at this point. So my inclination is I think we're probably better off at scale with more counties involved. But I'd leave it to you to come back to us if you think at any point that that's not working out.
If I may, through the chair, our recommendation at this point is to proceed with Golden State Connect Authority to apply on our behalf. If, for instance, several years ago we had decided to pursue a different option, like becoming our own utility provider with broadband, we may have been at a place today where we could have gone a different direction. But with the economy of scale that Golden State Connect Authority provides, I think we're in a good position to have them administer this infrastructure on our behalf.
And if I may, through the chair, I'd make a couple comments. In the best of all worlds, we could connect as many as 10,000 homes with $50 million if they came in at an average of $5,000 per home. And so we should keep an eye on the number of homes that Golden State Connect Authority would tell us they can connect with the $57 million. I mean, that's where the rubber meets the road. How many households can we connect with the available funds? Backing up a bit, there are 40,000 locations in Mendocino County, and about 14,000 of them are unserved locations. So if we could, in fact, connect 10,000 homes, that would make a major dent in the unserved locations. However, Golden State Connect Authority, we were looking at the federal funding account spreadsheet of costs, and those are different from the Golden State Connect Authority's estimate of $772 million. We are finding that Golden State Connect Authority, and they are experienced beyond us, they're saying that it'll cost like 2 to 3 times as much per location as the FFA, or the California Public Utilities Commission, is saying it should cost to connect those homes. So the net result might be, going with Golden State Connect Authority, is that we might not connect the greatest number of homes we possibly could. But I don't think that under any circumstance we could the way you have to submit projects, it would be impossible to actually connect the 10,000 homes with the $50 million, because you need to connect many of the households would come in over cost and drive the averages up.
Chair. Well, it seems like, like Supervisor Jordy said, we're hooked in with this GSCA and RCRC, and we ought to take advantage of it, unless you tell us otherwise, right? I support that.
Then I will proceed a little bit with the submission process without going into too much detail. Once we confirm with them letter of support, Golden State Connect Authority will apply on our behalf based on the information that they have already, including the low-level design that they've done with the grant funding, the LATA grant funding that we had. And then their Golden State Connect Authority, the Golden State Finance Authority, and then RCRC chairs will review the proposed areas, and then they'll submit the final product. Here is the network build timeline that Golden State has provided us for 23 and 24. You can see there that we are right on the cusp of the August-September 2003, between finishing the LATA and then working on the FFA application and last mile designs. And then down the road, we're looking at different types of funding opportunities that Golden State plans to leverage, like the Loan Loss Reserve Program, bond financing, the CASF, utilizing CASF grant, and then they get down into phase 5, which, creative funding opportunities, and then for June of 2024, a BEAD and additional CASF, CASF funding. And then for future years, they're listed as system revenue, of course, the reinvestment of adoption of the fiber connectivity. Here, this is just a little bit on the BEAD program, which comes in about June 2024. California is set to receive about 1.8 billion in federal funding that will be allocated to counties. So while yet we don't know exactly how much is going to come into Mendocino County, we know that there will be some, and we will use that. We have a little bit more leeway to use this more creatively if we decide to build additional fixed fiber to the homes. We can utilize that through our partnership with Golden State Connect. If we have other means of leveraging those funds, we can certainly do that as well. So as to speaking to the using more wireless technology or otherwise. And so, of course, this is really the one to focus on unserved and underserved households. This stage of grant funding is really about the equity portion. So we'll do what we can to make sure that that's the keeping that goal in mind as we build this out and as we proceed with our planning. And then this is the slide that Jeff had mentioned previously with the links to supporting documentation. Now, I recognize that we certainly can't go through all of these, but there is a lot of data here. And so while Jeff and I are certainly happy to discuss this at any time, we wanted to make sure that there were links to some of the tools and information that we've been utilizing that is available. The links are active, so you can click on them and follow them to where they go and kind of get an idea of what these areas look like and what some of the network map looks like for the middle mile and so on. With that, I'd like to close the presentation and open it up to any questions or comments.
So first question I have, do we need to take any action at this time?
The only action that we would request is that we proceed with our recommendations going forward.
Okay, does someone want to make a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Public comment? Okay, we'll call for the question.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Chair McCourty?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Drudy?
Yes.
Supervisor Hatchak?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, well.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think we're done. So we're kind of, anything else that you want to take care of before we go?
Chair, CEO Antle, if the board has 5 or 10 more minutes, the Golden Gate team would like to give a brief update, verbal, under the CEO report. But I know we're running late, so your discretion.
It's up to John at this point. He's the one who's hurting. Okay, we'll keep going. Thank you, gentlemen. Go ahead.
I will keep on moving with this. So thank you, CEO Antle. As part of my capacity in the Golden Gate Bridge Initiative, I did want to take another opportunity today to talk a little bit further about some of the items I talked about earlier today, in addition to clarifying, for those of you who are not aware, the naming convention around Golden Gate Bridge Initiative is really about the way that the Golden Gate Bridge is painted and the continual process by which it's repainted, going through the process and then starting back over to update the paint job, so to speak, and taking that process and that philosophy to what we're doing here in the county and the way that we analyze and that we address the efficiency initiatives here in our county, that recognizing that they're not they're once and done thing, These are examining processes that have been in place for a long time, recognizing that they may exist today because that's the way that they've always been done, but aren't necessarily the best way to do them today. And that will change. The ways that we change things today, it may not be the most effective process years from now. And so building in this philosophy into the way that we analyze and address these initiatives is really our goal, to promote that structural process improvement methodology throughout this entire county, regardless of what the topic is, and whether it's specific department improvements in the way that they intake their front desk operations, or something a little bit more complicated, let's say. But building that into the collective county consciousness is really what our focus is, in leveraging that, the way that the Golden Gate Bridge is painted as an example, let's say. I did speak a little bit earlier about our more on specific budget items about the telecom audit initiative. Now, in our previous CEO report, we had listed that we expected about $100,000 return on that project alone by eliminating connections that we no longer needed. That was it's come out to a much lower estimate than reality. We're at a point now where we're expecting to save annually anywhere from $150,000 to $200,000 with this initiative. And what it took was the Golden Gate team really saying, is this the way that it needs to be, and addressing it. And we're at a point now where we're looking at saving annually, $150,000 to $200,000 on one project alone. Now, who knows how many areas in the county that is going to be true in, but starting somewhere, I think is very important to show that what we're doing is really about making the county better and promoting the process improvement philosophy, and that it can have benefits. So I also wanted to say that there was, I did mention a couple initiatives that Director Krog from Planning and Building, there are still initiatives that are needing to be engaged in, but with our collective brainstorming, and again, she had many of these ideas already, and just having us there to help her push these along really brought some attention to these items and a driving force behind them, whether that was leveraging. I know that at the GGC meeting yesterday, there was some talk about utilizing code enforcement staff with cannabis inspections, and that in part came from some of the efforts from our Golden Gate initiative and brainstorming those kinds of resource sharing ideas.
Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I find it to be the most hopeful endeavor the county has going. My only worry is that we need seed funding for this effort to scale it up, right? Imagine if you had twice the resources on it, we'd be finding twice the opportunities to save. CEO, how do you see that unfolding, given we're broke right now? But if we don't invest in efficiency, we're going to be broke next year too.
Thank you, Chair Williams, or Supervisor Williams, if I may.
I will take Chair Williams.
If I may, through the chair.
You may.
Yeah, we appreciate it. Right now, we are leaning pretty heavily on our already expended budgets to support the teams working going forward. There is likely going to be a need for additional funds, keeping this going into the future, to be able to continue this process improvement and reevaluating, reassessing the right size for the county at any given time, depending on our funding. As you know, we're down on funding, and we need to continue to research that. We are working with all the departments, the grants division, to uncover any additional funds. We identified 2 funding streams within the Planning and Building Office where we can better utilize those funds They've been sitting there waiting. By kicking off a couple of these initiatives, we're able to utilize those funds. We're investigating what's the best use for these funds as we find them. But again, we're just began this work, and honestly, it was just started in June. So I think we're moving forward rather quickly. I know it doesn't feel like that, but again, it's government, and the team all has pretty much committed to their other jobs as well. So they're doing a huge lift.
Supervisor Jordy.
So 2 unrelated points. One is, for those of us who at times feel like county government never changes, there is hope. It does actually happen. I mean, I remember not that long ago meeting a former county employee who actually worked for the county Mendocino in the county's printing department. There is no county printing department anymore. But I mean, that just shows that county government can and has changed over the years. And then the other is, I'm hoping, as we did postpone a discussion about the Community Development Block Grant Program, but I'm hoping that we are more strategic going forward in the use of those funds. There's so many opportunities with the CDBG funds to help our initiatives, and just, kind of big picture. I think when we're looking at all government, all funds that are available, even though we always have community partners who come to us and say, can you go get this grant for our organization? I think for the foreseeable future, we should be saying, maybe, but first we're going to see if we can fund a county deferred infrastructure. It could be a county building, it could be a county technology project that's unfunded, it could be a county road. I think they have to be the first priority for the next 10 years for county grants. And I think the one exception I would put out there is, as we dispose and sell some of our county properties, I think there could be opportunities that we do partner with some community organizations that can make better use of these what will become former county properties. And maybe what we do is we get a grant to pay us market rate for the property that we need to sell, and an organization that we want to be the owner of that property that could serve the community better than we can out of that building. We could get them the grant to buy the building from us. So it just doesn't sit there as an empty county building, but we actually sell it as quickly as possible. So that would, I think, would be the one exception for the next 10 years of how we pursue grants. Is the deal will be, if you want a county grant, it's going to be because you want to buy a piece of property from the county Mendocino, and we'll help you get the grant to buy it from us. But other than that, we're pursuing all grants for county deferred maintenance, deferred infrastructure, because we have, too many millions of dollars of unfunded maintenance.
If I may, through the chair.
Yes.
Space utilization and the way that we utilize our buildings is something that is on our long list of initiatives. So really nothing at this point for us is off the table. We've come to terms with the fact that we're looking at everything, and buildings and the way that we utilize that space is a critical piece of that.
Yeah, and just from my own opinion, I feel like the county owns buildings in Fort Bragg, Willits, and Ukiah that the county cannot afford to maintain, and we should be developing a plan to sell off those properties, just as I discussed.
Second.
Supervisor Haschak and then Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I totally appreciate this presentation, and and the idea of other eyes coming in from looking from the outside on these different departments is a great idea. But I also think critical importance is having people from the inside who are working, doing the day-to-day, coming forward with ideas too. And I think that kind of collaboration will really benefit. So I hope that there are employees out there who say, hey, I think there's a better way of doing this, or a more efficient way, and bringing them to you, to John Burks or the team, or to the CEO.
If I may, through the chair, we are beginning to see that happening.
Oh,
and
good.
also through this work and working with planning and building and the grants division, part and some of the CDBG will be moving to the grants division. There's a couple of rather large grants, specifically multi-housing, that will stay with planning and building. It's not in the wheelhouse of the grants division, but we are transitioning that over.
Supervisor Williams, did you have a comment? Okay.
If I may, through the chair, to speak to Supervisor Haschak's comment about leveraging staff input, that is critical to the success of this, is to understand that it's collaborative and that there are going to be ideas that staff have that are in the thick of it every day, who know what needs to, they know that something needs to change and may have ideas on how to change it, and we help them carry that to fruition. And then ultimately equip them, if they can be, equipped to carry out that success on their own, and to empower them to enact that change within reason, of course. But it's there to be a support, if appropriate, or take a more active role if needed. So we need that input from county staff, and we've received it thus far.
Very good, thank you.
So,
Supervisor
yeah, I think
Williams.
this is the right way to tackle the liability side, but it doesn't touch on the revenue. Will it be this team or a different effort that pursues revenue? I mean, frankly, I don't see it happening right now. No matter how much the board talks about we need to bring in the revenue, we need to assess houses, I don't see it happening. I see it the same as last year and the year before. It's a trickle. And I don't think we're going to get to where we need to be unless we get serious about collecting revenue. And I know it's not really the board's job, it's the assessors. We provide resources. I'm just stating, I'm saying I don't see it working. Anybody think I'm wrong? Like, what do you do when you get in this predicament where it's just not happening?
Well, I guess I was under the impression that the Golden Gate Initiative is or will be working with the assessor's office.
If I may, through the chair, yes, we will be working with the assessor's office and auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector, and Tony Rakes has been very busy working with the Aumentum transition and getting a lot of that work in place, getting those supplementals bills out, and that work he actually started in February and was successful at working with them to make the supplementals go out and the notices timely. So again, some of that work is happening, but it's going to require a collaboration with the elected officials. Yes.
We would not have received that money had Tony and IT not made it happen. I want to recognize that. But the unassessed properties, do we have that collaboration today? Or is there some action this board needs to take to facilitate next steps? Sorry to put you on the spot there. And you're welcome to come back at another meeting and talk about it, but I think we all want to see it happen. I don't think there's anyone who works in this county organization who doesn't want to see the revenue flow like it should. Yet, it's not happening.
If I may, through the chair, and I think both of those things, we can certainly come back, but right now, with regard to revenue, it's one of the primary focuses of the Golden Gate Initiative. Nothing is off the table, and everything that we're doing is really considering, does this impact current costs, and how can this impact our revenue? And so everything we're touching, those are primary factors. And so regardless of what it is, whether it's a permitting process or any of the planning and building functions or service fees that the county charges, or let's say assessments in this case, it's something that we want to address and that we're eager to address and collaborate with on. It's important for us to. And I believe Mr. John Burks would like to say a word.
Go ahead.
Chair, Board, CEO, Mr. Rakes, thank you everyone for giving us this opportunity to speak. One of the services that we feel like we can provide through the Golden Gate is internal analysis. We use several different methods to do that. I mean, maybe it's one of the tools that the board could use to reach out to electeds, to departments, to anybody that you see fit, that we could conduct employee surveys, similarly like we have in the past through contractors or decision-wise. It's a regular practice that maybe there could be a bit of expert analysis that we perform, and we look at structures and just provide any feedback or suggestions to anybody about those processes if they're willing to do it. It's something that we've done in the past. We've done about 4 departments so far utilizing that strategy, and it seems like it's working. We are able to get these sort of snapshots in time of what's happening, and then if it is the desire of the board, we can provide recommendations around that, or we can just provide the data that we found, and then you can come up with any kind of recommendations you see based off of what we find. You could set the duration. Do you want a week kind of snapshot? Do you want us to spend 3 weeks? It just depends on the level of analysis you'd like to see, but it's something that we could do in-house. And one of the things that's unique to what we're doing, I find that frequently as a staff member trying to accomplish things, well, like when I was in code enforcement or planning and building services, you're very much focused on the tasks that you're trying to accomplish. So it's kind of nice in the role that we're in, is we're not necessarily bound by that, as we can take a look at a situation and then let the information guide where we look next, and we're not, you know, under the traditional pressure to provide a class-specific position or, you know, job task. We can go where the information takes us. So again, that's why I think our analysis is valuable. We don't need to look to an outside, you know, contractor to perform that.
I'm not sure if it's a 1 week or a 3 week, but I think this board would benefit from understanding what the major roadblocks are in ramping up the assessments. I see that we have, is it 6 appraisers? And I look at, over the course of 12 months, we didn't really add any houses. So if we went from 6 to 12, you know, it's like two times not very many is not very many. And I know we can't have an order of magnitude more appraisers. We don't have the funding for that. So realistically, what are the blocks, and what can this board provide? If there's one change that we make or one resource we make available, what would it be that would have the biggest return on investment?
Well,
and I'm not asking you to answer it now, but I'm just
yeah.
saying I think that's what all 5 of us in different ways have asked. We want to solve this problem. What do you need?
I think, John, I mean, the way I look at it is the code enforcement division, prior to you and Trent Taylor, you know, there was always, for decades, a backlog of years worth of code enforcement complaints where people never heard back much of anything from the code enforcement department. They did on some things, but there were hundreds, if not thousands, of backlogged items. You guys cleared that out. You've got a system in place. Code enforcement's much more responsive today than it's ever been to the public. And so, given your track record, put the burden on you guys. But it seems to me there's got to be a way that you guys could look at the process that the assessor's office goes through, even though we know that they haven't had enough people in there. But still, someone's training someone else on how they did something 20 years ago, and maybe there's been some updates since then. But there could possibly be, it seems not beyond reason to think that there's newer technologies, other things that could speed up the process. And maybe just having those outside eyes that you guys bring could be helpful to know that, okay, this is what it takes on average to have a certified appraisal of a piece of property to go into the system. From there, it gets sent off to the treasurer's office for tax collection. And, you know, how many could be churned out each week by each employee? And if there's one employee that's performing at 20% of everybody else, it seems to me there's a problem there. And that needs to be addressed. But it seems to me that as Supervisor Williams said, we don't have the money to hire 20 additional appraisers. You know, we have the money to fully fund the department. We've budgeted $500,000 in supplemental money, whether that's from a a company that will do some of the work on a temporary basis, or just get more productivity out of the people that are there. But it seems like there's got to be some pathway that people can say, okay, this is how many units they can get on the books. And I'll still say, in spite of all that, I personally do not see how adding properties to the books by itself can come close to solving the county's structural deficit. As I mentioned this morning, and these are rough numbers, but if they add 3,000 homes that are roughly 1,400 square feet, that would bring in about $3 million a year to the county. That's only $3 million out of a shortfall of $10 or so million. So in the structural deficit. So it's not enough by itself, but it could be the single biggest change that we could make to bring in revenue over the next 2 to 3 to 4 years if they can ramp up quickly.
So I'm kind of getting a look from county council, so maybe we're a little mission creep here.
Yeah, I believe this was on for the CEO's report. I don't think you're going to be able to take any action on the board side, and if you want, you could direct that a future item come back with respect to the
I have a feeling the CEO will just do it without our direction. So it was worth coming here today for this discussion.
To the CEO report, the service that the Golden Gate Bridge Initiative provides is we have an IT expert, and that probably doesn't even scratch the surface of Tony's individual talents. We have Trish Tracy, who is an absolute phenom with analysis, finance, all of these wonderful gifts that she has, I talk a lot. So I feel like between the three of us, there's really no mission too big or small, and having this resource internally to the county that the CEO can utilize in whatever way the board, sees fit, we're happy to do that. So we can bring back anything you like, or we're going to continue with solving all of the county's problems,
I love it. We have our own A-team. So.
Yeah.
And they're youthful too, so hopefully they'll be around for a while. So, well, thank all of you. It's been rather a long day. Supervisor Hashtag, you're a trooper. You hung in there, and probably this lasted a little longer than you wanted. But thank all of you, and I think we can adjourn the meeting at this point, unless there's any last comments or issues.
How about supervisor comments?
Okay.
I have a couple.
Go ahead.
So, the Golden Gate, the General Government Committee met a couple times within the last month, and we're looking forward to the second round of ordinance changes for the cannabis ordinance. Let's see, want to appreciate Senator McGuire for the funding of 10 Type 6 vehicles, fire engines in the northern Mendocino and southern Humboldt area that he got funding for. So that was a very well appreciated move. Let's see, the Museum Strategic Planning Committee has an implementation planning meeting tomorrow, and they're trying to implement all those things that they identified in their strategic plan. And lastly, I'd like to thank or appreciate Senator McGuire for being elected Senate Pro Tem, the upcoming session. And he's been a great advocate for Mendocino County, always been there for us, and it will be it's a great thing for California.
Thank you. Any other supervisors? Supervisor Jordy?
Just a question, because we did get a notice from our Cultural Services Director that she's resigning and leaving the county. Would the board like to appoint an ad hoc committee maybe to work with Cultural Services and the Executive Office on issues related to the libraries, the Cultural Services Department? I would volunteer for such a committee if we wanted to create an ad hoc.
I would too.
Okay. How does the rest of the board feel about that? Yeah, I think that's fine. Do we need to take a formal vote? Or?
No, you can do it as chair. No, yeah, action of the chair.
Okay, so I appoint Supervisor Jordy and Supervisor Hashtag to work with the CEO's office to come up with solutions for staffing for the library or Cultural Services Director. Anything else?
Yes, I submitted my report in writing, as I do, and I also have a new format, so I'm sure you all loved it, and can't wait to hear how you feel next month.
Okay. So I just have a couple real quick things on water to update. So the Ukiah Valley Basin Groundwater Sustainable Management Plan was approved by the Department of Water Resources, which is a really big milestone. We've been working on this since 2017. There's 260 groundwater basins, and only about 50 of them have had their plans approved, and we're one of them. So that's quite an accomplishment for us. There's still more work to do on it, but it means basically the state's accepted that we have a sustainable situation with the groundwater beneath Ukiah, and that we're not overpumping, and we don't need to take any corrective actions exactly at this point, but there's still more work to do to better understand some of the ways in which the basin operates. We also, the Mendocino Inland Water Power Commission, PG&E, and the Round Valley Indian Tribes were invited to submit a proposal to PG&E for taking over the water transfer from the Eel River to the Russian River, which would be part of their documents that they use for decommissioning the Potter Valley project, which will for sure, if accepted, take down Scott Dam and then have a run-of-the-river winter water transfer. So it's the first step in a very long journey to having a reliable water supply of transferred water from the Eel River. So there's still a lot more work to do, but and probably the process really wouldn't get completely built out for 8 to 10 years. So, but nonetheless, we're in the driver's seat, so to speak, so we at least have a fighting chance to maintain our water supply. So those are the two things I wanted to share with you that I think are important. And with that, I think we're done. Thank you very much.